Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
The old truck rumbled along the road as Alex drove, his thoughts drifting inward. I've trained enough to get the basics of my physical abilities down, he thought as he rounded a corner. It's time to start working on the others. His grip tightened on the steering wheel. I've only used days once. That was on that kid at school. From what I can tell, people follow commands, but how far does it go? Is there a limit? Would someone kill themselves if I ordered it? Would they obey forever if I told them to? Too many questions. Not enough answers. Alex eased off the gas, slowing the truck as the streets opened up. A few minutes later, downtown Forks came into view. It was only 6 in the evening, still early by most standards, but that just meant more time to train. He parked the beat-up truck in the same lot he had used before, killed the engine, and stepped out. After locking it, he headed toward the center of town, eyes scanning for someplace loud, crowded, and poorly supervised. Bars. Nightclubs. Anywhere messy. It didn't take long. At the corner of a street, right beside a narrow alley, sat an old bar. From outside alone, Alex could hear laughter, slurred voices, and the heavy slam of mugs against tables. It's 6 p.m., and they're already that drunk, he thought, frowning. A flickering neon sign buzzed beside the door. Sleep bar. Yeah, nobody's sleeping in there. He pushed the door open and stepped inside. The place was dim and damp, built almost entirely from dark, splintered wood. A long counter sat at the far end, with a few battered tables along the left wall. The air was thick with the smell of old alcohol, sweat, and something vaguely rotten. Who the hell would drink in a place like this? Alex turned toward the patrons and immediately got his answer. Unkempt men filled the room. Scraggly beards, greasy hair, stained clothes. They laughed too loudly, clutching cheap beer like it was the highlight of their day. They looked like bandits straight out of a bad cliché, Alex thought. You couldn't design this better if you tried. He walked to the counter. Behind it stood an old, heavy-set man with a beard that reached his chest. His hair was gray, his skin blotched, and he was slowly wiping a glass that looked permanently dirty. Can I get a Corona? Alex asked, taking a seat on a bar stool. The bartender glanced at him. No Corona. Got Bud Light. That's it. Alex exhaled slowly and nodded. Figures. Before the bartender could turn away, someone dropped onto the stool beside Alex. Another hand landed on his shoulder. Hey there, kid, the man slurred. Why don't we be friends? Alex looked at him. The guy could barely sit upright, swaying like he might collapse at any second. Come on, another voice said, closer now. Buy us a drink. We'll all be friends, yeah. The second man leaned in. His breath hit Alex full force. A vein twitched on Alex's forehead. I was going to warn you, he thought, but I can't even breathe with you this close, you piece of cow shit. He turned his head and met the man's eyes. Let's see if I need to say it out loud, or if thinking is enough. Alex's eyes shifted. Black bled into dark crimson in an instant. The man's face twisted in shock, then went completely blank. Without a word, he staggered backward and dropped to the floor, sitting stiffly as if guided by invisible strings. Jack? What the hell are you doing? The other drunk muttered, squinting at him. Alex turned his gaze. Where do you think you're going? Huh? The man managed. A heartbeat later, he stepped back and collapsed onto the floor beside his friend, eyes unfocused. Laughter erupted from the bar. The other drunks howled, pointing at the two men sitting on the ground, staring at nothing. Alex slowly turned toward them. The laughter died instantly. What is this? Someone whispered. A demon. It's a demon. Their voices trembled as they stared into Alex's crimson, cat-like eyes. Shut up, Alex said calmly. Every mouth snapped closed at once. Fear flooded their faces. Eyes watered. Pants darkened. Alex smiled. Now go sit next to them. All 8 men obeyed without hesitation, lowering themselves to the floor in a neat, obedient line. Alex turned back to the counter. The bartender stood frozen, hands shaking. What are you waiting for? Alex asked. Go. The man hurriedly joined the others on the ground. Alex stood, grabbed the Bud Light from the counter, and took a slow sip. He looked around the silent bar. Yeah, he said casually. This looks a lot better now, doesn't it? Alex set the beer back on the counter and turned to face the men huddled on the floor. They sat rigid, eyes wide, mouths sealed shut no matter how hard they tried to scream. Tears and mucus streaked down their faces. A few of them had already lost control of their bladders. Christ, Alex muttered, pinching his nose. You're somehow making this dump smell worse than it already does. He released his grip a second later, realizing it made no difference. His heightened senses ignored the gesture entirely. Right. First things first. Alex turned toward the bartender. His crimson eyes glowed faintly as they locked onto the trembling man. Get up, Alex said calmly. Close the bar. Lock the doors. Make sure no one comes in and no one can see what happens inside. The bartender's knees nearly buckled. Fresh tears spilled down his face as he shuffled to the entrance, locked the door, and pulled the thick black curtains closed over the windows. Good, Alex said. Now come back and sit down. The man obeyed. Alex dragged a stool from the counter and sat, resting his elbows on his knees. All right, he murmured, eyes sweeping over the room. Let's see just how far this ability really goes. His voice rose slightly. Anyone here who has raped or killed someone, raise your hand. For hands lifted. Alex froze. For half a second, the room vanished. Heat surged up his spine, coiling in his chest. His jaw clenched as rage flooded through him, sharp and suffocating. 4, he thought. 4 out of 11. He inhaled slowly. Huff. And exhaled. That's enough, Alex said quietly. He straightened. Everyone except these 4 and the bartender, stand up. You're going home. You will forget everything that happened here tonight. You'll believe you left early, went home, and slept it off. From this day on, you'll turn your lives around and become better men. The 4 guilty men crawled closer to Alex without being told. The rest rose blankly, unlocked the door, and filed out into the night. Alex watched them leave. Let's see how long that lasts, he thought. Days? Months? Forever? He made a mental note to check on them weekly. Turning back, he fixed his gaze on the bartender. You're going to lose consciousness now, Alex said. When you wake up, you'll remember nothing. Thump. The man collapsed to the floor, rolling once before going still. Alex stood and approached the remaining 4 men. They trembled violently, unable to speak, unable even to whimper. Well, Alex said, smiling softly, this is where the real testing begins. His face was beautiful, almost angelic. To the men on the floor, it looked anything but. It looked like the face of a demon. And I was wondering where I'd find blood, Alex thought. Perfect. He pointed at one of them. You, the fat one. Stand up. The man rose, legs shaking so badly it looked like they might snap. Alex tilted his head. You'll only speak when I ask a question, he said. And you'll only tell the truth. Short answers. The man nodded frantically. Rape or murder? Alex asked. Rape, the man whispered, voice cracking. Alex nodded, his smile never fading. There's a knife behind the counter, he said gently. Pick it up. Kill yourself. The man's body moved before his mind could catch up. Tears streamed down his face as his hands reached for the knife. His arms shook violently as he raised it to his throat, his eyes red with terror as his will screamed for his body to stop. It didn't. Clench. Thump. He collapsed, blood pouring from his neck as the light drained from his eyes. Alex approached slowly. His skin felt colder than usual. One of his fingers trembled faintly as he crouched beside the dying man. He watched the final breath leave his body. I killed him, Alex thought distantly. I killed another human. But there was no nausea. No revulsion. It feels like killing livestock, he realized. Like a cow. A sheep. His mouth twisted briefly before smoothing back into calm emptiness. Sigh. Guess becoming a vampire didn't change me as much as I expected, he thought as he stood. Alex turned back to the remaining men and forced a wide smile. You all deserve it anyway. So, he asked pleasantly, crimson eyes gleaming. Who's next? Alex stood before the three men, a dead body behind the counter and the bartender unconscious on the floor. Crouching next to the man closest to him, Alex looked him in the eyes and asked, "Murder or rape?" "Both," the man said with a trembling voice, tears streaming down his face. Alex nodded and then asked the man with a smile, "Do you want mercy?" The man's eyes widened as he quickly opened his mouth. Yes, the man looked like he wanted to beg some more. However, Alex's earlier command didn't allow him to. Alex smiled and nodded, then told the man, "All right, get up on your feet." The man got up, his legs shaking as he stood before Alex. Alex then neared his ear as he whispered, "I hope God has mercy on you because I won't, you stinking bag of shit." Alex opened his mouth wide, his canine teeth enlarging to resemble snake teeth as he bit down on the man's neck. The man couldn't do anything. Tears streamed down his face, snot covering his chin. His eyes were shaking. However, he couldn't release a single sound or move a single inch as he felt his blood leaving his body at a tremendous speed. His face quickly became pale, his eyes became increasingly hollow, and his skin started stretching. The whole process only took a few seconds, and the man fell to the ground as Alex removed his fangs from his neck. Though, spitting out, Alex thought to himself, "Disgusting piece of shit, even his blood tasted like shit." Looking at the body on the floor, it didn't look like it had just lost its blood alone. It had transformed and now looked like a skin bag with no muscle or meat on it, merely the skin and the bones. So when I bite someone, I take more than their blood. It's almost like I take anything that has vitality in it. He does look like a 100-year-old corpse, Alex thought as a certain character from Dragon Ball Z came to mind. It doesn't seem like I get an increase in strength, it's more like I'm rejuvenated, even though I shouldn't have the feeling since I should always be at my peak. I'll have to test this out more, though. I'll do it with other people. I still have other things I want to test, Alex thought as he turned to the last two men. Walking a few steps, Alex arrived at his next victim. This man was younger than the others, though he still looked to be 30 at least. What I asked in my wish was to be a traditional vampire. One of their abilities in some folklore is the ability to take over someone's skin and hide inside their bodies. Let's try that out, Alex thought as he crouched next to the man. What have you done? Alex asked. I mugged people on the streets. The man similarly stuttered just like the other ones had as he answered. How many? Alex asked as he thought that maybe he could spare him some of the pain. 6, the man said. Alex's smile widened as he nodded. I really shouldn't have any hope with these bastards. Where the hell even is the police? How are these guys still free and roaming around? Alex thought to himself as he gritted his teeth under his smile. Placing his head on the man's forehead, Alex ordered the man. Open your mouth. The man's mouth was forced open against his will. Now then, let's just try thinking about it, Alex thought as he closed his eyes and concentrated. Slowly Alex's hair turned silver as he assumed his complete vampire form. The man's eyes started shaking even more wildly as he saw the change. His thoughts had already become a wild mess, his mind barely intact from the terror. Alex's eyes snapped open as his body started turning into mist, his clothes falling to the ground. The black mist rushed into the man's open mouth and down his throat, causing the man to choke as he couldn't take in any more oxygen. The process was almost instant, and a moment later, the man's eyes closed as they lost their shine. The man placed his hand on the ground and held his body up. Interesting, so this is how it works, the man. No, Alex said with the man's body. This could definitely be useful if I wanted to infiltrate the Volturi, Alex thought, and then sat back down. Closing his eyes once more, the man's body became still. A few seconds later, a bloody hand came out of his mouth. It ripped the man's flesh apart as though it were fabric, blood spewing on the ground as Alex started coming out from inside the man. A few moments later, Alex managed to fully worm out of the man's body. It was unknown how he had even managed to fit inside. Maybe I'll slowly turn back to my physical form as I get out, though I don't have a way to know how accurately. Alex thought as he stood up on his feet. His body was entirely covered in blood. There's no time like now to try and see if I can manipulate blood, Alex thought as he extended his arm and closed his eyes as he focused. It took a few seconds of nothing, but then suddenly something did happen. The blood that had soaked Alex entirely froze and was slowly lifted into the air around him. Slowly, the blood gathered into a blood ball and headed directly into Alex's mouth as he gulped it down. Taking his clothes, now fully clean of blood, Alex started wearing them quickly and turned towards the last man. Huh? He's already dead? Alex thought as he stared at the man who he couldn't hear the pulse of anymore. Sigh. That's enough for now, Alex thought as he slowly untransformed, his hair turning back to its normal color. I have changed. It hasn't been noticeable, but now I can confidently say that I'm not the same person I used to be, Alex thought as he stared at the carnage around him. Now then, how should I clean this shit up, Alex thought as he looked around at the bloody room. If someone came inside, then the chances of them fainting were relatively high at the moment. Alex raised his hands forward as he made a grabbing motion. Fly. The blood, all around the room, started gathering in front of Alex. It took a few minutes, as the blood's speed was quite slow. The more blood and controlling at the same time, the harder it is to move and control, causing it to lose so much speed, Alex thought as he remembered how he had gathered all the blood on his body in seconds. Finally, after the blood gathered into a large blob floating in the air, Alex brought it towards his mouth and started drinking. It didn't take long, merely a few moments, and the entire blob of blood was gone as if it had never been there. The room was fully clean of all crimson. Now then, the bodies are going to be a bit harder to deal with, Alex thought as he stared at the 4 dead bodies. One of the bodies was stabbed through the neck, the second one looked like a mummy, the third one simply looked like broken organs, and the last was in almost perfect condition if you didn't take his soiled pants into consideration. Sigh. It's been 1 week, and I'm already acting like some insane serial killer. I don't feel like it, though, Alex thought. His heart, which was usually jumpy, was strangely calm as it beat its usual rhythm. Walking towards the body behind the counter, Alex lifted it up, brought it next to the other bodies, and gathered them all in one spot. Fuck, I'm really clueless on how to get rid of these bastards, Alex thought as he stood there looking at the dead bodies. Alex stood there as he rubbed his chin while he tried to think of a solution. The gravity of the situation was slowly dawning on him, however. Maybe it was the stress that was increasing with every moment. Maybe it was something else, but Alex could think of nothing. If at first he had the start of some ideas, now they were all gone like the dust in the wind. Alex started pacing around the room, his feet making the wooden flooring creak as he walked. It took a few minutes, but Alex finally stopped. An idea had finally come to mind. I took all the blood of these guys, and they never touched me. I'm pretty sure I would also be able to sense anyone if they were anywhere near me, so no one could have seen me enter this building. Alex thought as he went up to the bar, grabbed all the liquor bottles he could find using the hem of his shirt, and I don't think my fingerprints would remain after this, but better be safe than not, even though I did touch that beer can, Alex thought as he looked at the can and simply pocketed it into his jacket. Going around the room, Alex poured the liquid on the ground until every bottle of liquor was covering as much of the area as possible. Next, Alex took the bodies and put them in a position as if they were huddling together, as he thought they would have done once they realized the door was locked and they couldn't escape the fire. The last thing he did was grab the bartender and walked behind the bar counter, and then Alex made a new door to exit the bar. He punched right through the old wall that could have already shattered from a normal human's punch and walked behind the bar. There were piles of trash cans which had just been thrown here and never removed. Throwing the man on the ground, Alex took a small lighter he had found behind the counter and threw it into the liquor-drenched ground. Bang! The lighter exploded and the liquor quickly started catching on fire. It only took moments for everything to catch on fire in the wooden bar. The bar thankfully didn't have any other entrances besides the front one and the new one Alex had made so the smoke wouldn't rush out until the whole place burned down. All right, that should be good enough. Even if someone comes to investigate me, I could simply use days on them and get scot-free. But I'd rather that not happen, Alex thought as he started walking on the back alleys. He checked around to see if there were any cameras or if anyone was around, but found none. Thank God I have super senses, Alex thought as he used a roundabout way and finally arrived at his truck in the parking lot. Unlike what had just happened in the bar, Alex looked clean. He looked just like he had when he left the bathroom after cleaning his appearance up and dressing. Tugging at his t-shirt, Alex loosened it a bit and opened the door of the truck, hopping into the driver's seat. Twisting the ignition key, the truck woke up with a rumble and quickly headed out of the parking lot. As Alex was leaving the downtown of Forks, a sudden thought emerged in his mind. Ah, fuck, I forgot the chips. Alex suddenly thought. Driving down the road, Alex looked at the moon that was rising into the sky. About an hour, maybe even less, Alex thought as he tried to remember just how much time he had spent inside the bar. It, however, felt almost impossible. It was like Alex had gone in there and entered a trance as soon as the action had started. It took a few minutes, but Alex arrived at the Swan house. While parking the car in front of the closed garage, Alex turned it off and hopped out. Seems like Charlie's back, Alex thought as he started walking towards the steps up to the entrance. Bang! The door opened as Charlie came out in a hurry. His eyes were frantic. However, as soon as the man saw Alex, he seemed to calm down as he almost fell down the stairs. Alex quickly rushed up to catch the man as his legs seemed to give out. Thank God you're safe, son, Charlie said as his eyes moistened. What's wrong, Dad? Alex asked, frantic as he held the man. Huff, huff, huff. Charlie took deep breaths as Alex heard the man's heart calm down. It took a few moments, but the man was somewhat normal after. Holding Alex's arm, Charlie got himself up on his feet and then hugged Alex once more. Dad, what's wrong? Is everything okay? Alex asked, his voice soft as he hugged Charlie back. I thought I had lost you, son. I thought I lost you for a moment, that's all, the man said as he removed himself from the hug. What do you mean, Dad? Did Bella prank you or something? That's not funny at all, Alex asked as he narrowed his eyes. No, she didn't. She told me that you went out tonight, and there's only one bar in Forks, and I just got a call that the building had caught on fire, Charlie explained, still exhausted for breath from what Alex thought was a panic attack. So it got found out, huh? The time is about when I expected them to find it. It's in the middle of the city, so sooner or later, someone will find it, be it a new customer or someone else. No, I was going to go there, but then decided to just drive around. I wasn't really in the mood for drinks, Alex said. I don't even care that you just admitted that you were drinking illegally, Charlie said as he laughed out loud. Alex smiled as he chuckled as well. So, do you have to go to the station? Alex asked. Charlie stood straight once more as he nodded. Yes, I have to go. I almost completely forgot. Thanks for reminding me, Alex, and next time you want a drink, just come drink one with me, Charlie said as he patted Alex's back. Alex stood there frozen for a moment and then nodded awkwardly. Yeah, for sure, Dad, Alex said while his thoughts remained in turmoil. What would he think of me if he knew what I did? Would he see me as a monster? Alex thought for a moment and then shook his head. He showed a sad smile and raised his head, closing his eyes. What else do you call someone like me if not a monster? Alex thought as the scenes in the bar flashed through his mind. For a moment, Alex felt like he was back in the bar, crawling out of a person's body. Something cold touched Alex's nose, causing him to snap out of his thoughts as he looked at the air. It had started snowing. Right, I remember that tomorrow Bella almost gets hit by a van that had lost control in the snow, Alex thought as he looked at the snowflakes falling down from above. They had already started to multiply as it looked like a cold snowstorm was going to happen during the night. Huh. Releasing a breath of air, Alex saw a cloud of mist rise up. Let's just get inside, Alex thought as he turned his head back down and headed up the rest of the stairs. Getting out of his shoes, Alex put them in the drawer by the door and then closed the door itself as he headed inside to the living room. Hearing noise, Alex's head snapped towards the left where he saw Bella on the couch as she munched on what looked like popcorn while watching a movie. Right, I guess some things do stay the same, Alex thought as he stared at his sister and smiled. "I'm back, Bella," Alex said as he took off his jacket and put it on a nearby hanger. "Did you buy me the chips?" Bella asked as she didn't even turn to greet him. I might have forgotten," Alex said as he sat down on the couch next to her. "Expected," Bella said as she nodded to herself as if it was some basic knowledge. Alex turned to stare at her and then asked in an annoyed tone, "What do you mean expected? I got them for you last time, didn't I?" Alex said as he faced her. Bella still didn't even give him his mind. She just nodded and replied while munching on popcorn. That was a fluke, a miracle from God. A vein appeared on Alex's forehead as he nodded his head, his expression turning into a closed-eyed smile. "Is that so? Well then don't mind if I do," Alex said as he snatched the bowl of popcorn and started stuffing his face with it quickly. "Alex!" Bella screamed as she jumped onto him, trying to claw at him and snatch the bowl back however she could. Snapping his eyes open, Alex stood up from the bed. Walking towards the window, he saw that the window wasn't covered in fog like it usually was here in Forks. A light layer of snow had covered the entire city of Forks. "Today is the day, huh?" "I practiced as much as I could, am as ready as I could be," Alex thought as he shook his head, trying to get the stress out of his head. However, it didn't work like that. Stress was like a snake. It hid and hid until it snapped suddenly, biting you so quickly that it left your world rocking. Or at least that's what Alex thought it was. Some people said that stress accumulated, though that didn't really fit with what Alex was experiencing right now. "I'm not scared, at least not for myself, though I had no emotions for Bella and Charlie. At least at first, they started to appear as I spent time with them," Alex thought as he started dressing up for school. "Sure, I don't have any emotions from the memories of this body, but they really do consider me their brother and son still. It's hard to not like someone, love someone, and accept them as yours when they love you unconditionally," Alex thought as he finished wearing his clothes and headed to the bathroom. Brushing his teeth and styling his hair quickly, Alex grabbed the backpack that he had left at the stairs and headed to the first floor. "You're awake later than usual," Bella said from the dinner table, where she was eating a bowl of cereal and drinking some orange juice from a carton. "Get a glass next time," Alex said as he frowned at her. Bella just took another swing of the orange juice and then said, "I'm drinking it all. Why should I get a glass? Right?" Alex said as he nodded his head slowly and then sat on the couch. "First thing first, as soon as we go to school, the van will come and hit Bella, or at least almost hit Bella, as Edward comes for the save." "Will he still do that if I'm there, though? Will they think that we are both supernaturals and not come for the save?" Alex thought as he tried to imagine what would happen only half an hour from now at most. "Doesn't matter. If he comes for the save, then I will let Edward do the job. If not, then I'll just save Bella myself," Alex thought as he heard Bella get up from the dining table. "All right, let's go, Alex," Bella said as she slung her backpack over her shoulder and headed outside. "It's not going to be a nice day for you today," Alex said as he followed behind her. "Huh, why?" Bella said as she opened the door. "That's why," Alex answered as he smiled at her. "I should have never left Phoenix," Bella murmured under her breath as she wore her shoes and headed outside. Bella hopped into the driver's seat while Alex stood outside for a moment, looking at the truck. Charlie put snow chains around the wheels. He really is the ideal father, Alex thought as he smiled whilst remembering yesterday night. Trying to open the passenger seat door, Alex found that he had to put quite a lot of force into it. Putting a bit more force whilst trying to not rip the door off its hinges turned out to be quite the ordeal. Crack. The ice around the door hinges finally thawed, and Alex hopped in. Bella turned the car on, and they started heading to school. The ride was silent as Bella was still sleepy whilst Alex thought about today's events. Bella almost gets run over, Edward comes for the save, they get sent to the hospital and Bella meets Carlisle for the first time. Edward denies everything and then stops talking to Bella for a few more days. Alex summed up the plot of the book as he tried to think of all possible ways to counter any butterfly effect he could have caused. They arrived at the school sooner than he thought, or maybe Alex had just been too deep in his thoughts and hadn't noticed the passage of time. "All right, we're here, Alex," Bella said as she parked the car on the side of the road. "Huh?" Why did you park over here? Alex asked, confused at Bella. Look at the parking lot, Alex. It's filled with cars. Seems like even those who walk to school chose to drive today, Bella said as she pointed at the parking lot, which had indeed been filled to the brim. Right, Alex answered as he nodded, and then they both got outside the car. Grabbing his backpack, Alex went outside the car and noticed Bella standing in front of the car as she looked ahead of her. She was looking directly at Edward Cullen. No, Alex, I'm not love-struck, she said. Alex mimicked her as he came to stand next to her. Right, and the one telling me that is the guy who has rumors all around school saying he's in a relationship with Alice. Bella countered. Right, that's a low blow, Bella. I don't act as you do, Alex replied. Sure, Bella said absent-mindedly. Either way, let's go, Bella said. However, at that moment both she and Alex heard a sound. No, everyone in the parking lot heard the sound. It was the sound of skidding tires on the road and a large car horn going off. Turning to face the noise, Bella and Alex came face to face with a swerving white van coming directly towards them. Bella had frozen. All she could see was the van swerving towards them, spelling the end of their life. Alex, however, saw everything. He saw the event almost in slow motion, the surprised faces of the students, the look of horror on the driver's face, and two people rushing towards them. It finally starts. No more hiding, Alex thought. Scared. It took almost no time for the van to appear right before Bella and Alex. Bang. Alex was thrown on the ground next to Bella, who had also fallen. Bella was still disoriented from the speed of everything. Alex, on the other hand, saw everything. So you still came, huh, Edward? I guess you aren't so bad after all, Alex thought as he stared at Edward, who had stopped the van with his bare hand. Turning his head to the one who was holding him, Alex thought as his eyes widened. What the hell are you doing though, Alex thought as he stared at the woman who was now holding him in her grasp. Alice was also looking at Alex. Her eyes didn't show anger or frustration or any other emotion besides one. It was a look of fear, a fear that Alex couldn't quite put his finger on. Why do you look so afraid, Alice? I'm all right, aren't I? Alex thought as he stared into her eyes. Alex smiled as he mumbled a small word, though that seemed to mean so much more to Alice than he ever thought it would. Thanks, Alice. Alice's expression softened as she nodded, a small trembling smile on her face. And then chaos ensued. Every student in the parking lot rushed towards the car, some staying still as they screamed in horror at what they thought was a murder scene while others dialed emergency services. What happened? Bella said, her face filled with confusion. It looked like she was still in shock, though it was leaving her quickly as she looked around. How are you here, Edward? What happened? Bella asked, confused as she stared at the Edward's hand, which seemed to fit the indent on the van perfectly. How did you get over here so fast? Bella asked, her voice showing her disbelief. I was already on my way, Bella. I think you hit your head. We need to get you to the hospital, Edward said as she looked at Bella. He then turned his head towards Alex, continuing his words. Both of you. Alice just looked at Edward and nodded. Edward, we can't hide this, Alice thought as she tried to tell Edward through her thoughts. Edward only frowned at Alice and shook his head lightly. Fine, have it your way, but it's not going to work out, Alice said as she turned to look back at Alex. I think I should get up now, Alice, Alex said as he tried to use his hands to lift himself off the icy pavement. No, stay in one place and don't move. You could have been hurt somewhere and your injuries would just worsen, Alice said as she tried to hold Alex down. Sigh. Alice, never mind, I'll just listen for now. Alex tried to say he was a vampire, but stopped in the middle as he thought otherwise. I should act as him, at least phased. I almost got hit by a damn van after all. Even if I'm not planning to hide from these guys anymore, that doesn't mean I can just parade around yelling, I'm not human, Alex thought as he closed his eyes and waited, his head on Alice's lap. It didn't take long, and the ambulance came and took both Alex and Bella on a stretcher, heading directly to the hospital. Are you hurt anywhere? Do you feel any nausea or pain? Is there anything feeling abnormal with your body? The medic asked as he performed some quick checkups on Alex. Alex shook his head as he replied to the medic's questions. No, sir, everything feels fine. I just got a bit shocked by the event. I managed to get away safely, Alex said as he nodded at the medic. The guy, who looked to be about 40 years old, in an emergency medic outfit, nodded and wrote something down in his notebook. He then turned to Alex once more. For now I can say that nothing looks to be out of place. We will do an X-ray scan at the hospital just to be sure, and then if everything is fine, then we can release you, the man said. I see. Thanks for the help, doctor, Alex replied as he nodded at the man in thanks. Of course, it's our job. I'm just glad that you ended up fine, the medic replied. The ride to the hospital was fast, and soon Alex was taken out of the ambulance van and into the hospital. They did an X-ray scan quickly and placed him in a bed in the emergency care unit while they checked over the results. Next to Alex was also Bella's bed and the boy who had almost slammed his van into Bella and Alex. I'm so sorry. I really didn't want this to happen. I was driving just fine when the van lost control, the boy said, for what Alex thought was the 100th time. We already said it's fine, Tyler. Nothing happened either way, so it's all right. Some stuff just happens, and we can do nothing about it, Alex said to the boy who looked to be in far worse condition than he and Bella, who had ended up with no injuries. Bang! The door slammed open as Charlie came rushing into the room, immediately appearing at Alex's and Bella's bed as he started asking questions if they were all right. We're okay, Dad. It's fine. Alice and Edward managed to save us just in time, Bella answered Charlie. Charlie thought for a moment and asked, Alice and Edward Cullen, right? Yeah, Alex answered as he lay down on the bed. I have to go and thank them then. They're good kids. Carlisle really has managed to raise a great bunch, Charlie said, and then turned towards Tyler, who looked at the door of death with all the casts and bandages all over his body. And you aren't getting that license, young man, Charlie started and continued to reprimand the young man for minutes on end, not stopping until they heard the door of the emergency ward open. There at the door stood a man who appeared to only be at the end of his 20s or early 30s, with slicked-back blonde hair and an extremely pale expression, his eyes the color of amber that seemed to reflect the sun itself. Carlisle Cullen, Alex thought as he stared at the majestic-looking doctor. Hello, I'm Carlisle Cullen. I'll be the doctor doing the final checkup so we can release you, Dr. Carlisle Cullen said as he walked closer to the beds where Alex and Bella were laid. Oh, Dr. Cullen, thank you so much for taking care of my children, Charlie said as he extended his hand for a thankful handshake, which Carlisle accepted with a soft smile on his face. It's all right. We're here to help people after all, Carlisle answered. He took out a medical chart and started looking over it. Do you feel any discomfort, anything at all? Carlisle asked as he turned to face Alex and Bella. No, I feel just fine, Alex said as he shook his head. Carlisle nodded and then pressed a button on top of Bella's and Alex's beds. It showed both of their X-rays. The X-rays also look good, and no damage seems to have been inflicted, Carlisle said as he checked another square on his medical chart. Turning to face Bella only this time, Carlisle headed to the side of her bed and asked her, May I? Bella nodded as she gave permission, and Carlisle touched the back part of her head. Wince. Releasing a short breath of air, Bella winced as she closed her eyes from the sharp pain. Is something wrong? Is she hurt? Charlie immediately jumped up at Bella's reaction. Carlisle just shook his head at Charlie and answered the anxious man, easing his worries. No, she's fine. Because she hit her head when she fell on the ground. It's a little tender and will hurt if touched for a few days, but it doesn't need any medication and should heal by itself. Of course, if the pain is unbearable then you can take a Tylenol, Carlisle said, as he explained what had been the cause of the pain to Charlie and Bella. No, I'm fine. It doesn't really hurt unless I touch it, Bella said from the bed. Carlisle just nodded as he wrote something else on his medical chart and then lifted his head up to face the Swan family. Well, you can leave the hospital anytime you want. You're both fine, thankfully, Carlisle said as he smiled at them. Thank you, doctor. Both Alex and Charlie thanked the man for his work. What about Edward? Is he fine? Bella asked instead as she faced the doctor. Edward is fine, Miss Bella. He didn't have any injuries, so he was cleared earlier. He's outside the hospital right now, heading back to school, Carlisle said as he nodded toward Bella. Do we have to go to school? Alex asked Carlisle. No, I would suggest that you two take today off, Carlisle said to both them and Charlie. I'll make sure they get a good rest at home, Charlie said as he nodded at Carlisle, showing his determination to follow the doctor's instructions. But Edward was with us, and he's able to go to school. Bella was about to continue complaining, but was interrupted by a new voice. That's because someone has to tell the school that you guys are okay, the voice said. Turning towards it, Alex saw who it was. Alice Cullen in all her pixie galore. Carlisle nodded as he released a small, quiet laugh and then told Alex and Bella. Well, the small part of the school that's left there, almost everyone is waiting outside the hospital, Carlisle said with a small smile. Alex just looked at him for a moment and then released a dramatic sigh. Sigh. Do I really have to leave here? Alex said as he laid his head back on the pillow. You can stay the night in the hospital today, if you want to, Carlisle said as he turned to face Alex. No, I'll just have to bear through it. Thanks for the offer, however, doctor, Alex said as he closed his eyes for a moment and then got up from the bed. Where can I find my clothes? Alex asked as he looked at the patient gown that he had been asked to wear before he did his X-ray scan. They should all be in the small box next to your bed. You can go to the room's bathroom to change, Carlisle said as he pointed at the small cardboard box. Alex nodded and mumbled a thanks as he took the box and headed into the bathroom. It didn't take long for Alex to finish dressing up and for Bella to get her turn. Once both of them were back in their own clothes, they turned to Carlisle, who had been talking with Charlie while they waited for them, and expressed their thanks once more to the gorgeous doctor. Thank you for the help, doctor, both Alex and Bella said as they nodded towards Carlisle. As I said before, it was nothing, merely a part of my job, and you two are my kids' friends, so, of course, I would help, Carlisle said as he gave the two of them a closed-eyed smile that seemed to radiate kindness. They said goodbye and started heading out when Alex felt a hand press on his shoulder. Could we talk for a bit, Alex? Alice said as she held his shoulder. Turning towards Carlisle, he saw the man nod at him, expressing his desire to talk with him as well. All right, one moment, Alex said as he turned to Charlie and Bella. Hey, could you wait for me in the car for a few minutes? I want to have a chat and thank Alice for helping me out, Alex said to Charlie and Bella, who nodded and headed off, leaving Alex in a room with Alice, Carlisle, and Tyler. How about we go to my office? Carlisle asked. Alice and Alex nodded and started following the man. The walk to Carlisle's office was silent, the only sound reverberating through the hallway being their steps as they walked. The walk, however, was short. It only took them a minute to arrive at the office. Heading inside, Alex saw what looked like a generic doctor's office with some clear glass drawers filled with medical archives and a desk at the end of the room. There was also a white bed on the right side of the room if anyone came, especially for an appointment with Dr. Carlisle. Closing the door behind them, Carlisle headed towards his chair and motioned for Alice to sit on a small round chair while Alex sat on the white bed. Now then, I'm sure we have a lot to talk about, Alex, especially after what happened yesterday and this morning, Carlisle said as he turned to face Alex. We sure do, though I'm unsure how to ease us into this conversation, Alex said as he faced Carlisle, who still kept that soft smile on his face. Alice, meanwhile, clearly showed signs of being anxious and was fidgeting on the chair. Well, we can just skip all the easing into it if you want. From what I and my family have observed, you do know about what we are, correct? Carlisle said as he interlocked his hands on the wooden table in front of him. Alex nodded slowly and replied to the man. Yes, I know what you guys are, vampires, Alex said as he pointed with his head to Alice. Alice's breath seemed to almost freeze for a moment until it restarted once more. Even the calm Carlisle's eyes seemed to focus more. Alex felt like they did, at least, though the outward change to his gaze was minimal at best. I see we were correct in our observations, Carlisle said as they released a soft sigh. It's all right. It's not going to affect me or you much even if I know about it, Alex said as he tried to show a trustworthy smile, though he failed miserably at it. Sigh. If only it was that simple, Alex. There could be a lot of problems with you knowing what we are. While we know that you aren't exactly normal either, with you being able to lock your mind against telepaths at will, you still seem like a human. And humans should never know the existence of vampires, Carlisle said as he faced Alex. His expression was serious as he told Alex. There are vampires in this world that will kill you and everyone you care for if they knew about you. Knowing they exist, Alex, Carlisle said as he tried to show Alex the importance of the situation at hand. That's right, Alex. We won't do anything against you. We don't even drink human blood like other vampires, but it's still a problem, Alice interjected. Alex stood there for a moment and then huffed out a puff of air and took a deep breath. Well, that entire problem really doesn't exist, Doctor, Alex said, turning to Alice and continuing. Alice and Carlisle's expressions turned mildly confused as they stared at Alex, waiting for an explanation. Well, I can just tell you, I think it's better that you see for yourself. It would be easier to show than to explain, Alex said, and then turned to look around the room. There aren't any cameras in the room, right? Alex asked. No, there's no cameras in my office. You can rest easy, Carlisle replied. All right, let's just do this then, Alex said as he nodded more so to affirm his own mind. Closing his eyes for but a split second and opening them again, Alex looked directly into Carlisle's own amber eyes. The pitch-black eyes slowly started to change, and then the speed of what could even be called a mutation started ramping up quickly. In only a few moments, the eyes turned crimson red, their pupils sharp and narrow like a cat. This, Alice said out loud to her surprise as she stood up from the chair, causing it to make a screeching sound as it went backward. I see we knew less than we thought about you, Alex, Carlisle said as he stared at Alex's new crimson eyes. Though his tone appeared calm as a lake, it had an undeniable undertone of surprise and bewilderment. Alex simply nodded to Carlisle's statement as he stared at the man in silence. Sit down, Alice, Carlisle said as he turned to his daughter. Right, sorry, Alice said as she sat back down. You aren't a vampire, are you? Vampires can't really hide the color of your eyes like you just did. We could, at most, use colored contact lenses, Carlisle asked. Alex shook his head and answered the question. No, I am a vampire, though I could be called a different race of vampire from you guys. I'm more similar to a traditional folklore vampire, though I have none of the weaknesses usually described in media and books, Alex said. Carlisle stood silent for a moment. He ingested every word Alex said as he tried to compute the situation, which had turned a complete 180 from what he thought the course of it was going to go. Alice, however, looked quite different from Carlisle. Her expression was no longer anxious, and she even showed slight signs of a smile blooming on her face. Sighing for what felt like the 100th time, Carlisle laid back on his chair fully and said, Well, you sure did surprise us, Alex. I really didn't think this was how this conversation was going to go. It makes it much less stressful but almost much more confusing at the same time, Carlisle said, his voice carrying a shallow tone of tiredness. There's more to this world than just one species of supernatural creatures. If vampires like you can exist, then who says other species can't? Alex questioned Carlisle, who turned to face him once more. That's right. I do have to say that we have been quite ignorant of the supernatural world and maybe even egotistical to think that only we existed, Carlisle said. So I would like for us to continue this conversation, but this really doesn't seem like the right place to do it. Also, don't tell Bella about any of this. She isn't a vampire and is truly only a regular human, and it's the same with Charlie, Alex said as he stood up from the bed. Carlisle and Alice also stood up from their seated positions and came in front of Alex. Carlisle extended his hand for a handshake, which Alex took with a smile on his face. Well then, we will make sure we don't tell those two, Carlisle said as he nodded toward Alex. And then continued his words. I would like to invite you to our house tomorrow after school. The kids can take you in their car, Carlisle said as he offered his invitation to Alex. Alex nodded as he replied to the man. Of course. Thank you for inviting me to your home. I'm also excited to learn more from you about some questions I have, Alex said as he smiled. Carlisle nodded and took his hand back. Well, I guess I'll get going now. I don't want to make Dad and Bella wait for too long. See you later, Dr. Carlisle, Alex said to the two vampires, who smiled and waved at him. Heading outside of the office, Alex closed the door behind him and started heading outside of the hospital. That sure was nerve-wracking, though it went much better than what my overthinking mind had imagined. I thought they would be much more hostile, but it seems like they're just as nice as they were portrayed to be in the books, Alex thought as he showed a slightly relieved smile on his face. The walk to the parking lot was short, and Alex soon arrived at the old truck. Bella was inside the truck while Charlie had parked his police car next to it. Charlie, who had yet to enter the car as he waited for Alex, walked towards him as soon as his eyes landed on Alex. "Are you all right? Did the doctor say anything was wrong?" Charlie asked, though he knew that Carlisle would have told him if something was wrong with his boy. Alex shook his head and answered Charlie with a smile. "It was nothing, Dad. I just wanted to thank Alice for saving me from the van. I might not have even been here if she hadn't come at the right time, so I thought she deserved a heartfelt thank you," Alex said. Sigh. Releasing a slow sigh, Charlie nodded as he said to Alex, "I'm so glad that you and Bella are all right. I don't know what I would have done if something had happened to you guys. How would I even explain this to your mother?" Charlie said as he patted Alex's back. Alex froze for a moment and then mechanically turned his head towards Charlie. "You didn't tell Mom, right?" Alex asked slowly. "I had to, Alex. She has the right to know when an accident happens to her own children," Charlie said. He then stopped for a moment as if he remembered something and turned to Alex. "Oh right, she told me to tell you guys to call her as soon as you came back home," Charlie said. Alex felt a wave of tiredness wash over him like a tsunami instantly. "She's going to freak out for about an hour on the phone while I try to tell her that nothing happened. If she gets suspicious and doesn't believe me, then she could also just straight up come here, and I really don't want to deal with that right now with all the vampire stuff that's going to happen soon," Alex thought as he released a slow sigh. "All right, thanks for telling me. I'll go drive the truck since Bella's head still hurts a little," Alex said as he nodded toward the old truck. "All right, just follow me from behind," Charlie said as he nodded towards Alex. Alex and Charlie both headed to their respective cars. Opening the driver's seat door, Alex hopped in and asked for the keys from Bella, who just gave them to him. Igniting the truck, Alex started following Charlie from behind as he drove towards their home. "What's wrong, Bella? Why are you so deep in your thoughts?" Alex asked, though he knew perfectly well what had gotten her so silent. Bella didn't answer for a moment and then shook her head as if what she was thinking couldn't be it. "Nothing, Alex. I just think I'm confused from the shock and thought I saw something, but it clearly just the shock," Bella said, though her tone sounded like she was unsure about the words as she spoke of them. "All right, make sure to get a good rest tonight then. I'm sure you will feel better tomorrow, and then if you want we can talk about it," Alex said as he patted her shoulder. Bella nodded and thanked Alex. "Right, thanks, Alex. What else is a brother for if not for being there when you need him?" Alex said as he smiled at her. "Right, some brother you are," Bella said, though her tone was light, and the words were clearly said in a joking tone. "I am. What do you mean?" Alex said. The rest of the car ride was filled with banter as they headed home. When they arrived home close to half an hour later, Alex and Bella were stuck on the phone for an hour each as their mother took her time to both worry about them as well as berate them, even though Bella tried to explain it wasn't their fault. Alex just stood still and accepted every beration while mumbling apologies. In cases like this, no matter what you do, you will end up on the losing end. It's better to just accept it gracefully rather than end up having to talk for another hour, Alex thought as he finally said his goodbyes with Renee and turned off the phone. Huff. That was one hell of a scolding session, Alex thought as the smile on his face twitched, though he could do nothing about it. From the memories of this body, I know that Renee would come in forks with a split-second decision if she thought that something bad was going on. I'd rather not have to deal with her as well, Alex thought as he headed up to the bathroom. After finishing taking a shower, Alex went to his room and lay down on his bed. Edward shouldn't come and watch Bella sleep now that they know I'm a vampire, right? It would be extremely embarrassing to know that her brother knows you're watching your crush sleep, right? Right? Alex thought as he desperately hoped those thoughts of his were correct. Oh God, what do I do when they do that? I'll just run away, miles away. Alex thought, then hopped off his bed and opened the window in his room. Looking outside at the forest, Alex clenched his fist. I finally don't have to hide this from everyone, Alex thought as a relieved grin appeared on his face. The day passed quickly. Alex headed to Bella's room and looked around the internet, trying to find anything interesting while Bella read a book on her bed. The moon overtook the sun, and soon, it was the sun's turn to overtake the moon once more. The time was 6 in the morning, just like yesterday. Alex was standing before his room window as he looked outside. Snow was still covering the landscape, freezing over the water and causing cold winds to appear from time to time. Going to the Cullen house today, I can't wait to see that woodland mansion. It looked so damn awesome in the movies, Alex thought as he remembered the mansion he had seen in the movies. They have to let me check out their cars too, especially the Porsche. That thing looks dope, Alex thought as he imagined all the things he could check out. Slapping his face lightly, Alex shook his head. All right, let's calm down, Alex. Let's just go one step at a time, Alex thought to himself and started getting ready for school. Once he was all dressed up and ready, he headed downstairs just like every other day and prepared a small meal for Bella while she cleaned herself up and got dressed. Bella arrived downstairs soon enough and ate the food Alex had quickly made for her. They headed outside to the truck. I really think we should go and buy some better winter clothes this weekend, Alex said to Bella as they were walking to their truck, which was in front of the garage. Yeah, the clothes we had from Phoenix really aren't cutting it. Even the ones that we bought for winter just aren't good enough for the winter over here at Forks, Bella said as she hopped into the driver's seat while Alex went into the passenger one. We should also look for some part-time jobs. We can't just be munching off Charlie all the time, Alex said as he closed the door of the truck while Bella tried to ignite the truck's engine, which usually took a few tries. Brung in. The truck's engine finally started, making a loud noise and shaking a little. Yeah, Bella answered Alex, clearly absent-minded, as she seemed to be suddenly absorbed in her own thoughts. Driving out into the road, Bella started their drive to school. The drive was silent, though not a deafening silence, but a rather cozy one while they headed to school. Both Alex and Bella were in their own heads as they thought. One of them was thinking of the past, while the other thought of the future. Finally, a while later, the truck arrived at the school. This time, it seemed like the parking lot wasn't entirely filled, so they managed to find a place to park the truck. Literally, the only day where there isn't parking space, the incident happens, and then the next day with the same weather conditions, and suddenly there is parking space. Alex thought as he narrowed his eyes. Is this the world enforcing the plot of the book, or is it just a coincidence? And I think it's not because I know the future, Alex thought as he grabbed his backpack and opened the truck's door. It's quite an interesting topic. Does everything in this world get some kind of attraction to follow its original course? Or does that force not exist, and I just haven't changed the event enough? Alex thought, intrigued, as he followed Bella into the school building. First class today is P.Ed. Physical Education Aka Gym. I'll just go make an excuse. Don't really feel like doing that today, Alex thought to himself as he turned to Bella and waved a goodbye at her. See you at lunch, Alex said, receiving no reply besides a small wave from Bella. Time to get this day started, Alex thought as he headed down the hallway. Wednesdays are really slow, though I guess it's just because I can't wait for the school classes to end today, Alex thought as he headed towards the gym professor's office. The class had yet to start, so it was most likely to find him here. Knock knock. Come in, the professor's voice was heard as he invited Alex in. Opening the door, Alex headed inside. The office was small, and it seemed pretty similar to the one that Carlisle had, though the drawers were made with low-quality wood and not glass, and the gym professor didn't have a white bed in here. There was a basket of sorts Oswell that held all kinds of sport balls in it Oswell that was situated on the left corner of the room. Alex Swan, son of Chief Swan, right? The professor asked. That's right. I just wanted to ask if you could free me from today's class because of yesterday, and all Alex answered and asked his own question. You seem fine to me, young man. Nothing looks wrong, the professor said as he furrowed his brows. Why do professors have to be the same everywhere you go, Alex thought, and then looked the man in the eyes. Crimson seeped into Alex's iris for but a split second, and then it disappeared as if it was an illusion. Of course I understand. I'll let you go for today. Just make sure to get a nice rest, the professor said as he nodded at Alex. Thanks, Professor. I'll make sure to get a nice rest, Alex said, heading out of the office and closing the door behind him. Next order of business is asking about me graduating early. Alex thought as he headed to the school's principal office. The principal wasn't the one Alex was going to talk to. His secretary would be more than enough. Walking through the halls, Alex heard the different professors talking inside the classrooms as he passed by them. Finally, a few minutes later, Alex arrived at the principal office. Heading inside, the room was divided into two. First, when you entered, you would see the secretary part where most problems could be solved or simply stuff that didn't need the principal's attention. And at the back was another wooden door behind which was the real principal's office and where he was right now. How did Alex know he was there right now? His heart is pumping faster than what a human heart normally beats. Alex thought that maybe he should tell the secretaries in case of a heart attack. And then he heard a grunt that he really wished his enhanced hearing hadn't heard, and so Alex looked at the door while he tried to get his imagination in check, trying to stop it from creating the scene in his head. Let's just get this done with, Alex thought as he gulped and headed closer to the secretary desk where an old woman of what looked to be about 50 years of age sat. "Hello, I'd like to ask some questions," Alex said as he tried to get the woman's attention. The woman raised her head quickly, looking surprised for a moment, and then her expression softened as she nodded. Yes, you can ask any question you want, young man. I'll try my best to help you out," the old woman said as she nodded towards Alex, urging him to go on. "I was wondering how the early graduation system works here in Forks," Alex asked. Do you want to graduate early?" the old woman asked, once more taken by surprise. "That's right," Alex answered simply. The woman stood silent for a split moment and then nodded her head. "1 second, I don't remember it exactly, but there should be a file around here somewhere that tells exactly how it works," the old woman said as she started looking around the drawers behind her desk. "All right," Alex said as he waited. Putting his hands in his pockets felt weird and disrespectful, so he was just left there standing awkwardly in the silence, while the woman looked through the documents for the early graduation file. Finally, after what felt like ages, the woman turned around with 2 files in her hand. Pushing them towards Alex, she said, "There are 2 ways for you to graduate early. One is the traditional early graduation, for which you need a certain amount of credits in classes, while the other one is called General Educational Development, or GED. You can only apply for a GED if you leave the school program, however, and it also limits your options if you want to apply at highly competitive colleges," the woman said as he did a quick summarization of Alex's 2 options. Taking the papers in hand, Alex started to read through them carefully and came up to a conclusion quickly. Both of them have their benefits and also cons. Early graduation gives better benefits, but would be harder to achieve in a short time frame, while I could do GED in a week if the entire process goes quickly. GED, however, does give fewer prospects in college or simply in any other higher field of education, Alex thought as he rubbed his chin. Strictly speaking, I really don't need a higher level of education, if any at all. College isn't even obligatory, and with the knowledge I have, simply investing in the stocks and markets I know of the future will allow me to earn enough to live for hundreds of years without working a single minute, Alex thought as he lifted his head and stared at the old woman. "Could I possibly take these with me?" Alex asked. "Of course, they're just copies of the documents, after all," the old secretary said as she nodded her head. "I see. Thank you once more." Alex thanked her and headed out of the office. Walking down the hallway, Alex started heading outside with the files in hand. Arriving outside, Alex turned to a more closed-off corner and took out a cigarette from a pack he had bought in secret. Charlie and Bella would kill me if they saw this, Alex thought as he took the lighter and lit the cigarette on his lips. Taking a large smoke, Alex inhaled it as he sent the smoke to his lungs and then back out. Puff. It was a mistake to take that cigarette from the kid the other day. Now I'm back into the habit just like I was in my other life, Alex thought as he stared at the white death stick. Well, it's not going to do any damage to me this time, though the addiction seems to have persisted over into this life as well. Alex thought as he breathed in the smoke a couple more times and then looked over the graduation papers once more. Let's think realistically. Do I want a college degree? Do I wish to put myself through that? Alex thought to himself for a few minutes until he finally came to a decision. No, I really don't think I want to go and play human in college. I want to be able to travel around the world. I want to try new foods, see different cultures, and just experience life. I can achieve all of that without being stuck in college, Alex thought and nodded his head. His mind set on his future plans. I'll take the GED, but I'll at least stay in school for this year. I'll at least finish this junior year, and I'll just skip senior entirely. Alex thought, then threw the cigarette on his lips to the ground and smashed it with his foot. Taking out his phone, Alex nodded, saying that it had been a while and that the gym class was almost over now. I don't have any classes with anyone besides Mike today, Alex thought as he headed inside. The classes went by slowly. Alex especially felt like the seconds had turned into minutes. Finally, lunch hour arrived, and the students all started heading toward the cafeteria. Arriving at the cafeteria, Alex opened the doors and headed inside. At the end of the cafeteria, as usual, he saw the Cullens, who looked to be whispering among themselves, while in the middle of the room was his group of friends. It seems like Bella and Edward have already started playing their hot and cold game. This is going to be annoying to watch, Alex thought as he headed towards Bella. I'll just stick to Bella for now. I'll have my chance to talk with the Cullens after classes either way, and I'll have to inform Bella about the entire thing as well so she doesn't get stuck waiting for me after school. Alex thought as he waved his hand at the table. Hey guys, Alex said as he sat down on his usual chair next to Bella. Hey Alex, Mike, Eric and Jessica said, their voice enthusiastic as always, though Jessica seemed to be acting weirdly like usual. Hey Alex, Angela also greeted him, though her voice seemed much quieter and soft compared to the others. So, what are you guys doing? Alex asked them to start the conversation and then completely shut off his mind for almost the entire hour as Jessica rambled on about some random gossip around the school or about her new makeup kit. Turning to face his sister, Alex said, I'm going out after school today. A friend is taking me with them, so you can just go ahead and not wait for me, Alex said as he tried to find a way to circumvent telling her that he was going to the Cullens. With how suspicious Bella is of everything the Cullens are doing, I really do not want that suspicion to get directed my way as well, Alex thought as he shivered when his mind imagined Bella coming at 3 a.m. coming to his room to look around while he pretended to be asleep. Hell no. That can't happen ever, Alex thought to himself as he shook his head, lightly disappointed at his own imagination. Bella nodded and gave him an okay, though she seemed to be deep in thought, so he could have probably even asked for her precious chips and she would have agreed. All right, don't say that I didn't tell you, all right, Bella, Alex said, once more making sure that she actually had listened, or at least trying to make sure she had. Yeah, Alex, I heard you already, Bella said, her voice slightly annoyed. All right, Alex replied and then sat in silence as he continued to listen to the others continue their rambling. The lunch quickly came to a close and the last 3 classes started. They were just like the morning classes and Alex almost found them unbearable today, but still stuck through until the end. Ryaning. The final bell of the day rang. Alex got up from his chair quickly and started packing his books into his backpack. Slugging his backpack over his shoulder, Alex headed outside the classroom and walked through the school hallways quickly. He tried to get to the parking lot as quickly as possible. I'll have to wait for a bit before Bella drives off, or we just drive off before Bella arrives, Alex thought to himself as he rushed through the hallways. Finally, a minute or so later, Alex arrived at the parking lot. Quickly looking around, Alex found the Cullens pretty quickly. Thankfully, all of them seemed to be there as they had gathered around their cars. Walking with fast steps, Alex arrived at the silver Volvo quickly. Hey guys, Alex said as he waved. Hey guys, Alex said as he waved at the Cullen vampires who had gathered around their cars. Hey Alex. Alice waved at him as a large smile appeared on her face. Running towards Alex, she gave him a hug. Alex's face turned surprised at the show of affection, but he quickly returned the hug and then parted with Alice. Hey, could we get going? I don't really want Bella to see us together, Alex said as he looked at the others. It took a moment, but the Cullens nodded and got inside their cars. Alice took Alex and they hopped into the silver Volvo together with Edward and Edith while the others went inside the Jeep. Turning the ignition key, Edward started the Volvo up, and they headed out of the parking lot quickly. "So, how did today go?" Alex said as he tried to break the icy atmosphere in the car. Edward and Edith didn't answer him at all, unlike someone who started ranting about her entire day. Alice turned to Alex and started talking about how the classes were so boring today and how she couldn't wait to show him around their house. "You will love it, Alex, and now that we both know we are vampires, we can even go around hunting animals, and you can even join us to play baseball," Alice said as she could barely get the words out with how fast she was talking. Alex had to raise his head at one point to stop her. "Okay, we can do whatever you have planned, Alice. Just please calm down a little. I'm not going to go anywhere," Alex said as he looked at the pixie. Sorry, I get too excited sometimes," Alice replied as she turned to look back forwards. "No, it's fine. I love how you are so carefree and are able to connect and talk to anyone," Alex said as he tried to lift up her mood. "Even I'm not as scatterbrained as she is, though, and that's an achievement if I have ever seen one," Alex thought as he looked down at the short pixie haircut vampire. "It feels weird to be next to people so otherworldly sometimes. Even just 2 weeks ago, I could have never imagined I would be in a car with real vampires," Alex thought as he turned to look out of the car window. "So you were a vampire all along?" Edith asked as she turned her head to look at the back seats where Alex and Alice were seated. Edith's question seemed to cause both Alice and Edward's heads to perk up a little. Clearly, both of them were also interested in the question. "That's right, I'm sure Jasper could have noticed that his bloodthirst doesn't really go off around me, does it?" Alex answered as he turned his head to look at Edith. Alice turned to face Alex, and she nodded her head quickly. "That's right. Jasper did tell me about how he didn't mind being around you. I guess that makes sense now that we know you're a vampire," Alice said. "It would make sense. My blood should essentially be poison to you," Alex said as he nodded at Alice. Edith then asked another question. "How's your heart still beating? Do you fake it?" Edith asked as her brows furrowed in confusion. Alex shook his head. "I'm not faking it. It's real. As I have told Dr. Carlyle, my race of vampires is vastly different from yours. An example would be that I don't have the stone-hard skin like you do. My regeneration, however, is much, much higher than yours," Alex said as he touched Alice's hand for a moment so as to showcase the stone skin, and then pressed on his own arm. "I see," Edith said slowly as she nodded and turned back around. "No, you don't see it all. You're probably even more confused than before you asked the questions," Alex thought. "Let's leave all the questions for when everyone is together, however. I don't really want to repeat myself 100 times. And I also have some questions about your race I'd like to ask Carlyle," Alex said as he turned to look outside the window once more. Outside the car, they were now driving in the middle of a forest, with trees surrounding both sides of the road. The trees look hundreds of years old as they were so large that they could cover even the sky, causing a large shadow to appear on the road. "This place really is the best for vampires," Alex mumbled to himself as he looked at the large forest. "That's right. There's almost no sun the entire year, and the forests have enough animal life to keep us fed," Alice answered as he came closer to Alex, looking out of the window together with him. Alex nodded and kept looking into the forest as they passed by. His enhanced senses included incredible eyesight. Alex wasn't just able to see far away clearly. Even his motion sight had increased. What motion sight meant was the ability to see moving objects clearly as if they were staying in one place. There really is a lot of wildlife around here. It's nice, considering how much humanity has ruined the natural habitats of so many creatures, Alex thought as he stared at some squirrels heading up a tree. "Are we almost there?" Alex said as he turned to face the others. "Almost there," Edward said, finally voicing out a word since the start of the drive. The rest of the drive was short but calm. No words were said, and though Alex could feel a slight tension, it wasn't unbearable or uncomfortable. Slowly, the car stopped and started slowing down as it turned and parked in front of a large mansion. The mansion was constructed in modern architecture, with large windows, and is surrounded by black marble and light brown wood. Turning the ignition key, Edward stopped the car's engine. Clink. Edward opened the Volvo's door and headed outside. Edith, Alice, and Alex followed suit as they got outside. This place looks even more gorgeous than it did in the films. I guess seeing it in real life shows just how big of a mansion it really is, Alex thought as he looked at the house. Pretty impressive, right? Alice asked as she stood next to Alex. Yeah, looks gorgeous, Alex answered as he stared at the mansion and then turned around to look at the surrounding. Woods were all you could see all around it. The location is also awesome, Alex added after he stopped surveying the area. Yeah, Carlisle and Esme wanted a calm place to relax and not have to worry about hiding ourselves, Alice said. A few seconds later, the rumbling sound of a car was heard and the Jeep came into view. Parking next to the Volvo, the rest of the Cullen children came out. Jasper and Emmett had a smile on their face, a significant contrast to Rosalie, that seemed to frown in displeasure as soon as her eyes landed on Alex's face. She makes it look like I'm either the most disgusting thing she has ever seen, or I killed her entire family. Alex's sweat dropped as he saw Rosalie's reaction. Well, then, let's go inside. Carlisle and Esme are waiting for us, Jasper said as he came over. Right. Alex nodded as he started following the rest, heading towards the front door of the large mansion. Ah, right. You haven't seen her yet. Esme is our adoptive mother and Carlisle's wife, Alice said as she walked alongside Alex. Alex nodded and then followed the others the rest of the way to the front door. Rosalie opened it and headed inside directly, not even bothering to care about anyone else, as she disappeared behind the mansion's doors. She doesn't really see me favorably, does she? Alex asked with a slight grimace on his expression. Don't worry. She'll warm up to you soon enough, Emmett said as he slapped Alex's back. You know those slaps of yours are quite heavy, Emmett, Alex said as he turned to Emmett. Emmett simply gave a sheepish smile in response. Finally, Alex headed inside the large forest mansion. The walls, the high ceiling, the wooden floors, and the thick carpets covering the floors were all different shades of white. It gave the already large mansion an even larger feel. It almost looks like those palaces in Greek mythology, Alex thought as he headed further inside. Finally, after they had passed one more door, Alex saw two people waiting for them. One was the handsome Carlisle, who was wearing what looked like a thin sweater, and the other was a woman. She was quite tall, with brown locks of hair and amber, almost hazel eyes that perfectly suited her heart-shaped face. Her body also looked fit. However, her beauty differed from Alice's or Rosalie's, who had a much younger-looking beauty. Esme, the woman Alex was looking at, could be said to perfectly represent the beauty of an older woman, someone who looked like a true, kind-hearted mother. Carlisle opened his mouth first as he smiled and welcomed Alex inside. Welcome, Alex. We are very pleased that you have decided to join us today, Carlisle said, his tone soft and graceful as he extended his hand for a handshake. Shaking the man's hand, Alex smiled as he replied, It's also my pleasure to be invited. Your house truly looks lovely, Dr. Alex said. Parting hands with Carlisle, Alex turned his head towards Esme. Welcome, Alex. I'm glad you decided to come. Alice has told me many good things about you, Esme said as she smiled at Alex. You must be Alice's mother, Esme. I'm also glad I could come. Thank you once more for the invitation, and I hope Alice didn't put me on too high of a pedestal. I'm just a normal kid, Alex said as he smiled and nodded to Esme in thanks. Esme smiled and Carlisle continued talking. Well then, let us go and sit inside. Alex nodded, and they headed to the living room. The mansion's living room was wide, with a TV in the middle and large couches surrounding it. Large windows on the side gave a great view of the forest outside. On the other side was the kitchen, and a bit farther away was a set of stairs leading upstairs. It looks lovely, Alex said, causing Esme to give him a soft thanks and a smile. Sitting on the couches, Alex sat with Alice on his right and Jasper on his left, while on the other side were Emmett with Rosalie and Edward with Edith. Carlisle and Esme sat together on a smaller couch meant for only two people. Well, I'm sure you all have questions about me, so we can start with that right away if you wish, Alex said as he turned to face Carlisle. Carlisle nodded his head, his smile still in place. That would be much appreciated, Alex. You have us quite confused, you see, Carlisle said, causing Alice, who was on his side, to nod unconsciously. Well then, how about I start with what exactly I am, Alex said. Well then, how about I start with what exactly I am, Alex said as he looked at the Cullens surrounding him. Carlyle nodded. First of all, I am a vampire, Alex said as he closed his eyes and opened them again. Unlike when he first closed them, however, his eyes had turned crimson. The change caused the others to shift in their positions. Clearly, the tension in the room rose. Very interesting, your eyes, that is, Carlyle said as he rubbed his chin. What do you mean? Alex asked as he faced the man. Our type of vampire only gets red eyes when we drink human blood, though we don't have the slitted pupils like you seem to have. If we don't drink human blood, they turn into an amber color like ours are, Carlyle said as he explained to Alex. I know that already, Alex thought, but nodded either way. Basically, I'm close to what the old folklore describes vampires as. Of course, all of the side effects are simply bullshit that humans have created. Like not being able to enter a house without being invited. Alex said as he turned his eyes back to their natural color. I see. Are there any more of your kind? Carlyle asked, his curiosity piqued. As far as I know, then no, there aren't any others like me. At least I haven't seen any others that are like me, Alex said as he shook his head. How did you become a vampire then? Alice asked from her position beside Alex. If I'm frank, then I'm unsure as well. What I do know is that it's only me, and neither Bella nor Charlie seems to have the potential to turn like me. They are completely normal humans besides Bella, who has some kind of mental shield, though hers seems to be a worse-off version of mine, Alex said as he turned to face Alice. Alice nodded in understanding, though her face clearly still showed her confusion on the matter. Turning back to face the Cullens, Alex continued. First of all, a major difference between us is that I don't have a need for blood. It tastes 100 times better than any other food I eat and could cause an addiction pretty quickly if uncontrolled, but I don't have the physical need for any sustenance, Alex said. His words caused the other vampires in the room to widen their eyes, shocked. That's a joke, right, Alex? Emmett interjected from the side. His face showed just how shocked Alex's words had left him. Alex shook his head, indicating that he wasn't joking at all. No, I really don't have any need to joke around right now, Emmett. Other abilities of mine include high regeneration speeds, immortal life, and super strength and speed, Alex continued, interlocking his fingers as he waited for the Cullens to digest the information he had just given them. A small chuckle left Carlyle as he finally got his bearings back from the shocking information and jokingly said to Alex, Well, aren't your kind just a better version of ours? Carlyle asked jokingly. Alex laughed lightly at the man and then replied, No, I'm afraid not. Your bodies are most definitely tougher than mine. As for our strength and speed, I'm really unsure about that, and we would have to test that out, Alex said as he faced Carlyle with a smile, relieved that Carlyle's joke seemed to have softened up the tension, if only a little. Either way, that's basically all. I don't really want to cause any trouble for you guys, and I would hope that you didn't cause me any either, and we could hold an amicable relationship, Alex said as he looked at Carlyle, then the other Cullens around him. Carlyle nodded almost immediately as he smiled at Alex. Of course, Alex, we very much appreciate the fact that you came here and talked this out with us, even though you had no obligation to do so, Carlyle said. Esme got up on her feet and headed towards the kitchen. I'll get us something to drink. Would you mind animal blood, as that's all we have around, Esme said as she smiled at Alex from the kitchen. It's all right. That works just fine, Alex answered as he nodded, showing his thanks. That whole fire at Downtown Forks, was that you? Finally, for the first time since he had met her, Alex heard Rosalie talk to him. Her words caused Alex to freeze for a moment. Sigh. Unclenching his muscles that had reflexively tightened, Alex released a sigh and nodded. His confirmation seemed to make Rosalie's brows furrow even further. We don't need some uncontrollable vampire around here, Rosalie said, her voice jaded and thorny as she looked at Alex with a venomous gaze. I shouldn't have done that, but it wasn't as if I harmed some innocent people, Alex said as he looked at Rosalie. This time his eyes had changed. They weren't the same soft ones that usually adorned Alex's face. His eyes held a sharp intent as he looked directly at Rosalie's equally thorny gaze. All right, "Calm down now, children, and from what I saw at the hospital, there is no way for them to find out who did it, or more importantly, that it was a vampire," Carlisle interrupted as he tried to clear up the suddenly formed cold atmosphere in the living room. Alex nodded at Carlisle and relaxed his expression, right on time as Esme also brought them all a wine glass of animal blood. "This is from a deer up in the mountains. We use a solution that keeps the blood fresh and drinkable," Esme said as she sat down next to Carlisle once more. Alex nodded as he raised his glass to the others in the room. "I want to give you all my heartfelt thanks for accepting me in your house, and I hope that we can continue on with a great relationship between us even in the future," Alex said. The others, besides Rosalie, who still looked like she wanted to rip him apart, nodded and raised their glasses. A second later, they all brought the blood to their lips as they drank, the blood staining their lips a dark crimson red. Gulping the blood down his throat, Alex felt the same exhilarating taste, though it was much more muted than when he drank human blood. It also varies. One of the people at the bar had really disgusting blood. I wonder what that could have been caused by. Maybe drugs or an overuse of alcohol. Alex thought as she swirled the remaining blood in his wine glass and then gulped the entire thing down. Lifting his eyes, he saw the Cullens were looking at him once more. What's wrong? Did I do something?" Alex asked as he looked at them confused. "No, it's still a bit of a shock to see you drink blood is all," Jasper said as he nodded at Alex. "Right, I guess it might still be a bit of a shocker knowing the fact that I'm a vampire," Alex said as he nodded. "Aren't you shocked about us?" Alice asked as she faced Alex. Alex shook his head and answered, "Not really, you all smell different. Not human since the first time I saw you guys. So I wasn't really that surprised when I found out you guys were vampires," Alex said as he turned to face Alice, who nodded at the answer she had been given. "Well then, you guys can do whatever you want. How about you come with me and I show you my room, Alex?" Alice asked as she faced him. Alex, who was also looking in her direction, stopped as he thought for a moment and then turned to look at the others, asking permission from Carlisle first. "You can do whatever, Alex. You're a friend of Alice, Jasper, Emmett, and Edith." "That's almost the entire family," Carlisle said as he nodded toward Alex, giving his permission. Turning around once more, Alex nodded at Alice. "Yeah, sure. It would be pretty interesting to see what your room looks like," Alex said as he and Alice got up on their feet. Heading up the wooden stairs, the two vampires arrived at the second story pretty quickly. The second story of the mansion was quite similar to the first one. White walls and ceilings surrounded him. Alex could see the doors leading to each of the Cullens' rooms. They were all white with what looked like an old French palace look. "The more I look around this place, the more beautiful it looks," Alex said as he looked at the intricately designed interiors and doors of the mansion. It was constructed by Jeff Koval, a renowned architect. "It's actually pretty new as it's only been a few years since we arrived back in Forks," Alice said as she headed down the hall towards the last white door. "It sure does look modern enough to be new," Alex said as he walked alongside her. Alice opened the last white door in the hall and together with Alex headed inside the room. The room was purely made of shades of gray and white, just like the rest of the mansion. It was quite large and had a king-size bed in the middle and what looked like hundreds of art supplies next to it. "You really do like painting, huh?" Alex asked as he came closer to the art supplies. Yeah, I guess so," Alice said as she came closer. "What was your last project?" Alex asked curiously as he looked around. The room had been decorated quite a lot more than the rest of the house. He saw tons of paintings all around the room. Most of the paintings were of the forest and the wildlife, however there were also some depicting what Alex assumed to be blood and some kind of massacre. "That's quite the creepy set of paintings to have, Alice," Alex thought as he stared at two of the most disturbing paintings in the room. The left painting depicted a dying man who was bleeding out of his mouth while on his knees and holding what looked like a silver chain. The right painting, on the other hand, was much more intense. Feels like too soft of a word. I guess extreme would fit better in this situation, Alex thought as he stared at the oil painting. The painting depicted a woman eating a man's shoulder, not drinking their blood, but actually eating the man's neck as she licked her fingers. As he looked at the painting, Alex felt like he should be disgusted, that he should think Alice had gone utterly insane for painting something like that and then framing it on her wall. But for some damn reason, I can see its beauty. At least whatever fucked up sense of beauty my body thinks that is, Alex thought as he stared at the painting for a few more seconds, and then turned towards Alice once more. Your paintings sure are interesting, Alice, Alex said with a twitching smile. Thank you, Alice said as she perked up and looked at Alex with what he could only call the greatest technique of all time, puppy eyes. Her being able to replicate that perfectly is a crime. She should be punished by God for that. Or whatever that guy who brought me here was. Alex thought, and then asked Alice another question. So do you do anything besides painting while in here? Alex asked, though he really wasn't expecting how the next part of the conversation would continue. So, do you do anything besides painting while in here? Alex asked, though he really wasn't expecting how the next part of the conversation would continue. Alice didn't answer at all, as her eyes seemed to start to become almost foggy. Sitting down on her bed, Alice looked at the ground, silence engulfing the room. Did I ask something I shouldn't have? Alex thought as he faced Alice, who was looking at the ground. Alice, are you okay? Alex asked as he came close and touched her shoulder. ZZP. Almost like an electrical current was flowing through his body, Alex reflexively jumped back as he stared at his hand. It was merely a split second, but he had seen something, though the image was blurred beyond belief. What the hell was that? Alex thought as he stared at his hand where he had first felt the jolt that had traveled throughout his entire body and to his brain. Was that one of her visions? Alex thought, confused. How the hell was I able to see her vision in the first place? Just what was that? Alex decided that he would just have to sit down and wait until Alice became responsive once more. The wait wasn't long. As soon as he sat on the bed next to her, Alice's head shot up as she looked around. Are you back? Alex asked as he looked at Alice. Alice simply turned around and stared at Alex. Her expression seemed grim. I just thought I'd tell you this, but Bella's going to find out about us soon, and by that I mean very soon. Alice said. Her voice seemed to carry a downtrodden tone. Alex simply stared at her for a moment and then nodded his head. That's all right. Edward is her mate, isn't he? Alex asked as he faced the pixie of a woman. Alex, in return, simply opened her mouth and stared in shock. How did you know? Alice asked as she stared at Alex. It's simple really, I don't think someone goes head over heels for someone like she has for Edward. At least I don't think normal love starts like that, Alex said as he sat next to Alice and looked around the room. So, back to my earlier question, do you do anything else besides paint in here? Alex asked. Alice nodded as her expression immediately turned into a large smile. At first Alex even thought she was vibrating from excitement as he stared at her almost jump up from the bed and head to the right side of the room. Alice headed to a white door and turned to Alex as she beckoned for him with her index finger. Damn, is that hot? Alex thought suddenly, only to shake his head. Don't think like that. Bad stuff grows if I think like that, Alex thought as he tried to take his mind off his lower body parts. Following Alice, Alex came in front of the large white door. Alice smiled a mischievous smile as she mumbled. We are going to have the best of times, Alice mumbled as she opened the door. Inside was another large room with what looked like hundreds upon hundreds of clothes. Alex just stood still as he looked at the enormous closet and the immense number of clothes. My senses are telling me to run away right this second, Alex thought as he quickly took a step backward. I see, super cool, Alice. How about we go to the living room again, Alex said awkwardly as he tried to take another step back. He, however, was stopped by a hand on his shoulder as Alice gave him a closed-eye smile. No, I want to show you what I have in my closet. You wouldn't simply leave me here, right? Alice asked. I'm really considering it, Alice, Alex thought as he slowly shook his head. I'm not wearing anything, nothing at all, understood, Alex said as he faced the woman who currently looked like the devil in his eyes. Of course, I wouldn't ever force you, Alex. We are best friends, and I would never do that, Alice said as she pushed Alex inside the closet. Time started to pass. Half an hour. An hour. An hour and a half. 2 hours. Finally, the door of the closet opened up. Out came Alice, with a large smile on her face, looking like she had the best day of her life. Walking behind her was Alex. His expression was almost hollow as he looked to be on the verge of death. Never again, I'm never going into Alice's room. I was wrong, she isn't a pixie, she's a vixen. A fox, I tell you, Alex thought as he came out of the closet and closed its doors behind him. Those pictures will never see the light of day, Alice, never, Alex said, his voice grave as he looked at the smiling fox next to him. Alice turned to face him as she nodded, her expression serious. Of course, Alex. Did you really think I would let anyone else land their eyes on these masterpieces? Alice asked, her voice serious. Alex simply stood there and looked at the picture Alice had called a masterpiece. I really should have thought better than to wish I was beautiful. Why the hell do I look like a damn ladyboy when I wear those hellish dresses? I have abs, god damn it. Alex thought as he felt himself cry inside. Right, just making sure, Alex answered slowly, and then turned to the door leading outside the room. I think I might have to go now, don't want to make Bella and Charlie too concerned. Alex said. All right, I can give you a ride. Alice said as she nodded and walked towards the door leading into the hall together with Alex. Walking down the stairs, Alice by his side. Alex gave the mansion one more look and then turned his head back. Looking forward, he saw that every Cullen besides Rosalie was waiting at the door. You guys didn't need to all get up to send me off, Alex said as he sweated. Carlisle shook his head as he gave a smile. Esme said as she came and hugged Alex. How could we not send you off, Alex? Your presence was truly pleasant, and I hope you come by many times in the future as well. Our house will always be open to you, Esme said as she parted from the hug. Alex smiled awkwardly and nodded. Thank you. I also had a great time, and your hospitality was great, Alex said, a bit caught off guard, not really knowing how to respond. Esme just gave another warm smile as she gave way for the others to give their goodbyes. Emmett and Jasper came together as Emmett patted Alex's shoulder, or maybe he should call it a slam instead of a pat, while Jasper simply shook Alex's hand. As Esme said, you will always be welcome amongst us, Alex. Or maybe I should call you homie? Jasper said with a small smile. Thanks, Jasper, Emmett, Alex said and headed forwards. At the end of the line were two other Cullens who had yet to give their parting words to Alex. Edward and Edith. Edward simply nodded his head while Edith came close and said to Alex that she looked quite uncomfortable while saying the words. Hey, I'm sorry about the cafeteria thing the other day. I was. Holding his hand up, Alex interrupted her. It's fine, Edith. If it was for the security of my family, then I would do everything to protect them. Anything, so what you did was justified, Alex said as he patted her shoulder and gave her a smile. Edith stopped for a moment and then revealed her own bright though slight smile and nodded her head. Thanks, Alex, and just as the others said, you can come anytime. Maybe I can show you the rest of the house next time, Edith asked. Suddenly, Alex felt someone appear right beside him. Turning around, he saw that it was Alice who was looking at Edith right in the eyes. Her expression looked unnatural. It was as if she had no emotions at all. It only showed for a split second, however, as Alice turned back to her cheery self and faced Alex. Should we go now then? Alice asked, acting just like the bundle of joy she usually was. Yeah, let's go, Alex said and then turned around, gave the other Cullens one final wave, and headed outside of the mansion. Edith was left speechless as she stood in place. Jasper came next to her and gave her a side hug. Yeah, I don't think I should get anywhere near Alex until they figure themselves out first, Edith said with an awkward smile on her face. Jasper, who was on her side, nodded as he smiled. They really are so similar sometimes, though, Jasper said as he watched Alex and Alice head towards the garage. Edith nodded as she hugged Jasper's side as well. In front of the mansion's garage, which in comparison to the one Charlie had looked massive, Alex was helping Alice lift the garage door up. Shouldn't this be automatic or done with a remote? Alex asked as he pushed the thing up. It is, but I think it broke last week when Emmett accidentally hit it or something, Alice said as she mumbled a small thanks to Alex for lifting the thing. Must be nice being tall and all, Alice said as she headed towards a yellow car. We're taking the Porsche? Alex asked, startled. Yeah, That's my car, the Volvo is Edward's, and the Jeep is Emmett's car, Alice said as she unlocked the car. Gulp. That's a 911 Turbo with 480 horsepower. That baby is so damned cool, Alex thought as stars practically appeared in his eyes while staring at the yellow beast. Alice smiled as she looked at him and then threw something over. Give it a drive, Alice said. Catching the thing she had thrown, Alex opened his palm to see a pair of Porsche keys. You wouldn't mind? Alex asked, surprised as he lifted his head to look at the vixen. Alice released a small giggle as she shook her head. No, Alex, it's just a car and I can buy another one whenever I want, even if you crash it, and at the end of the day, neither of us would even get harmed if we crash this thing, so just drive it to your heart's content, Alice said as she hopped into the passenger seat. Alex stood still for a moment, and then a large grin appeared on his face. Well, don't mind if I do then, Alex said as he jumped into the driver's seat and closed the door behind him. Putting the key into the ignition, Alex pressed the start-up button. The car's engine fired up as it released a loud sound. Unlike the truck's noise, however, the Porsche released a clean sound that was clearly just to show that the car was working perfectly, while the truck sounded like it was so broken that it could barely drive. Putting it in first gear, Alex drove out of the garage and into the road. Turning towards Alice once more, Alex asked one more time just so he could be sure. I can drive as fast as I want, right? Alex asked. Alice turned to face him and showed a mischievous smile. As long as the police don't catch you, that is. Alex copied her expression as the grin on his face widened and floored the gas pedal. The Porsche took off as soon as Alex floored the gas pedal. Its speed increased quickly as Alex drove down the forest path. This is awesome, Alex said out loud as he drove the car. Even though he was going at what most would consider an insane pace, he was entirely calm. He could still see every little detail of the passing forest. He felt like he was in control of everything around him and the car itself. Alice simply giggled as she stared at Alex. You might want to slow down, though. There's a turn that you won't be able to take at this speed, Alice said, though she seemed and sounded unconcerned about the situation at all, as if she weren't in the car herself. Oh, all right, Alex said as he slowed the car down. It didn't take long, only a few seconds, for the car to go back to normal speeds. The brakes on this are awesome as well, Alex said as he looked at the car's interior more. It's the best version of it. I got every option available when I bought the car, Alice said as she nodded at Alex. Right, are you into cars? Alex said as he took a hard turn. Alice shook her head. I'm not really into cars. I'm more into the adrenaline of driving at high speeds, Alice said and turned to face Alex as she questioned. What about you, Alex? Do you like cars? Alice asked as she stared at Alex's face. I guess I am. I love how the engineering behind them, and I just love the feel of driving a car. I love speed, but I would have fun even just driving at 10 miles an hour, Alex said as he got out of the forested path. Stopping the car, Alex looked to see if anyone was coming in the opposite direction, and then took a left and drove into the road. We shouldn't be too far away from my house now, Alex said as they hit the gas pedal once more. Alice simply looked out to the side at the passing road as Alex drove past it. About earlier, when I told you that Bella was going to find out, do you want to know how? Alice asked as she continued staring off into the distance. Alex sat silent for a moment and then nodded his head. Yeah, I'd like that, Alex said as he started slowing the Porsche down once more. I'm getting quite close to home now. If Charlie sees me driving this fast, then it would be one hell of a taking session, Alex thought. My ability, just like your mental shield, is future sight. I can only see split parts of the future, and they may not even come true, so keep in mind that what I saw wasn't even close to the full picture, Alice said. Her voice was somber and didn't carry many emotions. Right, I'll keep that in mind, Alex replied as he looked at the coming turn at the end of the road. What I saw was Bella in a different city. It was night, and some people were harassing her. One of them managed to stab Bella with a knife, Alice said as she turned to face Alex. Alex's expression had frozen as he drove. A moment later, a small smile crept up his face as he said to Alice. Telling me this while I'm driving really isn't a good idea, Alex said. Sigh. Wait, Let me just park the car somewhere around here, and then you can tell me the rest, Alex said as he turned to face Alice. Alice nodded as she mumbled a small okay. A few minutes later, Alex found a small place outside of the road where he could park. The clouds had gathered, and it would soon start to rain as loud thundering noises were heard from the distance. All right, so what happens after Bella gets stabbed? Alex asked as he turned to face Alice, his expression showing how seriously he was taking the situation. You and Edward show up. Edward gets Bella away, I think, but you stay with the people who stabbed her, Alice said as her expression turned sadder. Sigh. Alex released a long sigh and opened his mouth as he voiced out his thoughts. You saw it, didn't you, Alice? You saw me kill those guys, if not torture them while doing that as well, Alex asked as he looked at Alice's expression, which had frozen for a second. Alice nodded. Yeah, and I want to never let that actually happen, Alex, Alice said as she cupped Alex's cheek. Alex frowned for a second and then closed his eyes, thinking about what she had asked for. Snapping his eyes open, Alex took her hand off his face and asked Alice, his tone serious. You want me to leave the guys who stabbed Bella alone? Alex asked as he looked at Alice incredulously. Alice shook her head as he replied to him. No, Alex, I want us, not you alone, to save Bella before any of this happens, and then you won't have any need to do anything, Alice said as she turned to face forward once more. Alex stood there for a moment and nodded slowly. Fine, I can do that, but those pieces of shit will just do something to someone else if it isn't Bella, Alex said as he ignited the car engine back on. And I'll just run from here. Don't really want Bella or Charlie to know that I was at your place, Alex said as he opened the door. The person who did that to those people, that's not you, Alex. I haven't talked a lot to you, but you don't seem like the type of guy to do those things, Alice said as she looked at Alex, who was walking away. Alex turned to face Alice and stood silent momentarily before turning back and walking away. What do you even know about me, Alice? Alex mumbled, though his thoughts were a question towards himself rather than Alice. What do I know about this body, about myself? Alex thought. Alex headed home, finding that Charlie and Bella had already come and were eating dinner at the table. Hey guys, I'm back, Alex said as he walked towards the dining table. Welcome home, Alex, Charlie said as he lifted his head and looked at his son. How did it go? Did you have fun with your friends? Charlie asked as he looked at Alex, who grabbed a chair and sat next to the table. Yeah, it was super nice. I haven't gone to anyone's house since I came here to Forks, and it brought back memories of Phoenix, Alex said as he smiled at the man who was still in his police outfit. What about you, Dad? Is there anything interesting at work? Alex asked Charlie. Charlie shook his head and replied. His tone was somber, but you could detect hints of anger throughout his voice. No, we are still investigating the fire case that happened a few days ago downtown. We still haven't found anything, and from the looks of it, even the hospital was unable to find any traces of DNA, so it seems like the criminal is going to go scot-free. The longer he talked, the more angry Charlie seemed to be with the entire situation. Alex stood there frozen for a moment and then gave a twitching smile as he tried to comfort his father. It's okay, Dad. No need to get so pent up over it, Alex said, though in his head he was thinking something else. Could you not try too hard now, Dad? I don't really want to be caught. The rest of the night went by peacefully as Alex, Charlie, and Bella made small talk with each other. Unlike the first night they had together in Forks, they had gotten used to each other's presence already, and the conversation flowed much more easily. Alex mainly started the conversations, but once that was done, Bella and Charlie had no problem expressing their own thoughts. Finally, it was night time and Alex was in his room, looking outside the window as he watched the clouds converge and pass by. Even though it's nighttime, I can see the cloud shapes as clearly as day. Even the stars, which I was almost never able to see when I lived in a large city, both in Phoenix and in my past life, Alex thought. The next part of the plot only begins a month from now in the books at least, so I don't have any idea if anything happens during this month. Though nothing did happen during the books, I still need to be on guard, Alex thought as he opened the window and hopped out onto the roof of the house. I've made quite a lot of mistakes since I was transmigrated here. It doesn't really feel correct to call it a reincarnation anymore, considering all the memory bullshit going on, Alex thought as he looked at the moon. PRSHTT. Hearing the sound of bushes and leaves being disturbed, Alex turned his head quickly towards the side, only to see Alice and Edward. What are you guys doing here at 1 in the morning? Alex whispered, knowing they could hear him perfectly with their enhanced senses. Alice and Edward quickly and effortlessly climbed onto the roof. Alice sat next to Alex while Edward stood to the side. So you also don't need sleep, huh? We're different, but also quite the same, Alice whispered as she sat next to Alex and faced him. Yes, I don't need sleep. Now would you please explain what you're both doing here? In the middle of the night, Alex whispered back as he motioned to Edward and back to Alice. Alice smiled awkwardly as she finally told her reason. So, I know that you know about the mate thing and Edward really wanted to see Bella, but I decided to accompany him here in case you decided that he should rather see the back of a tree trunk, Alice said as she motioned to Edward who was behind her. Edward just stood there frozen as he didn't move or breathe. Alex just looked at the two disco vampires. His thoughts froze as he looked at the two until a second later when he finally responded. So you came here because you thought it was a good idea to let your brother come here and spy on my sister's sleep? Is what I'm hearing correct? Because it really isn't making a lot of sense in my head right now, Alice. Alice maintained that awkward smile, though it seemed to twitch as she nodded wordlessly. Right, and you saw me punch him through a tree in your visions, right? Alex asked Alice, who nodded once more. Okay, first of all, there is no way I'm allowing it to happen, Edward. You need to know your limits, and watching someone sleep is way over the line. You can just talk to her in the morning at school. Alex said to Edward and then turned to Alice. How the hell was she able to see me in her visions if I'm another race entirely? She should only be able to see people who had at one point shared the same race as her, so humans and cold ones only. This was also the reason she couldn't see Bella's future when she went to La Push, Alex thought as he stared at Alice for a moment. You're able to see me in your visions? Alex decided that the best way to find out was to ask, and so he did just that. Alice stood still for a moment and then shook her head. No, I just saw Edward at your house, or at least near your house with about 10 trees broken around him. And so I simply deducted that the only one capable of that was you. Alice said as she faced Alex, who nodded and then froze once more. Your vision doesn't allow you to see me, so how were you able to know about the event where Bella gets stabbed? Alex asked once more. Alice just shrugged her shoulders and replied to him. I just read Edward's lips. He said your name, so I figured the white mist killing people should be you, Alice said once more. Right, the white mist killing people, Alex mumbled as he put up a twitching smile. Alice nodded and just stared at him. Well, what are you waiting for? Get out of here, shoo, Alex said as he looked at the two Cullen vampires. Edward finally spoke up since he had come here. I wanted to see Bella one last time as I will try to stay away from her from tomorrow, Edward said as he came closer to Alex. Alex looked at the emo disco ball and shook his head. Doesn't matter, Edward. If you want to say goodbye, then you can tell that to her face and not when she's asleep in her own bed. Her room should be a safe place for her. Not somewhere where she doesn't feel safe, and you spying on her most definitely break that. Alex said as he looked at Edward. His eyes slowly started changing colors. And I'm not joking around here, Edward. If you try anything, I'll make sure that Alice's vision becomes true. Got that? Alex said as his eyes fully became a shining crimson color. The aura that had been almost non-existent around Alex turned frightening, as if you were looking at some kind of starved beast ready to be released from its chains and tear you apart. Alice quickly held up her hands and interrupted the two. All right, let's calm down, you guys. How about Edward and I just go back? Alice said as she got up on her feet and went to grab Edward's hand and head away. Grabbing his hand, however, Alice noticed that Edward wasn't moving. He was stuck in place as he looked directly at Alex. Sigh. Don't do this, Edward. I'll tell Carlisle, and he will not be happy, Alice said as she looked up at her brother's face. Edward stood still for a few more moments and then faced Alice and nodded. Turning around, he started walking away, his steps as quiet as those of a cat. Alex stared at them for a few moments and then turned his head around to look at the sky once more. Why the hell did that bastard even get so stuck up on seeing Bella? Is the mate bond really that strong? If it is, then it's just dumb to try and go against it, and for a whole month at that, until Bella is in danger once again in Seattle. Alex thought as he sat there for hours. The sky started brightening up once more when Alex got up on his feet, headed to his window, and went inside his room. I would have supported them, but why does Edward have to be a damn bipolar piece of shit through the entire early story? Alex thought as he sat on his bed. I can use this month when nothing happens to go, and I can look around the reservation and meet up with the shapeshifters. The problem is if they can smell that I'm a vampire or not. Jacob hasn't undergone the transformation yet, so that could explain how he didn't smell me, but Sam should have already gone through it, and maybe some of the other guys in the pack as well. Alex continued to think about whether he should risk it and go to La Push or scrap the idea. Fuck it, I'll just go. If they try anything, then I'll just beat them up. I'm done being so goddamn careful around others who are also supernaturals. Alex mumbled. Alex laid down on the bed and tried to get a wink of sleep. It was, however, futile, just as every other attempt he had made. Seconds ticked, hours passed, days and weeks followed. Alex had gone to school, come back, and followed a regular routine of going to the forest to get better control over his full transformation. At school, Alex found himself pissed at the fact that Bella was now in a shit mood almost all the time. Edward was in the same case as her. However, the stubborn disco ball, as Alex had nicknamed him, simply refused to break this self-induced isolation of his. Alex also talked with the other Cullens, mainly with Alice, Jasper, and Emmett, though the meetings had gone down as well. At most, he would see them when he had class with them, but otherwise, ever since the night on top of the roof, a small distance seemed to have been formed between them. Alex thought it was because of Edward, who seems to hate his guts nowadays. Driving down the road in the old truck, Alex thought to himself, why the hell is he even pissed at me when I only refused his weird stalkerish behavior? The fucker even tried to do it more than once, and I only stopped him and didn't even kick his ass, Alex thought as he took a right turn. It's already been 2 weeks since the first time. At least he only tried it 2 more times, though it feels weird to say that 3 attempted stalking incidents aren't a lot. Alex thought as he looked around the road. He was currently heading to the Quileute reservation. I messaged Jacob earlier, and he sounded like the happiest dog I've ever heard when he found out I wanted to visit. Let's just hope this small trip doesn't end up turning sour. Alex thought as he started slowing down the truck. In front of him were some metal gates that looked as if they had been made from metal scraps, if Alex had to be honest. Quileute Reservation. Alex read the small sign next to the gate. It's time I finally saw some wolves, huh? Alex thought. Getting out of the truck, Alex went to the makeshift gate and raised it up so he could pass with his truck. Getting back inside the truck, Alex drove past and went out, closed the gate once more, and then drove the rest of the way inside the reservation. Looking around, Alex could see the lush forest beside the worn-out road. It seemed like this part of the forest was even more luscious and filled with wildlife than the vampire one. It could be because the aura of vampires simply scares away most of the wildlife. It was said in the books that a vampire even exerts pressure on humans, not to mention normal animals, Alex thought as he drove steadily. The rest of the drive didn't take long before he arrived at the houses of the Quileute. The houses were made of planks with little to no stone or bricks used. They gave off a feeling of something ancient that couldn't quite be replicated. It sure does look beautiful though. It has a different feel from modern stuff, but that's the beauty of it. The fact that it's all made by human hand with no machines involved in the making of any of the building parts, Alex thought as a slight smile showed in his face. While parking the truck to the side where some other old cars were parked, Alex got out and started walking towards the houses. That over there should be Cousin Jake's house, while that one over there is William's, Alex thought as he looked at the houses. Charlie really was a lucky dude to become friends with these guys. They never gave up on Charlie even though there was a small rift caused by the Quileute boys causing a little trouble for Carlisle, Alex thought as he walked past the first houses. Looking off into the distance, Alex saw a slightly larger house compared to the other ones. It was also made of wooden brown planks similar to the other ones, however, so it didn't stand out much. That should be Jacob's and Billy's house, Alex thought as he started walking towards the house. With his increased hearing, Alex could even hear the people inside the houses. be it the mothers and fathers or the children playing around. It really is peaceful. I'm glad that this place became a protected sanctuary with help from the government. Alex thought, his slight smile increasing at the atmosphere. Arriving at Billy's house, Alex knocked on the door a few times and stepped back as he waited for anyone to answer. The door opened, showing a confused Jacob, who quickly changed his expression to one of joy as soon as his eyes landed on Alex. "Alex!" Jacob almost shouted as he came and gave him a large brotherly hug. "Hey Jacob, as I told you, I thought I'd come for a visit." "I hope I'm not intruding," Alex said as he smiled and returned the warm hug. Jacob parted and then laughed lightly as he told Alex, "No, how could you ever intrude? You're like a brother to all of us here. I was even surprised that I heard a knock. Most of us just come in. Next time, just do that as well. You're not some random guy." Jacob said with a smile, then gave room as he welcomed Alex inside. "Well, what are you waiting for? Come inside," Jacob said, and then stopped as he thought for a moment, and a grin appeared on his face. "Or should I give the city boy a hand?" Alex just shook his head, his smile ever present as he went inside the house. Unlike the outside, which looked a bit rough around the edges and clearly showed the deterioration that age had caused, the inside was kept clean and the furniture looked well maintained. "Well, don't mind if I do. Where's Billy?" Alex asked Jacob as he walked to the living room. Jacob, walking alongside him, answered offhandedly, He's at a council meeting about some issue, but I don't really have any idea about what. Elder secrets and all. Right, you guys have your own governing council. That was allowed to you guys in the treaty you made with the US government, right?" Alex said as he sat on the couch. Jacob nodded as he sat on a wooden reclining chair off to the side. "Yeah, didn't know that you knew about that though," Jacob said as he faced Alex, his face clearly showing his curiosity. There was this website about the Quileute on the internet, and it had some information about you guys," Alex replied as he took an apple that had been placed on the table. "Crunch. These are good, much better than the ones with all the shit they put in the stores," Alex said. "Yeah, we grow some here at the reservation. We don't really sell them, and it's mostly for our own use," Jacob said as he took an apple for himself. "Well, what do you guys do around here?" Alex asked as he looked around the house and then at the TV in front of him. "And you still haven't fixed the TV, I see," Alex said as he pointed at the TV. Jacob scratched the back of his neck and gave a sheepish smile. "I fixed it for about a day or two, but then Billy said the connection was bad and then broke it once more by trying to fix it," Jacob said, and then got up from the chair and showed an excited expression. "Oh, come, I'll show you my current project. I'm trying to get this old Beetle fixed up and working," Jacob said as he started heading off toward the garage. "Sure, sound fun," Alex said as he followed him into the garage, where he saw an old Beetle with an off-white color, though it clearly looked like a work in progress, with quite a bit of parts missing from the engine. "So what's missing at the moment? Are you scavenging parts off of car graveyards or just ordering them?" Alex asked as he came closer to look at the car. "I usually get the car parts for cheap from the graveyards, but I'm having to order some as it's just not a widely used model and it's hard to find ones that are still in working condition," Jacob said as he went and grabbed a metallic part that he had left on a wooden shelf. "Right now I'm trying to get a replacement for the crankshaft, but I'm having a bit of a hard time. I ordered one, but they said it'd take a few weeks for it to arrive, and even then it could not be a usable part," Jacob said as he showed the clearly damaged part in his hands. Alex looked at it and nodded. "Yeah, erosion really hasn't been kind to that. How did water even get in there?" Alex asked as he looked at Jacob. "Putting it back on the shelf," Jacob answered as he turned back towards Alex, his face showing his trademark sheepish look. "Well, the HUD covering the engine was filled with holes when I got it, so I'm guessing it was caused by years of rain and just not being treated well by the original owner." "Right. Well, you want to get started on this, or do you have to wait for the part to arrive to do anything more?" Alex asked as he pointed to the car. I just wanted to show you it. Can't really do much without the part. I'll call you when I get it, and we can work on it together. For now, we can go meet the others. They're at the beach right now, probably riding the waves," Jacob said as he motioned for Alex to come with him. Sure, man. Just give me a call and I'll be right here to help you out with it. Surfing in this weather, isn't that a bit too cold and dangerous? Alex asked as he followed Jacob. We're used to it. I even do it sometimes, but not as much as Sam or the others. This is the best weather for large waves. In the summer, they're usually too small to get a good ride. Jacob said as he and Alex walked together to the beach. Yeah, I guess. Still feels too dangerous, Alex said to Jacob, who just smiled in response. If you guys were humans, that is, Alex thought. Soon after they started walking towards the beach, Alex and Jacob arrived at their destination. La Push Beach truly was a sight out of movies. The beach was clean of any waste, the sand was a lovely light brown color, and the waves looked utterly majestic as they slammed against the rocks. There was also a natural jumping board formed by nature itself, where Alex had read in the books that the Quileute boys jumped from. And Bella, my dumb sister, jumped from there as a human, though I can't really say I know how much of an effect your mate leaving you randomly without telling you anything would have an effect on you. But going by the fact that Bella tried to kill herself, then it must be one hell of an effect, Alex thought, and then shook his head as he tried to clear his mind of the images of Bella's dead body floating on the waves. Yeah, not something I want to think about, Alex thought as he followed behind Jacob. The walk had been filled with random tidbits of a conversation, though it clearly showed that the atmosphere was a bit awkward between him and Jacob. It wasn't some tense awkwardness or anything like that. They both found each other's company enjoyable and were having fun. It was simply the process of finding out what they both enjoyed so they could start their hour-long rants. Looking into the distance, Alex finally saw the rest of the shapeshifters, or soon-to-be shapeshifters in the cases of some. Time to see if these guys can actually notice that I'm a vampire or not, Alex thought as a slight tension overcame his whole body. Looking at them, Alex was able to quickly identify most of the people on the beach. Sam Yulee, Jared Cameron, Paul LaHote, and Brady Fuller. Basically, almost the whole Yulee pack is here, huh? Alex thought as he and Jacob landed on the beach and started walking towards them. Alex noticed Sam turn his head towards them first. It wasn't even like he noticed them randomly. He clearly had sharp senses considering how fast he identified where they were coming from. He's definitely a wolf already, Alex thought as they finally arrived before them. Hey guys, guess who decided to give us a visit? Jacob said with a large grin on his face as he presented Alex. Hey guys, it's been a while, huh? Alex said as he tried to show a smile, though the tension wasn't really doing him any favors. Alex? Sam asked as he came closer to the two. Yeah, it's been a while, Sam. How are you doing? Alex asked the large man who almost towered over him. Damn those wolf genes, how's he so tall? Alex thought as he stared at him. Good, it's been a while since you came down here. How are you doing? Sam said as he finally smiled and went back to a makeshift seating bench they had made from fallen tree trunks. Good, I'm staying in Forks for a while, continuing my high school education here, Alex said as he followed Sam and sat next to him on the log. So, what do you guys do around here? And Sid already, I still remember when we used to play together as kids, Alex said as he smiled at the others. Looks like they can't detect that I'm a vampire, or it could also be that they know I'm not human, but can't tell exactly what I am. Alex thought as he noticed Sam's expression hadn't turned hostile at any moment, but it also wasn't how he had been greeted in the past from what he could tell with his scattered memories. The others also sat around on the logs. Jacob came and sat next to Alex. We just hang around here and surf mostly or jump from the rock over there. You want to give it a try? Paul said as he pointed to the rock that Alex had seen before. Alex just gave a sheepish smile as he shook his head. I don't think I'm good enough to not risk death. Sorry, Paul, but it's just too scary. Alex said as he gave a light laugh. Sam and the others gave a laugh as well, and the atmosphere calmed down a lot more. The next half an hour was spent with the boys asking Alex questions about what he had been doing, why he had come to Forks, and just general questions. Alex also asked them about how life was on the reservation, and if they had any other hobbies around besides surfing. Well, we mostly just help around the reservation, help with renovating any of the houses, and go fishing for food or take care of any of the crops around. Some of us also got work in Forks, so they do that. Overall, it's calm and nothing surprising really happens much. Jacob answered. I see, I guess I'm the surprise of the week? Alex asked as he smiled at the guys. Surprise of the week? More like surprise of the year, Paul said as he and Jacob started laughing. Time continued to pass, and some of the guys started surfing once more while Alex stayed at the logs with Paul, Sam, and Jacob. Soon it was starting to become dark, so Alex got up, giving the guys who were riding the waves, and turned to the three to give them a goodbye as well. I'll have to go now. I don't really want to make Charlie concerned, Alex said as he extended his hand to Sam. Sam nodded and clutched Alex's hand. All right, before you go, could we have a talk alone, however, Alex? Sam said as he held Alex's hand, his grip tightened as he looked into his eyes. Alex stood still for a moment and then minutely furrowed his brows as he nodded, staring directly into Sam's eyes as well. Sure, Alex answered. Turning towards Jacob and Paul, Alex gave them his goodbye as well. You can stay here, Jacob. I'll just make Sam accompany me to the truck, Alex said and nodded towards him and Paul. See you guys. See ya another time, Jacob and Paul said as they smiled and gave a wave to Alex, who smiled and turned around, walking back towards the houses with Sam. Finally, when they were out of hearing range, Sam turned his head towards Alex as they walked and asked him, You aren't human, are you, Alex? Sam said. His voice was deep and his demeanor had changed considerably from when they were seated together. He sure is trying to be intimidating, though I don't feel any killing intent coming from him. And really, Sam? Directly to the question. Alex thought and turned his head to face Sam as well, both of them still walking. Yeah, and neither are you, Sam, Alex said, his words causing Sam to stop walking for a moment, but he caught up soon after as he continued walking alongside Alex. What are you? Sam asked and then added on. You don't smell like a vampire, at least, Sam mumbled as they walked. To be honest, I don't know, Sam. You smell like a dog, so I'll guess you're a werewolf or something. I just got red eyes one morning and that's it. I don't need to drink blood or anything, so I'm guessing I'm not a vampire, Alex said as they finally arrived at the orange truck. Right. Well, you're right, we are wolf shapeshifters. It's a secret, however, so don't go around telling anyone about it. If you weren't a friend, I'd have already tried to shut you up, Sam said as he stopped in front of the truck. Standing next to Sam, Alex nodded as he told him with a nod as well. Right, don't worry, I won't tell anyone, and make sure you don't either. You didn't really freak out, but those oldies at the council sure will, I'm sure, Alex said as he motioned to the wooden buildings they had left behind. Right, also be careful of the Cullens. They're filthy bloodsuckers, Sam said as he extended his hand for another handshake. Taking it, Alex shook his hand and nodded. Sure. Thanks for the warning, Sam. Sam nodded and then parted ways with Alex as he headed back towards La Push Beach. That sure was anticlimactic, Alex thought as he headed inside his truck. It's probably because I don't smell like a vampire or a cold one, otherwise that would have turned much more bloody, Alex thought as he turned on the engine and started heading back home. Time flowed, and soon, it had been a month since Alex had been to the Cullens' house. Walking outside the house together with Bella, he hopped into the orange truck and started driving towards Forks High School. Driving the truck, neither of the two talked. It wasn't like they had to either, as the silence was comfortable instead of an awkward one. Today is the day Edward stops trying a little and even talks to Bella. It's blood work day, so they meet when Bella is going to the nurse with Mike's help, Alex thought as he drove the car over the puddles that had formed from last night's rain. I still have never seen this road be clear of water and puddles, Alex thought absent-mindedly for a moment, only to shake his head. Back on track, don't get focused on random shit. From this day, the plot starts moving much faster. First of all, Bella and Edward start talking. Then Bella goes to La Push a few days later and learns about the vampire stuff from Jacob. And finally, she goes to Seattle so she can escape the dance and gets attacked by those pieces of shit. Alex thought out the entire coming scenarios as he started planning how he should interfere with the whole thing. I don't really like the fact that Bella is being attacked by those punks. The problem is whether I should interfere and stop it from happening, which would stop Bella from learning about the Cullens from Edward himself, Alex thought as he finally arrived before the parking lot. Driving his car inside, he quickly found a free parking space and stopped the truck. We're here, Bells, Alex said as he took his backpack and got out of the truck. Once both were outside, Alex locked the truck and started heading towards the front door of the school with Bella. But I already know that stuff is going to change, and if Bella finds out about the vampires either way, then I can just stop all that shit from happening and just come clean with her myself. The Cullens can't stop me or tell me what to do either way, Alex thought as he nodded his head, finally confirming his own plans. I'll have to let the story flow until Seattle, however, so I just won't go with them to La Push. Alex continued his thoughts as he entered the school and walked through the hallways. Hey, Mike and Eric. Good morning, Alex said as he waved his hand at the two boys. Hey, Alex, good morning, the two guys responded as they came to walk next to Alex. So, anything interesting going on? Alex asked like he did every day out of habit. Mike's smile grew as he nodded for the first time to Alex in what felt like weeks, and it probably was. Finally, there is something interesting. You keep asking that question every day. We are planning on going to La Push this Sunday. Are you coming? Mike asked Alex while they walked through the crowded halls. No, I don't think I will. I have some other plans, Alex said, turning to Bella. What about you, Bells? Do you want to go with them? Alex asked, hoping to God that she would follow the plot of the movie. Sure, I won't have anything to do either way, Bella said as she looked at Mike and Eric. Anyone else coming? Bella asked them. It's only our table, me, Eric, Jessica, and Angela, Mike said as he pointed to Eric, as if his name wouldn't be enough to identify the boy. All right, well, you guys should have fun. I'll be going ahead to class first. See you guys later, Alex said as he headed to his own class while the others went their own ways. Alex's first class of the day turned out to be biology, and surprise, surprise, they were doing blood tests. Right, thank God I don't have that urge to go insane over blood. Otherwise, I'm afraid of what I would do with how new I am to this vampire shtick, Alex thought as he waited for his turn. And then a thought suddenly appeared on his head. Wait, shouldn't my blood be different from that of normal humans? What if they find something wrong with it? I might be overthinking this, but better overthink than risk this, Alex thought and immediately raised his hand. Yes, Alex. The teacher asked as he looked at Alex. Keeping a straight face, Alex asked with an unwavering voice. I feel like I'm about to vomit, Professor. Could I be allowed to go to the nurse? Alex said while trying to sound completely normal and not embarrassed as hell. This isn't embarrassing at all. People will not think I'm a bitch. It's just a normal reaction. Alex's thoughts went on as he tried to delude himself with his trademark. Overthinking every single thing. The professor, Bob Banner, nodded his head as he made a face as if it was understandable. For sure, Alex, we always get a few every year, Bob said as he motioned to Alex that he could go. Nodding his head in thanks, Alex took his backpack and headed outside the classroom. Thanks, Bobby, Alex thought as he increased Bob's reputation on his own social list. The rest of the morning classes were thankfully much easier to get through, and soon it was lunch break. Heading to the cafeteria, Alex went inside and headed towards his usual spot next to Bella, only to find her missing. Looking around, Alex tried to find her, only to find nothing. Then, it came to him a second later. Right, Edward drove her home because she got sick from smelling the blood, Alex thought as he nodded his head and headed to his table, only to decide otherwise. Turning around, Alex headed toward a table at the end of the hall. Hey, I'll be joining you guys today, Alex said as he sat next to Alice, not waiting for them to say anything. Rosalie, as always, looked like she wanted to rip his head off while Alice and Jasper simply smiled at him. Emmett, on the other hand, gave a hefty laugh and then welcomed Alex by giving him a slam on the back. How have you been, Alex? We haven't been meeting a lot these days, Emmett said as he grinned at Alex. I was better a few seconds ago, Emmett. God damn, just because I'm not human doesn't mean you can slam my back like that, Alex said as he furrowed his brows at Emmett, though you could easily tell that he wasn't actually mad at the giant bear. Emmett, as always, simply laughed in his face and ignored all his words. Well, I just thought I'd come sit with you guys since Bella isn't really here from what I'm seeing, and it looks like Edward isn't here either. So, is there any connection? Alex asked as he turned to look at Alice. Alice simply shrugged her shoulders and said, "We do not know either. She should be fine. However, I'm sure I would get a vision if something were to happen to her." Alice said as she tried to comfort Alex. "It's fine. I'm not really scared for her. She's already grown up and can take care of herself," Alex said as if he were somehow much older than his sister. A moment later, Alex added as he thought of how clumsy Bella was, "I think." This caused a small giggle from Alice as she nodded her head and told him, "Yeah, sometimes I also think the same with Edward. He's so stubborn, however, that no matter what I say, he just won't listen. It's like I'm talking to a child," Alice said as he played with what looked like a monster made of rice on her plate. Then she made a face as if she had realized something and offered her plate to Alex. "Right, I forgot, but you can eat human food, right? You want some?" Alice asked as she pushed the plate towards him. Alex lowered his head for a second, looked at the monstrosity, and immediately raised his head to shake it as quickly as possible. "That's not human food, Alice," Alex said with a twitching smile. The rest of the lunch break went smoothly as Alex made small talk with Alice and Emmett. It mostly consisted of video game character clothes and designs they actually thought were good enough to even wear in real life. This is a dumb topic. Most video game characters are made to look as appealing to the player as possible. That is the reason why the men are wearing full knight armor while the woman characters wear skimpy outfits, Alex said as he shook his head at the two vampires. Emmett had been trying for half an hour now to convince him and Alice that all the clothes and armors were something worth wearing even in real life, while Alice had countered him and said that only some of them could, and even then, they would look horrendous. "What do you know about clothes either way, Emmett?" Alice said as she turned her head to Alex, who had stopped trying to calm the argument down. "This is the dumbest conversation I've ever heard," Alex said as he shook his head in disappointment, only to freeze and then give an awkward smile. Maybe not the dumbest one, Alex thought. Ryaning. The bell signaling the end of lunch rang, and the students started getting up as they headed out of the cafeteria. Rosalie didn't even wait a single second as she grabbed Emmett's shoulder and practically dragged him behind her. "I really don't understand what's up with her," Alex mumbled as he looked at the woman's retreating back dragging a bear-like man. "It sure does make for a comical sight though, doesn't it?" Alice asked as she gave a slight smile. Alex nodded. "It sure does look comical." Alice then turned to face Alex and then made an expression as if she was sorry. "I am sorry about her behavior and that we have had to say this so many times, but she will warm up to you soon enough. It's just that she has her own reasons for being so closed off, and I hope you can understand that," Alice said. For once her cheery, mischievous attitude was gone, replaced with something much more serious, more fragile even. Alex looked at her for a moment and then nodded as he got up from his seat. Turning towards Jasper and Edith, Alex waved and said his goodbyes. Turning his head towards Alice once more, Alex told her, "I understand, Alice. It's not her obligation to like me, and neither should she be forced to. I'm sure she has her own reasons for disliking me, and I can respect that." "Thanks, Alex," Alice mumbled as a smile bloomed on her face. To Alex, it felt like his breath had been sucked out of his lungs as he stared at her. For a moment, it almost felt like the whole world revolved only around him and Alice. It was broken soon after, however, and Alex nodded. "Well, I'll be going now, Alice. See you sometime," Alex said. Alice nodded and then added on, "Sure, you have my number though you don't ever really call or text me. That isn't nice, you know, Alex," Alice said as she looked at Alex, her brows furrowing minutely. Holding his hands up in surrender, a sheepish smile emerged on Alex's face. "I'll call or text you, I promise," Alex said as he slowly retreated step by step. Alice simply widened her smile and nodded, finally back to her usual unstoppable happiness that seemed to almost radiate off of her. Heading out of the cafeteria, Alex started going toward his next classes. Meeting up with Mike halfway, they walked together and headed into the class. The rest of the classes weren't anything interesting and soon ended as well, with the final bell of the day ringing and signaling the end of the school hours. Reuniting. Heading outside, Alex quickly arrived at his truck and hopped in, turned the car engine on, and reversed out of the parking lot. Driving his old beat-up truck, Alex heard the students talking among themselves. So, who are you taking to the dance? I still haven't decided, though I'm thinking I'll ask Jerica. William asked me to the dance. I can't wait. We're going to have matching colors, and it's going to be just perfect. Finally, Alex drove out as he started his drive to the Swan household. They have already started getting prepared for the dance, huh? It's kind of annoying that I can't participate. I'd love to dance with someone. Maybe I could have asked Alice. Alex thought as he imagined what it would be like for him to go to the dance with Alice. We would most definitely look the best, Alex thought as he shifted gear, hoping the truck would go just a bit faster, but it was no use. No matter how hard he stepped on the pedal, the truck would simply make noise and not go any faster. If it had a voice, then I'm sure it would be complaining, Alex smirked as he thought about the old orange truck complaining about Alex's abuse. The drive to the house wasn't long, as always, with Forks being what could even be considered a backwater city with not a lot of cars or people for that matter. While I do love the big city, I still find it nice that I can actually get around without having a headache in Forks, Alex thought as he parked the truck in front of the garage. It must be annoying for Charlie to reverse my truck every morning and evening just to get access to the garage or to be able to go out to work. Shutting down the engine, Alex went outside, headed towards the stairs, and walked inside the house. Bella, are you here? Alex shouted as he closed the door behind him. For a moment, Alex only heard some ruffling and then finally heard the voice coming up from upstairs. Yeah, I'm in my room. Bella's voice was heard, and from the tone, she clearly wasn't in the mood for any of Alex's teasing or the little bit of trolling that he did. Please just become lovers already. This shit is getting annoying, Alex thought and shook his head. Heading upstairs, Alex fell down on his bed as he took in the calming coldness of the sheets. I have been training on and off, but I'm still not quite ready yet. While the control of my full transformation has gone up dramatically, I still don't feel like I'm actually in control when I'm transformed. Alex thought as he pondered any solutions or ways to be able to train and further his control over the transformation. The problem is that I don't know what I will do once I'm transformed. I don't want to repeat another bar incident. I got extremely lucky to be able to escape detection once. I don't want to push my luck, Alex thought as he sat on his computer chair. Getting up from the chair, Alex took the desk, dragged it for a few inches, and then took something out from behind it. It was a hard, leather-covered notebook. It's so much easier to just write my plans down, Alex thought as he opened the notebook. It was filled with what others would consider chicken scratches. From what I've seen, this is the timeline until the dance or Seattle incident. Alex thought as he looked at the notebook. And then sweat started dripping down his temple. I swear I used to be able to read this, Alex thought to himself as he tried to understand his own chicken scratches. Sigh. Closing the notebook, Alex threw it on his bed. I've been trying so hard not to get swept up in the plot, but at the same time, I've been following it to AT, Alex thought, his eyes slowly changing intent. Why should I let Bella go through something like that? Bella, who for the last month has treated me better than most, if not everyone, in my past life, Alex thought and clenched his fist. Fuck the plot, as if I'm going to let that shit happen, Alex thought as he made up his mind. Heading towards the window, Alex looked outside, a new habit that had been formed since he had come here in Forks. Time quickly passed, and soon, it was the next day of Friday. Heading to school, Alex looked at the disheartened Bella, whose expression was constantly downtrodden since she had woken up. Okay, what the matter, Bells? You look like someone killed and ate your cat, Alex asked as he drove down the road. Bella raised her head and even widened her eyes for a moment before shaking her head quickly at Alex. Nothing, Alex, it's just the morning. Nothing else, Bella said as she turned and stared out of the side window. I really want to just daze you and make you tell me right now, Alex thought. Not long after, the orange truck arrived at the school. Bella started to look around immediately after she came out of the truck, and then moments later the disappointment on her face grew. Alex was intrigued, and he started looking around himself. The Cullens aren't here, Alex thought as he felt like a light bulb light lit up in his head. Right, they do go on a trip since it's going to be sunny today, and they don't want others to know they are actually disco balls. Alex nodded to himself and then smiled as he put his arm around Bella's shoulder and whispered, "Miss Edward already? Weren't you together with him yesterday? And from what a little birdie told me, you even skipped classes with him," Alex said as a large, mischievous smile took hold of his expression. Bella's face lit up like she was some traffic stoplight. Pushing Alex away, Bella almost stammered her denials and started stomping off toward the school's entrance. Alex was left standing there alone. He, however, didn't feel sad. His emotions of joy were through the roof as he found another way to tease Bella. "This is turning out to be a much better day than I expected," Alex thought as he smiled to himself, looking like a total psychopath to everyone around him, and then started heading toward the school as well. "Oh right, I forgot to lock the truck," Alex thought as he backtracked once more. Finally, after locking the truck, he started heading to the gates for real this time. The rest of the day wasn't something to talk about in Alex's opinion as he walked towards the truck with Bella. "So, you going to La Push tomorrow?" Alex asked Bella as they walked alongside each other. Bella gave a nod. "Yeah, it's mostly just our table though. Jessica said there might be 2 or 3 more people," Bella said as she walked while watching her feet, trying to not stumble onto something as always and then face plant the ground. "How are all of you going there? You taking the truck?" Alex asked as they arrived at the Orange Beast. Bella shook her head and answered, "No, Mike has this van that he will be taking us with. He should be coming to get me early in the morning tomorrow." Alex nodded as he unlocked the truck and hopped into the driver's seat. Bella quickly joined him as she sat on the passenger seat and closed the truck door. However, the car door was so old that you had to slam it multiple times for it to actually close. Bang, bang, bang. Alex just stared at his sister and finally couldn't stop himself. "Do you want me to help?" "No, I've got this," Bella said, her expression furrowed as she tried to close the car door. "I can just go outside and close it for you, Bells," Alex said when Bella finally slammed the thing one last time, and it fully closed. "You didn't need to," Bella said as she showed a smile that made her look like she had just made the greatest achievement of humankind. Alex nodded slowly. "Right, sure, Bells." Reversing out of the parking space, Alex quickly drove home. Once they were inside the house, Alex and Bella quickly separated as one of them went to study, whilst the other took his phone out and lounged on the couch in the living room. "All right, I guess I can see what she's doing," Alex thought as he sent a message. "Hey." And then he waited for about 3 seconds until he felt his phone vibrate. Ding. "Hey, Alex. You finally gathered the courage to send a message, huh? I'm so proud of you. It only took her one message to start teasing me, huh?" Alex thought as he stared at the text message with a twitching smile. "So, hiking, huh? It must have been fun. How did it go, Hiker Alice?" Alex wrote and sent. Thankfully, it seemed like Alice was one of the best people to text with. Ding. Finally, someone that doesn't just leave you without an answer for hours. Mike will see how awesome it is to wake up with purple hair looking like a lookalike Barney someday. Alex thought as he snickered at his own imagination. "Oh, it was just lovely, Alex. You really should have been there. It's too bad that the small kids have to go to school." Alex stared at the text for a moment and thought. Childish tease but valid. Quickly, he wrote a text and sent it. "I'd rather be a kid than a disco ball." The answer took a few minutes, and this time, Alex waited. Ding. "Hey Alex, this is Jasper. Alice is currently dying of laughter. She looks like she needs to breathe even though we don't. Either way, disco ball, huh? I guess that's a way to call us." Alex's smile turned into a grin as he continued texting back and forth with Alice throughout the night. The next morning arrived quickly, and Alex heard Bella getting up and starting to prepare for her trip to La Push. "Hey, I have to go now. See you later, Alice." "Goodbye." Closing his phone, which was connected to a charger, Alex sat up from his bed while he had texted all night. "All right, Bella goes to La Push today, and Jacob tells her about the Cold One's legend," Alex thought as he nodded to himself and then sat there waiting. Waiting. "I have nothing to do," Alex thought as he heard Bella go downstairs to eat breakfast. Mike even came to get and they started heading to the beach. Alex was left in his room, and the only sound in his ears was Charlie's loud snoring, which he could hear quite clearly with his enhanced hearing. I wonder if I give a kid a PC and make them use inverted mouse controls until he's used to them, and then take them back after years. Will he then lose the ability to use a PC mouse forever? Alex thought as he stared at the wall. However, he shook his head a few moments later and got up from his seated position on the bed. I just had the best idea ever, at least for the moment, I think, Alex thought as he got dressed up quickly in his default black leather jacket and black jeans with a white shirt. Quickly heading downstairs, Alex stopped at the living room table to leave a post-it note telling Charlie that he was going out. Heading outside, Alex grabbed the old truck's keys and hopped into the driver's seat. All right, time to go money hunting, Alex thought, and drove out of the house and onto the road, driving towards Port Angels. Okay, so this thing isn't really going to hold the fuel that long, so I'm just going to go there myself, Alex thought as he drove the old truck. Finally, after about 10 minutes, Alex found a clearing in the woods and drove the truck into it slowly, and even had to go outside of it so he could lift the truck over some of the bumps so that it wouldn't get damaged. All right, time to see just how fast I can go to Port Angels, Alex thought as a large grin took over his face. From what I know, I just need to follow this road, so I'll just run alongside it, and I'll be arriving at Port Angels soon. It should be about 40 miles away from here, Alex thought and closed his eyes. Quickly, his hair changed from black to silvery white, and claws started growing on his fingernails. His teeth extended, and his eyes turned feline. Snapping his eyes open, Alex clenched his calves and then pushed forward with all his strength. Bang! A loud sound was heard as everything that had been under his feet almost blew up instantly. A normal human would have only seen Alex for a split moment, and then the explosion would have happened. The longer he ran, the faster he got. There, however, was a limit to his speed. It wasn't that he never got tired or that he couldn't theoretically go faster. The problem was that the ground couldn't hold up if he pushed forward with even more strength. Damn, if I ran on asphalt, I would be able to go at much faster speeds, and I really shouldn't have worn shoes, Alex thought as he stared at what had once been shoes. There was only a white ring of leather left at his ankle. I guess I'll just have to be gifted some shoes by some thieves in Portland, Alex thought as he nodded his head as if what he was thinking was totally acceptable and they would truly just gift him their shoes if he just asked nicely enough. Of course, if I just ask for them, they will offer them to me with a large smile on their face, Alex thought as he ran. It didn't take long, about 10 to 12 minutes, to arrive at Port Angels. Seeing the city in the distance, Alex slowed down considerably until he finally stopped in place. Turning back to his human form, Alex's hair quickly turned back to its black color, and so did his eyes. The claws turned back into nails, and his teeth went back to their human-like shape. Now I just need to run like a human the rest of the way. From this distance, it should take me half an hour at most, Alex thought, and then started running at speeds a normal human would. Half an hour later, Alex could be seen walking on the sidewalks of Port Angels. Now I just need to find the gathering spot of thieves, Alex thought and started walking towards the center of the city. Looking around, Alex found the city quite clean of the worst of humanity, but that could also be the case just because it was still the early hours of the morning. Arriving at the central plaza of the city, Alex didn't head to its middle, but headed directly towards one of the dark alleyways next to the plaza. Quickly, Alex found what he was looking for, a drunk homeless man sleeping on the road. These guys should know almost everything that goes on around here, Alex thought to himself, and then nodded and shook the man awake. Huh, what is it? The homeless man said, but could barely be understood by Alex with his slurred voice that sounded like he had drunk about an entire barrel of rum. Days, Alex thought as he looked the man in the eyes. Have you done anything wrong to anyone that involves heavy crimes? Alex said as he stared at the man whose eyes had almost gone vacant under the effect of daze. No, I have never done anything illegal or wrong, the man replied. Ah shit, wrong person. Thank God I thought to at least ask him. Alex thought and then nodded his head, took off his leather jacket and about $5, which were quite a bit for the jobless him, and gave them to the homeless man. Here, take these. It's cold out here. By the way, do you know anywhere where the guys who do illegal shit gather? Any thieves and such? Alex asked. The man nodded his head as he pointed to an alleyway a few streets over. Over there at the end of that alley is an old restaurant that is mainly run by those guys. The homeless man slurred as he tried to hold his finger in place, pointing to the alley, though from all the shaking, it looked painful even to Alex. Lowering the man's hand, Alex nodded and thanked him. Starting to walk towards the alleyway, Alex thought to himself, just because you are homeless doesn't mean you're a bad person or that you have to become one. Killing innocent people, stealing, and being a bitch who harasses those around them is a choice, not something forced upon you. Though there are cases like that, those are the minority, Alex thought as he walked towards the alley, his brows furrowed. I need a pair of shoes and a jacket as well as some money. And since the police aren't doing their own job, I'll just do it myself, Alex thought as a slight smile took over his expression. Walking down the street, Alex felt like a bum but tried to ignore it. Thank God it's early in the morning, so there aren't many people around to see me looking like this, Alex thought as he walked while looking around the streets. It is also the perfect time to try out the ability I trained during the last month. Taking out his phone, Alex didn't even turn it on and only looked at the black screen, looking for his reflection, however there was none. He couldn't see his own reflection. I also tried this with my phone camera and it works out. It seems like the side effect has turned into an active ability. Alex thought as he remembered how he had tried once and forgotten about it until he went to brush his hair that night and found no reflection in the mirror. I have to remember to turn it off, however, otherwise I'll definitely raise a lot of red flags if Bella or Charlie were to take a photo with me or just not see me in a mirror, Alex thought as he turned to the right and headed into the dark alley. His vision allowed him to even see in dark places, so it wasn't a problem for Alex to see the end of the alley where a door was. There were no windows and only a wall surrounded the door. So this should be the gathering of some gang or criminal organization, huh? Or it just might be a bar, hopefully I find anyone. Usually, these kinds of places are only active in the late hours of the night, Alex thought as he walked down the alley. His footsteps were the only sound in the alley. There were no bird sounds or anything of the sort like forks had considering the high wildlife around it. Arriving at the wooden door, Alex knocked 3 times and waited. Alex waited and waited until a voice was heard on the other side. Who is it? The voice was gruff and clearly looked to be half asleep. A customer, Alex said. Fucking hell, another random bastard. That was all Alex heard as he heard the man walk further away inside the building. Well, I'm sorry about this then. I even tried to be polite, Alex thought, and laid his arm flat against the door. Bang. And the door fell flat on the other side. Alex dusted his hands off and walked inside. Hello, Alex said as he stared at the man who turned around to look at the door. Waving at him, Alex saw the man showing his disbelief in his expression. You, how? The man couldn't even say his words properly when his mouth shut itself up. Shut up, Alex said as he walked to the man. Are you a criminal? Alex asked next, and once more the man's mouth opened up on its own and gave the answer. Whether the man himself wanted it to happen was not an issue. Yes, I'm part of the Devil Angels gang, the man replied with the same gruff tone he had used at the door. Alex nodded and gave the man a smile. Good. Is there anyone else in here? Alex asked as he looked into the man's eyes, the eyes which were currently quaking. No, everyone else went out. I'm only here because I manage the gang's bar. All right, now then I have just a couple more questions, and I can let you go, is that all right? You can nod or shake your head, Alex said softly to the man. A quick nod later satisfied Alex as he gave the man another close-eyed smile. First question, what size are your shoes? 10.5, the man replied quickly. Clearly the ability didn't even have to force him anymore as he answered as quickly as possible to get out of the situation. Just perfect, hand them over, Alex said as he extended his hand. A minute later, Alex was wearing his brand new shoes. They look all right, Alex said as he looked at them from different directions and finally nodded. Second question, do you have any money on you or around in here? A quick nod later, Alex's smile grew wider. Good, you are doing so great. Now just give me everything you have and that is around here, Alex said as he pointed at the man first and then at the surroundings with his index finger. Yes, sir, the man answered as his body started moving on its own, and in a few minutes handed Alex a bunch of money. Counting it, Alex quickly found out that it was about 1,000 and some spare. That's quite a bit, and for it to just be in this back alley bar. It's most probably dirty money. Alex thought and grabbed a leather jacket he found on a bar seat. Now then, I only have one final question, and you will be free, all right? Alex said as he dragged a chair and sat in front of the man. Kneel. The man's legs gave way as he entered a kneeling position immediately. Have you ever killed, raped, or done anything unforgivable by normal morals of society? Alex asked the man. The man's eyes seemed to get clouded as a tear streamed down his cheek. Yes, the man's voice, which at first was gruff, was now high-pitched and stuttery as he spoke. What exactly have you done? Tell me the reason. Alex asked the man. I killed 3 traitors of the gang. I killed 5 men in a shooting, and I raped a woman we brought here. The man said as he continued to list his crimes one after the other. Holding his hand up, Alex told the man to stop. Do you think that you deserve mercy? Don't tell me what you think right now. Tell me deep down, have you ever thought that you deserve mercy? Alex asked and waited. Finally, the man's mouth opened as he spoke out the words while tears continued to stream down his face. No, I don't think I deserve mercy. The man stuttered out. Nodding his head, Alex gave the man his verdict. If you had thought that you deserved mercy, I would have killed you in the worst way possible. But I'll just give you a quick end even if you have no need for it and don't deserve it at all. Alex said, extending his palm towards the man's face. Holding his palm over his temple, Alex uttered a single word. Expand. The man's eyes rolled over immediately as his tears got replaced with streams of blood, and he fell down on the floor right the next second. I didn't touch him with my fingertips, so I shouldn't have left any fingerprints in this place. I made sure of that, Alex thought, and then got up, heading towards the outside, leaving the dead man's body on the floor as he walked over the fallen door and into the alley. Once outside, Alex gave himself a look over and nodded in satisfaction. I don't look like a homeless guy anymore, Alex thought, pleased with himself. Time to get back home and lounge around for the rest of the day, Alex mumbled and turned to look back at the place once more. I'll come back another day. This should have made it look like he was killed by a rival gang, hopefully, and that way they should start fighting each other. And then slowly but surely I'll get rid of them all, Alex thought as he walked towards the front road. I thought about it a lot. What should I do with my powers? In the end, the best way to help people is to do this. Alex thought and nodded. As he moved along the road, however, he did accept one fact inside of his head. While I'm doing this for the good of society, I'm also selfish. If I couldn't profit or gain anything from this, then I would have most likely never done it. Alex continued backtracking his steps until he was outside of Port Angels, back to the place where he had stood and stared at the city a few hours ago. All right, let's not ruin my shoes this time, Alex mumbled, annoyed at how his pair of shoes had become scrap. Taking his shoes off, Alex held them with his hands and started running as he transformed mid-run. His speed increased and quickly he was back to the maximum of what he could go at on the grass bed of the forest. Just like last time, it only took about 12 minutes and he was back at where he had parked his orange truck. I wanted it to appear as if I was going somewhere farther by taking the truck and hoping it would cause less suspicion, but it can clearly be seen from the road. It was just a dumb idea. At least I won't do it again, Alex thought as he detransformed and wore his shoes once more. Hopping into the truck, Alex reversed back into the road and started driving towards the Swan household. He arrived quickly, parked the truck in front of the garage, and locked it as he headed inside the house. I'm back, Alex said once he heard that the TV was on. Welcome back, son, Charlie answered from the living room couch as he turned to stare at Alex, who was at the doorstep, taking his shoes off. Hey, Dad, what's up? Alex said as he came into the living room and sat next to Charlie. Nothing much, just watching the news. Did you have fun out? And thanks for the post-it note. It eases my mind a lot when you at least tell me you're going out, Charlie said as he nodded towards Alex with a soft smile. No problem, Dad. I just went out because I didn't have anything to do and was bored, Alex said as he watched the news together with Charlie. Why didn't you go with Bella to La Push then? Charlie asked as he turned his head to face Alex, his expression questioning. Alex shook his head and told Charlie. Didn't really want to talk with others today. Sometimes you just want some alone time, you know? Oh, do you want me to? Charlie started immediately, but was stopped by Alex holding his hand up. The people I want to break from aren't you, Charlie. You're my dad. I could never get enough of talking with you, Alex said as he gave a grin to Charlie. Charlie's expression seemed to almost light up as he nodded, though the corners of his mouth were clearly raised. Charlie for Dad of the Year. He should get an Oscar, honestly. Alex thought as he stared at the man for a moment and then turned to watch the news. The two watched the news together, sometimes commenting to each other about them and giving their own takes. Later they ate a pizza that Charlie ordered and watched a movie on the couch. This day was awesome, Alex thought to himself as he watched the sunset from the window of his room. It's nice just hanging out with Charlie once in a while, and with how things are going to be in the future, I'll have even less of a chance. Alex thought as his smile turned flat. What will I do about Charlie later on? I can't tell him I and Bella are or will be vampires in her case. And we will have to leave him in a few years. Watching your kids never grow up really isn't really normal. Bella's case could even be considered worse than mine. I'll have to use days on him somehow to make it so that he doesn't grieve over our disappearances, and I also have to give him money at least, so he wouldn't have to work another day in his life, Alex thought as he nodded his head. I'll have to funnel all the money I gather from the gangs into investments. There's a lot of business that will blow up in the future, so the ways I could earn money are basically limitless. Hearing a car sound, Alex focused on his hearing. It's Bella, huh? I wonder how she will feel when she learns about the cold ones tonight, Alex thought as he heard the footsteps heading for the front door. Heading downstairs, Alex saw Bella, who had already gotten inside while he came down the stairs. Hey, how did the beach trip go? Alex asked as he gave her a small wave. It was nice. We also met Jacob and some of the boys of the reservation, Bella said as she headed towards the kitchen. Me and Charlie left you some pizza in case you wanted to eat something after you came back, Alex said as he pointed to the box on the dinner table. Bella nodded as she gave a small mumbled thanks. Well, you seem deep in thought. I can listen if you want, Alex said as he dragged a chair and sat. No, it's fine, I'm just thinking about some dumb stuff, Bella replied as she ate a slice of pizza. Well, all right then. I'll be going to sleep. If you need anything, just come and tell me, Alex said as he stood up and turned to go up the stairs, only to be stopped by Bella's voice. Wait, Alex, there's something I actually want to ask, Bella said as she faced Alex's back. Turning around, Alex faced Bella and nodded, telling her to continue on. I heard about this legend from Jacob. Do you know anything about the legends of their people? Bella asked as she faced Alex. Nodding his head, Alex decided to simply tell her how to learn more about them. Yeah, there's this website they have that Sam told me about. It's about the Quileute legends. You can check it out on your PC. Just search Quileute legends, and you should be able to find it. That's about all I know about them, Alex replied. Thanks, Alex, Bella said as she nodded her head. No problem, I'll be going now then if nothing else. Good night, Alex said and turned around once more. Good night. The next day went smoothly with Alex staying at home texting Alice, Mike, or Eric sometimes, though his relationship with the last boy was still in its starting phases, and they didn't text or talk much to each other. I guess we just aren't fit to be close friends, Alex had thought. The day ended without much fanfare and the Monday finally arrived. Heading to school on Monday, Alex knew that the Cullens wouldn't be there. They won't be coming for a few days, and if everything goes as per plan, then Bella heads to Port Angels to watch a movie tomorrow night, Alex thought as he walked to the front gate of the school. Bella had started looking around the parking lot as soon as they had arrived, only to land on nothing, the only thing changing being her expression as her sadness grew. Don't worry, they're just going hiking, Bella. They will be back in a few days, Alex said as he tried to comfort his sister who had gone silent. Right, Bella answered as she walked alongside Alex. So, we didn't talk much yesterday. You had fun at La Push? Alex asked as they headed inside the school. It was all right, but Mike kept insinuating that me and him were together, and it's just getting weird at this point. Jessica likes him, but he's blind to her, Bella said as she gave a sigh of frustration. Alex furrowed his brows and nodded. All right, I'll make sure to tell him. He won't bother you anymore, Alex said as they walked down the east hallway of the school. Bella gave a nod of thanks in return. Well, this is my stop. I have math, so I got to get in before the professor comes, or they won't let me inside the class, Alex said as he held his hand for a high five to Bella. Giving Alex a high five, Bella said with a low, depressed-sounding almost voice. Yeah, see you later, Alex. She looks like a damn zombie. If this is what happens after only a few days, I can't even imagine what Bella went through for months when Edward left her. If he dares to even think that this time, I'm ripping him a second mouth. Alex thought as he stared at Bella's back. The classes continued and the day was soon over. Bella and Alex hopped into the old truck and headed home. The drive was peaceful with only the sound of wheels on asphalt. Arriving home, Alex and Bella saw that Charlie had yet to come back. Bella went ahead and started writing an email to Renee whilst Alex sat on the couch and turned the TV on. Why don't you also write one, Alex? I'm sure Mom would be happy, Bella said as she turned to look at Alex. Alex turned his head from the couch and then furrowed his brows. I really don't want to, Bella. How about you just say that I'm giving my hello as well in your letter, Alex said as he turned to watch the TV once more. All right, Bella said and turned back to writing her email. A few minutes later, Bella finished the email and sent it. Getting up, she grabbed a book she had brought from Phoenix and grabbed a small mattress, headed into the garden outside, and sat on the spot with the most sun. Half an hour later at most, she was fast asleep. Getting up from the couch, Alex went outside and sat next to Bella. How the hell do you just sleep here? It's uncomfortable as hell, Alex mumbled and then grabbed Bella and lifted her off the ground, trying to make sure she didn't wake up. Carrying her into her room and dropping her on the bed slowly. Putting a thin mattress over her, Alex nodded and went back to the living room. All right, let's make some food for Charlie and Bella when she wakes up, Alex thought and headed into the kitchen. Grabbing a bag of spaghetti, Alex boiled some water and then broke the spaghetti in half as he put it in. A grin spread on Alex's face as he thought how mad some people got over breaking spaghetti. I wish I had an Italian friend who got annoyed by this. I would have so much fun, Alex thought. The spaghetti was done after a while. Alex had also made a sauce which he used on them and then put them in the oven so that they wouldn't lose heat as quickly and would stay fresh for longer. Charlie soon arrived and Bella woke up soon after. The night was spent with the entire family eating pasta and watching movies until the late hours of the night. The next morning, Alex heard Bella wake up with a jump. She's been having nightmares for the last 2 nights now. I guess learning that your crush could potentially be a man-eating monster does that, Alex thought, and then his brows furrowed. I hope she does not react too badly to me being a vampire. I know that she was pretty accepting of Edward and the others, but it's still an illogical fear at the back of my mind, Alex thought as he heard Bella get up and start dressing up. Today I need to get to Port Angels and fuck those bastards up before they can even come close to Bella. I'll just survey around the area she is at all times, Alex thought as he nodded to himself. Alex, are you awake? Alex heard Bella calling him from the other side of the door. Yeah, I'm just about to get ready. I'll meet you downstairs, Alex replied as he dressed up. All right, is all Alex heard back before hearing the sound of footsteps on the stairs. Huff. Releasing a breath, Alex readied himself both mentally and physically for the day to come. I can do this, I just need to not think just like I did back at the bar and the gang base, Alex thought as he nodded his head, trying to affirm his own decision more. Heading to school with the old truck, the atmosphere was as gloomy as it had been the past few days. Bella hadn't said a word, too far inside her own mind to even notice anything around her. The drive as always took only a few minutes and they arrived at the parking lot of the school. Looking around, Alex quickly found a parking space which he drove into and turned the car's engine off. We're here, Bells, Alex said as he turned to face Bella. Okay, Bella said, surprised as she lifted her head quickly and looked around, noticing that they had arrived at the school. I'll have to message Alice to see if she was sending Edward, though there will be no need for him to even be there, Alex thought and grabbed his backpack, slung it over his shoulder, and hopped off the truck. Click. Locking the truck with the key, Alex and Bella headed inside the school. Without the Cullens there, the school truly was a mundane one with nothing really happening. If something did, then Alex would learn it in minutes, considering how fast news went around in this small-town high school. Hours later, The last ring of the bell for the day rang, and the students got up from their seats, heading towards the parking lot ready to head home, or in Bella's case, going with her friends to Port Angels. "All right, see you later tonight, Bells," Alex said as he patted her back and headed towards the truck alone while Bella headed with Angela and Jessica to Jessica's old Mercury, which they were going to be taking to go to Port Angels. Rumble. Turning the truck on, Alex reversed out of the parking lot quickly and headed onto the asphalt of the road as he drove towards the Swan household as fast as the truck would take him. Though the truck wouldn't even go past the speed limit even if he tried to. The best way to keep your children from speeding, give them a car that literally can't go past the speed limit, Alex thought as a bemused smile took over his face. Smart decision, Charlie, Alex thought, as no matter how much he tried to floor the pedal, the hunk of orange metal just wouldn't go faster. "I could have gone faster if I ran in my normal form without even transforming," Alex thought as he shook his head. Finally, after a few minutes, Alex arrived at the Swan household and parked his car in front of the garage. Heading inside, Alex quickly grabbed a post-it note telling Charlie that he would be going out with some friends tonight and he didn't need to wait for him to eat dinner. Though I should have probably told him yesterday. I feel bad leaving him with just a note, Alex thought, but quickly shook his head trying to get his thoughts back on track. "I need to head towards Port Angels as fast as possible so that I can find their car and follow them." Alex nodded to himself, took his shoes off, and put them on his school backpack, which he had removed the books from earlier while leaving the post-it note. "Let's get started," Alex thought, and directly transformed. The transformation kept getting quicker and quicker the more he trained and used it. By now it felt almost entirely natural and his body transformed at unprecedented speeds. At one moment Alex looked like a normal, although impossibly good-looking teenager, and then the next moment he looked like a cosplayer who had a gift from God. That was only if you looked at him in a picture though. If you stood before Alex in his fully transformed state, and you were a normal human, merely his presence alone would cause your blood to freeze and your mind to go blank from fear. It would be like a man looking at a lion who had its maw wide open and was staring straight into your eyes. It was the primal instinct of all living beings who stood before their apex predator. Sure. And just as instantly you could no longer see Alex, he had vanished instantly as he started running. This time he decided to run on the main road. With the asphalt being a much better foothold than the dirt of the forest, and not needing to try and avoid the trees, Alex was able to go much quicker. Boom. A sonic boom went off a moment later as Alex was running, however he soon had to stop himself and slow down his speed. "I can't handle that much speed right now, I'm taking too much information from my eyes. And even though I can see what's in front of me, I'm still unable to use all that information at such high speeds and then translate that into my own movements, so I avoid hitting something or going off course," Alex thought as he lowered his speed. That didn't mean he was going slow, however. Alex was currently racing down the road at 400 miles an hour, a speed that no car had achieved even 20 years in the future. It only took a few minutes and Alex could already see the old Mercury of Jessica driving in front of him. Quickly Alex sidestepped into the trees of the forest at the side of the road and lowered his speed to match the old car, keeping a speed that allowed him to keep up with the car and not let it leave his sight. "All right, you want to know what Edward is, Bella? I'll tell you everything tonight," Alex thought as he followed the car. Ding! A notification went off on his phone. Taking it out as he was running, Alex started reading the message. It was from Alice. "Alex, don't do anything rash. I know you want to handle this situation on your own, but you don't have to." Alex simply looked at the text for a moment and then put the phone back in his pocket. "Rash would be me leaving the situation in the hands of someone much weaker than I am. I'm not about to let even the slightest chance of something happening to Bella exist by doing it myself," Alex thought as he raced behind the car. An hour or so later, Alex finally saw Port Angels on the horizon. "I'll need to slow down, so for about an hour I won't be able to watch you, Bella. Please, for the love of God, don't do something stupid," Alex thought as he slowed down, put on his clothes, and started running at human speeds. The old Mercury soon disappeared from view. Running as fast as he possibly could while still looking like he was human, Alex tried to get to Port Angels. It didn't even take an hour for him to arrive at the town. Following the scent of Bella, he quickly arrived at a florist. Looking inside, He found Bella and Angela sitting while Jessica tried to pick flowers. Thank God you're fine. In the books, she goes straight outside, almost, and gets found by a bunch of bastards, Alex thought as he walked to an alley next to the florist shop and waited. Time continued to pass, and soon it had been almost an hour and a half, and they were still in the florist shop. What the hell? How can someone use up 2 hours just thinking what flowers they should get? Alex thought, bewildered at Jessica. Crang. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Alex quickly put his head outside the alley and looked at the shop. It was Bella. She had gone outside before the others, just like in the movie. All right, it shouldn't be long before she gets attacked, Alex thought as he continued following Bella from a distance. Soon Bella started walking on a side road, getting further and further away from the main streets. Alex, who was following her, had a dumbfounded look on his face. Did anyone ever tell her to not walk these kinds of roads? Alex thought as he stared at Bella, who continued walking without a care in the world. At this point, I'm actually thinking of letting her learn a lesson here. A few minutes later, Bella turned her head and saw 4 men and 2 women. The men were putting something in their pockets. Something she knew. Thankfully, they turned their back to her, and she continued walking without stopping. I'm safe. They're not looking at me, Bella thought to herself as she continued down the street. Only now did she notice how far away from the main streets she had walked. Unbeknownst to her, the group had actually turned to look at Bella as she walked away. Is it a pig? One of them asked as he pointed at Bella's back. It looks like one, the other said back. Finally, one of the women talked as she looked at Bella. We can't leave any witnesses either way. Better to shut her up, and what better way than to kill her? The woman's voice was almost broken. It was utterly grating to the ears, and her face seemed to have been ruined by some sort of knife. Tap, 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 tap. Sounds of footsteps were heard, and the ground turned their heads. Another one? One of the men asked. Alex continued walking until he was right in front of the group. What do you want, officer? The woman with the grating voice asked Alex. Alex looked at her for a moment and then landed his gaze on the rest of the group. A small smile spread on his face. Officer? Alex questioned for a moment and then released a short laugh. You wish. And just like that, in less than a second after, the entire atmosphere had changed. The thugs who had thought they had the upper hand suddenly felt like they were about to die. Like they were about to be ripped apart right the next instant. Alex's eyes had changed their color in an instant and were now shining a crimson red as he uttered his first command. Kneel and shut the fuck up, Alex said as he watched the group kneel on the ground instantly. It didn't matter what they thought, whether they wanted to follow the action or even who they were. A command from Alex was absolute. Crouching down, Alex gripped the first man by the hair and raised his head to look at him. Do you know about the Hezring bar? Alex asked. The Hezring bar was the bar Alex had invaded the last time he had been in Port Angels. Yes, it's our gang's bar, the man said, his gruff voice stuttering as he looked at Alex in the eyes. He felt an innate primal fear. It commanded him to run, but his body wouldn't work because of Alex's command. He was stuck in a position where his entire body was screaming run while he couldn't actually move. It was a horrifying situation. Well, then that makes it easier, Alex said. Even if I kill these guys, I can still make it like it was gang violence. I can even make it that they killed themselves. That might be better. Alex's thoughts passed through his head quickly, and he came to a decision. Getting up on his feet, Alex looked at the entire group and asked one last question. Did any of you join the gang by force, or did you all willingly join it? If it was by force, you may raise your hand, Alex said as he narrowed his eyes at the men and women on the ground. Their hands stood still. None of them had been forced to join the gang. Alex's smile got larger as he mumbled. Good, perfect actually. Walking a few steps away, Alex gave one last command. 1 hour from now exactly, you all will go to the gang's bar and try to kill each other at all costs. Whoever survives will stab a knife in their own throat, Alex said and turned around walking away. The group rose to their feet and started heading away as well. Dead men walking, huh? I guess that makes sense, Alex thought as he stared at them getting further and further away. Was that really necessary? Turning his head quickly, Alex saw Alice standing a few meters away, her back on a brick wall as she stared at Alex. Alex simply looked at her for a moment and gave a small chortle. I managed the situation quite well, didn't I? Alex asked as the smile on his face turned into a smug grin. Managed it perfectly, Alex? Really? Alice asked as she started walking closer to Alex. Yes, I dealt with the trash and Bella is safe, Alex said as he looked down at Alice, who was much shorter than him. Alice, however, didn't back down, nor did she remove her stare as she looked Alex directly into his eyes. Bella was still attacked. If it wasn't for Edward, then I'm unsure if she would even be alive right now, Alex. Alice said, her stare harsh as she looked into Alex's crimson eyes. Alex's eyes widened and he took a quick breath as he stared at Alice, his expression clearly showing his surprise. Impossible. These were the guys supposed to attack Bella, Alex said as he took a step backward. Alice simply looked at him, her mouth flat, until she finally spoke a few seconds later. These guys were the ones supposed to attack Bella? How are you so sure about that, Alex? This isn't the first time you presume something or even know something that you shouldn't be able to know, Alice said as she took another step closer to Alex. How did you know that I couldn't see you in my visions, Alex? Why were you so sure that these guys were the ones who attacked Bella? Alice questioned as she looked at Alex's eyes. Alex's back hit the wall behind him. I was too confident. I thought that everything would go the same as back in the original plot. Alex thought as he stared at his own hands, his thoughts whirling as if they were a typhoon in his mind. You weren't saving Bella, Alex. You were simply enjoying the fight, the thrill of towering over someone weaker than you. Alice said as she stood right in front of Alex. No, that's not true. I was trying to save Bella, Alex said as he furrowed his brows, anger clearly showing in his eyes. Really, Alex? You aren't just lying to me, you're lying to yourself. You need to learn how to control your urges, Alice said as she showed a look of pity while looking at Alex. Alex simply shook his head. His eyes looked almost furious as he said, I don't have any urges, imperfect. I have no side effects as a vampire at all. Really? Would you have been in a barely controlled state right now if you were a human? Would you want to kill something to relieve your anger, Alex? Another voice was heard as Jasper walked out from the shadows. Turning to face the new arrival, Alex simply stared for a moment and huffed. What do you think, just because you can read emotions that you actually know what I'm feeling? You shouldn't even be able to feel my emotions, Alex said as he looked at the blonde vampire. Alice once again interrupted. Once again, how do you know about that, Alex? How do you know that Jasper can feel emotions? We have never even mentioned it to you. Not even once. Alice asked as she turned to stare at Alex. And then she suddenly asked another question. A question that left Alex stumped. You have seen the future, haven't you? But instead of seeing it as it changes, you have only seen one future, a static one. You probably have seen it in much more detail than I have, but it doesn't matter if that future has already changed. Is that it, Alex? Alex's eyes widened as he looked at Alice. No, that's dumb, how would I even? Alice interrupted him once more as she nodded. So you have, at least that explains a lot. Turning around, Alice slowly walked toward Jasper, only turning back once she was next to her brother. When you are ready to talk things out, when you are ready to finally ask for help, we will always be there for you. I will always be by your side, Alex. No matter what. Alice said finally while staring at Alex. Her eyes clearly showed her sadness as she gave one final nod and turned around, heading away. Jasper also gave Alex a nod and started following behind Alice. Alex was left there, in the night, his back against a cold brick wall. This should have just been an easy mission, an easy task that I wouldn't have to even think so hard about, Alex thought as he slowly slid down to the ground. Gritting his teeth, Alex slammed his fist against the wall. His fist went right through the bricks and ended inside the wall, the whole thing shaking for a brief moment. Fuck, Alex shouted as he closed his eyes. Huff. It's not that bad. I don't care that they know about me knowing the future. At the end of the day, they still don't know I'm a reincarnator, and that's what matters. Alex thought as he stared at the ground. Drop, drop, drop. SHHHH. Drop by drop. Rain started to fall onto the roads of Port Angels. The drop soon multiplied and a harsh and heavy shower of rain started falling down from the clouds. Alex stood there, the rain soaking him wet, but he didn't move. He didn't feel cold, nor did he care about the water. It didn't affect a vampire like him after all. Have I really changed that much? Just how big is the difference between the me of now and the me before reincarnation? Alex questioned himself, however, he found no answer. He felt the same. He felt like the decisions he had taken since he had reincarnated made sense and were truly his own decisions. It's impossible for me to know how much I've changed or if I have changed at all. Even if I look at it from an outside perspective, I think that my actions made sense. Alex thought as he took his hand out of the wall he had slammed it into. Looking up at the sky, Alex finally concluded. It doesn't matter if I have changed or not, I'll simply strive to become a better version of the current me. I need to be able to look at the large picture and not at the immediate satisfaction of my actions. Alex mumbled as he got up from the ground. That was the reason why I ignored the really important objective tonight. I wanted to make them suffer. I wanted that so badly that I forgot about Bella completely, Alex said as he started walking forward. But I'll show everyone that I can be enough on my own. I don't need anyone's help and never will, Alex thought as he remembered Alice's words. Step, step, step. Soon Alex disappeared from the alley as he continued forward. His will, which had almost been broken, had already been rebuilt. Stronger than ever and with a goal in mind. Alex finally set his complete focus on his own improvement. The walk to the outside of Port Angels was slow. Alex took his time as he walked and didn't run. His mind was blank as he walked. Finally, after almost 2 hours, Alex arrived at the forest outside of Port Angels. Taking his shoes off, he put them in his backpack and started running. Alex didn't transform, but simply ran in his human form. That didn't mean he was running at human speeds, but he was still considerably slower than when fully transformed. Finally, when the clock almost reached midnight, Alex arrived at the Swan household. Using his enhanced hearing, he could already hear the calm, deep breaths of Charlie and Bella. Seems like they're asleep already, Alex thought as he climbed up onto the roof and opened his window. The front door makes too much noise, and I really don't want to have to explain myself to Bella right now. Though since she's asleep and not waiting for me, I'm guessing she still doesn't know, Alex thought as he slowly opened the window, trying to make as little sound as possible. Once inside, Alex closed the window and sat on his computer chair. Sigh. This is going to be one long night, Alex thought as he looked at the clouds still raining outside. These bastards seem to always rain when I'm in a bad mood, Alex thought as he got up from the chair and laid down on his bed. The next hours were felt both quick and slow to Alex. One moment he realized that hours had passed while the next minute felt like an hour. Finally, the sun rose up on the horizon and the downpour of rain stopped. Getting up from the bed, Alex headed to the window and looked outside as he did every day. The chirping of the birds was faint, but he heard them as always. Different species of birds had even started returning from their migration. Turning back around, Alex heard Charlie and Bella's breath start to change rhythm as they started waking up from their slumber. They should be awake in a few minutes, Alex thought as he headed to his clothes drawer and changed his clothes to dried ones. The ones he was currently wearing were still soaked from the rain yesterday. Soon Bella will learn of the full truth and even be invited to the Cullen mansion. Soon I'll have to tell her about myself as well. I have to at least be the one to tell her. I owe her that much for being there for me or past Alex, I guess, Alex thought as he fully wore a new pair of jeans and a white shirt. Putting the books that he needed for today's school schedule in his backpack, Alex slung it over his shoulder and headed downstairs. Once downstairs, he waited for Charlie and Bella to wake up. Charlie didn't take long and was soon downstairs eating breakfast. So how did yesterday go? Charlie asked as he ate a bowl of cereal. It was all right. We mostly just drove around in a car, Alex said as he lied through his teeth whilst he watched the morning news. All right, Charlie replied, clearly seeing that Alex wasn't in a talkative mood today, like he usually was. So anything happened at work yesterday? Alex asked, trying to at least seem a little normal and not so under the weather. He was failing miserably, however. It was fine. There weren't any accidents, so you could call it a great day even, Charlie said as he finished his bowl of cereal and got up, heading to the clothes hanger by the front door. Taking his police jacket, Charlie wore it quickly and turned to face Alex. I'll be going now, Alex. See you later, Charlie said and turned around, walking outside where he wore his boots. See ya, Dad, Alex said over the couch and then laid his head back down on the couch pillow. Rumble. A minute or so later, Alex heard the sound of the police car engine, and soon he heard it drive away. Upstairs, Bella had already woken up as she finished her morning routine and in a while arrived downstairs. "Hey, Bells," Alex said as he turned to face Bella, who had just arrived at the end of the stairs. Bella turned to face Alex and gave him a nod. "Hey, Alex." "Good morning," Bella replied as she gave him a smile. Turning towards the kitchen, she hummed a tune as she grabbed her own bowl of cereal and started eating breakfast. "She sure is in a great mood today," Alex thought as he stared at his sister. "I guess the bond really does have a massive effect," Alex thought, and then turned his head around once more facing the TV. "What did you do yesterday? Had any fun?" Alex asked as he listened to the morning weather forecast. Bella hummed as she swallowed her food and then turned to Alex. "No, not really, it was pretty normal. We just went shopping for some dresses and flowers, and then later went to a restaurant where we ate dinner. After that, I came home," Bella said, and then turned to finish her breakfast. "I guess they didn't tell her about me. Huh, I guess I should thank them for that," Alex thought as he nodded his head while he gave a small relieved sigh. "All right, I'm done eating, let's go," Bella said as she stood up from the chair and started heading towards the front door with her backpack slung over her shoulder. "Sure," Alex said as he turned the TV off with the remote and got up following Bella. Grabbing the car keys from the key holder in the small hallway at the door, Alex threw them at Bella, who caught them. "You drive today, I'm feeling lazy," Alex said as he wore his shoes. "Sure," Bella replied as she gave a small nod and wore her own shoes. Both of them headed outside and hopped into the truck. Bella quickly reversed out of the house and into the road, starting to drive towards Forks High School. "I guess I'll have to use the time when Edward shows his abilities to also reveal myself, or I could do it when she heads to the Cullen house for the first time," Alex thought as he tried deciding which option to choose. "Or I can just man up and do it," Alex thought as Bella parked the truck in the school's parking lot. Getting outside, Alex and Bella saw a Volvo and a BMW pull up next to them. After the rumble of the cars died down, Alex saw the Cullens heading out of their vehicles. Alex furrowed his brows minutely and turned around, heading towards the school. "I'll see you later, Bells," Alex said as he gave a wave without even turning around. "See you, Alex," Bella replied as she waved at his back. "What's gotten into him today?" Bella thought as she stared at Alex's back. Edward came and stood next to Bella as he looked at Alex. "He'll be fine. I'm sure it's just a bad morning," Edward said as he turned his head to face Bella. Turning her head, Bella stared into Edward's amber eyes and nodded. "Right, I guess so." Alex arrived inside the school. He walked down the hall and into his class. His mind was still occupied with thoughts, and he didn't even notice the passage of time as the first few classes passed by in a flash. Rioning. The bell signaling the start of lunch rang, and Alex slung his backpack over his shoulder and headed toward the cafeteria. Sigh. Releasing a soft sigh, Alex finally came to the conclusion. It had taken a lot of thought, but he finally came to a decision. Unlock, Alex thought as he released his mind shield. Opening the doors of the cafeteria, Alex started walking toward the table where he usually sat with Mike and the others. "I'm telling Bella about myself as well, since you seem to have already done so," Alex thought as he sat on the chair and greeted Mike, Eric, and Jessica with Angela. Edward's and Edith's heads snapped towards him almost instantaneously. Why the surprise? Did Alice and Jasper not tell you?" Alex asked as he watched them from the corner of his sight. "Either way, it would probably be better if we simply told her everything from the get-go, or at least I will. If you want, we can do this together, or I can just do it on my own. Tell me your decision after classes," Alex said, and then closed his mind once more. "So you scored the best three-pointer of your life?" Alex asked Mike, who had been talking to him since the beginning of lunch. "Yeah, you just had to see it. It was the craziest shot ever," Mike said as he waved his arms around trying to explain the situation better. "Right," Alex said. The rest of lunch and the following classes were boring, and Alex didn't really have much to do. He did the work given to him and answered any questions the professors had. Re-eyeing. Finally, the last string of the day. Getting up, Alex immediately headed toward the parking lot. Whilst he walked, Alex maneuvered around the large crowd of students trying to get out as well. He was like a snake that managed to bypass everyone and soon arrived at the parking lot. Heading toward the old truck, Alex placed his back against it and waited for the Cullens and Bella to arrive. It didn't take long until Alex saw Bella and the rest of the Cullens heading toward him. "Yo," Alex said as he gave them all a wave. Edward and Edith had a serious expression on their face, while Bella simply looked confused. Rosalie always had that sulking look whilst Emmett and Jasper were almost expressionless, or maybe they just didn't care at all. Alex thought as he stared at her. Once more it felt like the others didn't matter at all, as if their expressions were simply an afterthought in front of Alice. Alice was there smiling at him. It was almost reassuring. It wasn't her usual smile, however. It lacked its intensity and was instead a soft smile. "Why can't I understand you at all, Alice? It's like my mind becomes a block of ice, and I can't figure you out no matter how hard I try." Alex's thoughts, however, were soon broken by Bella's voice. "Alex." "Hey, Bells, we're going to the Cullens' house," Alex said as he turned around to face Bella, his tunnel vision with Alice broken. Bella let out a surprised sound as her confusion grew. Turning her head at Edward and the others, she finally saw their serious expressions. "You all are out of your minds. How are you even thinking about telling her?" "It's insane," Rosalie said as she huffed and frowned, her eyebrows even further than she already had. Alex turned to face her and then almost sneered. "It's your brother who did it first, wasn't it? The cats are already out of the bag." Rosalie's expression turned fierce. Killing intent seemed to quickly fill up the air as she looked at Alex. "All right, let's calm down. What's done is done, so how about we listen to Alex and go home?" Alice said as she interrupted the situation from escalating further. Jasper nodded as he came to stand next to her. Quickly the atmosphere turned much calmer. Alex felt a prickling sensation in his mind. It was almost as if something was trying to invade it forcefully, but it was being blocked. So that's what it feels like when he tries to actively use his emotion control, Alex thought as he nodded minutely, more to himself than to Alice. Turning around, Alex opened the truck's door and hopped into the driver's seat. "Hop in, Belle," Alex said as he turned to face her. Bella looked almost frozen. The confusion had spread too much, and she looked like she thought nothing made sense at all. "Sigh. I guess that's what it looks like," Alex thought, and then called her over once more. "Come on, Bella, we're going to explain everything, I promise," Alex said as he beckoned Bella to join him in the truck. Nodding her head, Bella turned to look at the others one more time, and then went inside the truck. The truck and the two Cullen cars quickly turned on and reversed out of the parking lot. Following behind the silver Volvo was the old orange truck, and behind the truck was the BMW. It truly looked like a strange combination. Driving towards the Cullen mansion was easy for Alex. He just had to follow the Volvo, but even then he had already memorized the entire path from his first time going. Having a photographic memory of sorts truly is a blessing, Alex thought as he took a turn heading deeper into the forest. "Alex, what's this about?" Bella asked as she turned her head to face Alex, who hadn't said a word since the drive had started. Alex didn't even turn to face her as he looked at the road ahead. "I'll explain everything when we get to the Cullens' house. Can't you just tell me now? Is this what you were hiding from me?" Bella said as she raised her voice slightly. Alex still didn't even give her his sight as he continued to drive. "I told you, I'll tell you when I'm comfortable, and while this isn't the entire thing, it's quite a large part. It will be easier if I say it at the Cullens." "Please just wait a few minutes, Bella," Alex said as he followed the silver Volvo through the snake-like road. Huff. Giving an almost exaggerated huff, Bella laid down even more heavily on the truck seat. "Come on, don't be like that." "What do you mean don't be like that? Everything feels so confusing right now." "I thought I had it all figured out, but turns out I wasn't even close," Bella said as she turned to look out of the window at the forest. Alex gave a short laugh. "It's all right, you couldn't have known," Alex said as he started slowing down the truck. "Are we here already?" Bella asked as she sat up straighter on the seat. Alex gave a nod and then took a turn as he parked the car next to the silver Volvo. "That's right, this is the Cullens' mansion. It's quite breathtaking, isn't it?" Alex asked. Bella nodded as she quickly opened the door of the truck and hopped outside. Looking around, Bella looked like a small kid in a candy store in Alex's opinion. A slight smile finally showed on Alex's face as he looked at his sister. It didn't last long, however, and quickly hid behind his poker face that he seemed to be holding quite a lot these days. "All right, let's go inside," Alice said as she came to stand next to Alex. Rumble. The BMW AM3 rolled in and parked next to the orange truck. Out of it came Emmett and Rosalie. Emmett had that goofy grin of his, but even he seemed to be in a much more serious mood than he usually was. It wasn't showing on his face, but Alex just felt like that was the case. Might be an ability of mine? I'm unsure. Alex thought and then turned to nod at Alice. The vampires and Bella went up the stairs and into the house. Esme and Carlisle were waiting for them inside. "I didn't think you'd be here, Doctor. I thought you would still be on your shift at the hospital," Alex said as he stared at Carlisle, who had that same soft smile on his face that Alex always saw him with. "Jasper messaged me and told me that I should be here just in case," Carlisle said as he faced Alex. "Just in case I go off the rails?" Alex asked as he gave a small grin, though it didn't look genuine to anyone who saw it. Carlisle didn't give an answer. Even his soft smile didn't change. Esme, however, appeared to almost get a little angry as she shook her head at Alex. "No, dear, I don't think that's the reason. We just all wanted to be here to be able to help on letting Bella understand." Alex was about to retort, but stopped once he turned to look at Esme. Her calm and warm demeanor simply didn't allow Alex to be a jerk. "Damn, how can I even say anything when you look at me like that? As if I'm your own son," Alex thought as he remembered the way his past mother used to look at him. Renee had never looked at Alex the same way. It was almost like she simply didn't fully understand what having a child meant most of the time. It wasn't that she didn't love Alex, but rather didn't know how to show it. "Either way, let's just get this started," Alex thought as he walked past Esme and Carlisle and headed into the living room. The rest also followed and took the same spots they had the last time Alex had been over, more than a month ago. The only change was that this time, Bella was seated next to Alex. A silence took over for a few seconds until Bella broke it. "So what's this about, Alex?" Bella said as she turned to face Alex. Sigh. "It's really hard to get these words out for some damned reason," Alex thought, and then gritted his teeth and steeled his will. "Please just react like the anomaly you are, Bella, and not like a normal person." Alex thought and opened his mouth finally. "You know these guys are vampires, right?" Alex asked Bella as he faced her. Bella's expression contorted to one of surprise and then confusion just as quickly followed suit. "You knew?" Bella asked as she managed to gather her words after a few moments. Alex nodded in return. "How long did you know Alex?" "Now that I think about it, you even helped me find out by telling me about the website," Bella asked and started remembering all the times Alex had given her soft hints over the few months they had been in Forks. "Wait, it couldn't be that you just got me here to tell me that you also knew," Bella said almost immediately after as her eyes widened further. The next few words took a few moments to come out of her mouth. She seemed to be denying the possibility in her head, finding it almost impossible, but that impossible thought was strangely the only one that seemed to make sense in this situation. "Alex, are you?" "Alex, are you?" Bella asked as she faced her brother. Alex didn't answer for a moment. The words he needed to say were so short, but they seemed too heavy as if they were a large boulder. His throat dry, Alex spat the words out. The secret was finally gone. "Yes, I'm a vampire, Bella." Alex's eyes stared into Bella's own as their color changed. The crimson took over the black as if it were the moonlight on the darkness of the night. Bella's mouth opened as she stared at Alex in shock. She had felt it coming. Somewhere deep in her mind, she already knew when they arrived here. She had been denying it, lying to her own mind. The next few seconds were silent. No one talked, the only sound being Bella's and Alex's breaths. "But how?" Bella finally asked as she extended her arm and touched Alex's face. Rubbing over the skin under his eyes, Bella said, her expression still muted from the shock. "How are you a vampire if you can eat food? How's your skin normal?" Bella asked as she dragged her hand down to his chest. "How's your heart still beating, Alex? This doesn't make any sense. How can you be a vampire?" Bella continued to ask as she touched Alex's body all over, trying to make sense of his words, but she fell flat. Sigh. Releasing a slow sigh, Alex finally opened his mouth once more to voice his thoughts. It's because I'm a different race of vampire from the Bella. That's why I can hide my eye color, it's why I look so human. Alex said as he grabbed Bella's hand and held it in his own. I know this is confusing, Bella, but I'm sure you can get through it, Alex said as he looked into his sister's eyes. Then he heard a voice. It was a snicker. Get through it? What's there to get through? Her brother's a monster. Turning his head, Alex saw it had been Rosalie who had talked. Furrowing his brows, Alex directed hateful eyes towards the vampiress. Why? You say it's a monster, but why are vampires monsters? Alex asked as he stared straight into her eyes. Rosalie's expression turned grave as she looked at Alex, as if he was the dumbest person on earth. Do I even have to explain that to you? We can only live on blood. The only way for us to even be able to exist is by being leeches to others. We can barely control ourselves around anything living that has blood, Rosalie said as she took a step forward toward Alex. Alex simply stared at her for a moment and then nodded. Sure, vampires need to drink the blood of others to survive, but don't humans need to as well? Humans need to kill animals to get meat to survive, don't they? You could call plants life as well, and they eat those too, don't they? Vampires aren't monsters, they're just normal creatures, Alex said as he got up from the couch and stood in front of Rosalie. Rosalie gave another hateful stare and then asked one last question. We can't even reproduce. We are simply dead bodies moving around. Is that also normal, Alex? Alex nodded, causing Rosalie's frown to increase. It's because you're still thinking like a human. We aren't humans and will never be one again. Vampires reproduce by infecting other humans and other creatures. That's a vampire's reproductive system, Alex said whilst looking at Rosalie's eyes, which seemed so fragile when he was so close. Alex had given up on his frown and barely held the pity he felt inside. She's just a broken woman, Alex thought, and turned to look at the others around him. I respect everyone here. All of you resist the urges to be able to coexist in a world with humans. But I also have disagreements. We aren't humans and we never will be, Alex said as he turned around and walked back to the couch. Yesterday night was a mistake, Alice. It was a mistake on my part. I was wrong. My path was wrong, Alex said as he faced the pixie who had yet to say another word. Alice simply smiled at Alex. The smile alone gave more than Alex thought 1,000 words would. I don't agree with how power had gotten into my head, how I failed to control the urge to kill, to stomp on someone else. That's why I'm sorry. Alex extended his hand to the woman. I thought about it and I'm still mad. I'm still angry at the fact that I was wrong. It's childish, but I want to move on. Will you help me, Alice? Alice's smile grew as she took his hand. Can you guys get a room already? Emmett said as he looked at them. I know, right, Emmett? Like, come on, we don't want to see that. Edith said with a grin on her face. Alex's face flushed as he turned to look at the two. It's not like that, damn it. I was just asking for help, nothing else, Alex said as he looked at the two vampires. Right, of course, it wasn't like that, brother. I'm sure if I tell Charlie how you worded that out, he will totally believe you, Bella said as she got up on her feet. A small smile was on her face as she neared Alex. And you being a vampire doesn't really change much in the end, does it? You have been a vampire for a while and I haven't noticed anything, have I? Bella said as she looked at her brother. Alex nodded. His chest strangely felt tight at this moment. That means nothing has changed. In fact, you told me a secret about yourself. All that changed is that we have a better relationship now. Right, that's so damn cheesy to say though, and you said it with a straight face, Alex said as he looked at his sister. A grin had developed on his face. Look who's saying that, Prince Charming, Emmett said as he joined them. They spent about an hour simply chatting with each other as Esme went to make some food for Bella and Alex. I don't need anything, Alex said, flustered at having the older woman get up to make him something. Esme simply turned and gave him a soft smile. It's all right, I enjoy making food. You wouldn't mind me making you something, would you? Esme asked as she looked at Alex, her soft smile still in place. How can I say no when you look at me like that? Alex thought as he slunched his shoulders and nodded. Thank you. Jasper, who had sat next to him now, simply gave Alex a smile and muttered. You can't reject Esme, huh? Maybe we should use her to get you to listen sometimes. Alex furrowed his brows and turned to stare at Jasper. You wouldn't dare. Try me, Jasper said as the corners of his lips twitched. So, what do you eat? I've seen you eat human food before, and Edward said they can't eat anything besides blood. Bella asked as she turned to face Alex. Alex nodded his head and gave his answer. I can eat both human food and drink blood like a vampire, but I don't need either. Bella's facial expression turned confused once more. What do you mean you can do both but need none? How is that even possible? Your heart is clearly pumping blood, and that should logically need energy. Where would you get that? Bella asked as she stared at Alex intently. Alex scratched his head. I don't know. I mean, I'm a mythological creature, Bella. You can't really expect me to know everything. Some things just don't make logical sense compared to a human. I consider my body closer to one frozen in time rather than one that's living. Carlisle made a humming noise as he rubbed his chin. I do have a theory. Everyone turned to face the doctor, awaiting his next words. I would very much like to hear about it, Alex said as he nodded toward the man. Energy is never lost. It's merely transformed from one form to another. It could simply be that you don't lose any energy at all, but that would also contradict a lot of other things. An example would be that when you use any physical force, you are turning your energy into mechanical force, which you shouldn't have a way to absorb back, Carlisle said as he continued making a thinking pose. Alex hummed and then asked another question. Could it be that I'm just the perfect being? Slap. And Bella's slap didn't take long. No, it could even be said to be instant. You? Perfect? I don't think those words should ever be in the same sentence, Alex, Bella said as she gave him a closed-eyed smile. Calm down, it was only a thought, Bella. You do not need to have thoughts like that. Your ego was bad enough in Phoenix. We don't need you to get any further in that direction. Alex made a face as if he was being falsely accused. What did I even do in Phoenix, Bella? I don't think I ever had an ego issue, Alex asked as he faced his sister. Oh right, the guy who used to change his girls every 2 days because he got bored, Bella said as she looked at him, looking like she was waiting for his refusal to slam down on him further. I don't remember that ever happening. It's not true, Alex said as he turned his face away. Bella simply gave a light chuckle as she grabbed her phone, and after a few seconds of fiddling, she showed him the screen. Because of Alex's position, and the fact that everyone besides Bella was a vampire, they could all see and hear what was happening on the video that was on Bella's phone. It was a younger Alex being asked by Renee who the girl she saw him with at the mall was. I already forgot. I just took her on a date. Wasn't that important? The whole video showed how uncaring the past Alex in Phoenix was. What if that was your sister, and she had gone out with someone, and they forgot her the next day? Renee asked him in the video. Bella could even be heard giggling as she recorded the entire thing. That wouldn't happen. No one would be able to leave my sister considering how good she looks. She's just like me after all. And the video recording ended. So who is that on the recording, Mr. I'm not an egoist? Alice asked as he smirked at Alex. I don't know. Never seen him before, Alex said in return. Bella gave Alice her phone, who brought it over in front of Alex's face. Do you need glasses? Isn't that clearly you? Alice asked. Her smirk has only gotten wider. Alex shook his head. Never seen his before. Was that your past boyfriend or something, Bella? You shouldn't give your time to people like that. Never say it was you no matter what and you'll be fine, Alex thought to himself as he gave a minute nod at his own genius. Emmett finally couldn't hold back as he started laughing like a madman. Steps were heard after Emmett finally got a hold of himself. Dinner's ready, Esme said as she came to the living room. Bella and Alex nodded as they headed to the dining table. Rosalie had headed to her room upstairs earlier and Emmett went to give her company while the rest sat around the dinner table. So, are you super strong like Edward? Bella asked as she ate a chicken drumstick. Alex nodded as he looked at Edward and then smirked. Oh, I don't know. We could always spar sometimes. Edward would keep our senses sharp. Edward's brow twitched as he remained silent. I don't think that would be necessary, Alex, Alice said from where she was sat next to him. You're ruining the fun, Alice. I don't ruin your fun, Alex said as he took a spoonful of rice. My fun doesn't involve someone's head going through tree trunks, Alice said. I wasn't even planning on going that far, Alex thought. Bella and Alex finished the meal that Esme had prepared while they chatted with the Cullens. At least you look like a vampire with those eyes. Though you also feel less like one if I take the other parts into account, Bella said as she kept touching Alex's face. Stop that. I'm not some toy you found on the street, Alex said as he turned his face away from Bella. What do you mean stop? I at least deserve this much considering you hid this from me, Bella said as she almost yanked Alex's hair. Sure, Alex replied with a downtrodden and defeated look. Turning towards the rest of the Cullens, Alex got up. Though I feel like we have stayed here enough, I think Bella and I should get going now, Alex said as he gave Bella a look. You can stay as long as you want. It's enjoyable having new faces we can actually talk easily with, Jasper said, causing both Alice and Edith to nod. Alex nodded and gave a light smile. Thank you, however, we can't make Charlie worry. He must have already come back home, and we didn't really tell him that we were going to be late. We'll just have to come another time, Alex said, and Bella gave a nod behind him as she also rose up to her feet. Carlisle gave a nod and gave his goodbyes with that soft smile of his. It was our pleasure to have you here with us this afternoon, Bella. Alex. Thank you, Doctor. I'm sorry for the trouble, Alex said and gave the man an apologetic look. Nonsense, you both were no trouble at all. Don't wait too long to come visit us again, Bella, unlike this brother of yours, Alice said as she gave Alex a somewhat frightening look. Alex simply laughed it off while scratching his neck. Well then, goodbye, Alex said, and the rest of the Cullens gave their own parting words. Heading into the orange truck, Alex ignited the engine, and the car's rumble was heard soon afterward. Reversing out of the front garage of the Cullen mansion, Alex got onto the road and drove forward, heading toward the Swan house. Well, that was quite the few hours, Bella mumbled and then turned to face Alex. I still can't believe that you're a vampire, Bella said as she seemed to furrow her brows in concentration as she looked at Alex closely, trying to find any discrepancies that would out him as a vampire and not a human. There's none, you look just like a human. You even feel like a human, Bella said. I already told you that, Bells. I understand that it's quite a reveal, but it doesn't change anything between us. I've been a vampire even before you knew, Alex said as he took a right turn as he drove. Right, it's still unbelievable though, Bella grumbled to herself. Suddenly her face quickly turned toward Alex. You don't sleep, right? Bella asked quickly, almost jumbling up her words. Alex gave a nod. That's right, I don't think I've caught a wink of sleep in months. I could probably do it if I used drugs, but my body simply doesn't need sleep, so I never get the urge to sleep. So me falling asleep on my own is quite hard. Bella nodded as if she had understood, and then asked another question that had been bothering her. So every morning that I found you asleep, you were just pretending? Alex nodded and a smile crept up onto his face. That's right, aren't I a great actor? I do deserve an Oscar for my fake sleeping, Alex said as he turned to face Bella, showing his wide smile. Bella simply looked at him with a blank face for a moment and then uttered, I really want to smack the hell out of that face of yours. It looks like the perfect slapping dummy. Alex contorted his expression into one of hurt, as if her words had pierced his fragile heart. Your words hurt more than a wooden stake, Bells, Alex said as he quivered his bottom lip. Actually, you might have a future in acting, Bella said as he looked at him, almost bewildered at his reactions. The trembling lip quickly froze and a smug grin took its place. I know, right? Sigh. You're right, just because you're a vampire doesn't change anything. You're still the annoying kid who's too full of himself. Alex simply laughed at her comment. They didn't converse much for the rest of the drive. It was silent but peaceful. I'm glad that you're this weird girl, Bella. It's because of how you are that I really can't stop getting attached to this brother role, Alex thought as the corners of his mouth twitched. The ride took a while, but it also couldn't be said to be long. Soon they were in front of their house. Alex could already hear Charlie watching the TV inside as he lay on the couch. Parking the old orange truck in front of the garage, Alex turned the engine off and hopped out of the car, taking his backpack with him. Bella followed suit, and both of them headed up the stairs to the front door. Clink. The door opened and made quite a long sound. Its age clearly showed. We're home, Alex said as he and Bella removed their shoes and headed into the living room, after closing the door behind them. Welcome home, Charlie said as he popped his head up from behind the couch. Bella nodded and mumbled that she was going to put her backpack in her room. Alex simply stood there as he watched the entire room, Charlie and Bella. They truly are a better family than anyone could ever wish for, Alex thought as the corners of his mouth finally rose, showing a soft smile on his face. Yeah, thanks. How did work go today, Dad? The night passed quickly. They always said that the shortest times were the happiest. And the morning arrived, a new day shining its light upon the world. Isn't it sad? Time passes so quickly when you are having fun, when you're surrounded by those who love and appreciate you, but it goes at such a gruesome pace when it's the opposite, Alex thought as he remembered his first days in Forks. Back then he had felt every second, every minute that passed. He had the memories and body of Alex, but he didn't have any emotions related to those memories. It was like he didn't even fit into his own body. Like he was a fake that had replaced the original. That bastard God used a loophole when I said I wanted my memories of both my past life and this one. I didn't mention memories, so he didn't give me any of them. Alex grumbled as he thought back to the supposed God that had brought him here. The face, however, had blurred. It was like he couldn't even remember the being. Sigh. Releasing a soft sigh, Alex got up from his bed. He had heard Charlie getting up to get ready for work. Sometimes I can't imagine a life where you go to work every day and do the same thing only to return to your house to sleep and repeat the same thing over and over for decades. Alex thought as he walked to his window and looked at the forest outside. But other times I can also notice its charm. A calm life away from any troubles, not having to think about the safety of the next day. It does have its own charm. Staring at the birds outside his window perched atop a branch, Alex's eyes changed color. Opening the window, Alex extended his hand. Soon after, the small bird came and perched itself on his index finger. Petting the small fragile thing, Alex showed a small smile, though it didn't last long. I told Alice that I was sorry, but I'm still unsure. Was what I was doing wrong? I used my power to get what I wanted, not because of some sense of justice, but because it suited me. Alex thought as he stared at the small bird that had closed its eyes and started to sleep on his finger. This world that we humans have created is fundamentally the same. It's still the law of the jungle, but strength has been replaced by trickery and money. In the end, it's all the same. Another soft sigh escaped his lips as he lifted his head to look at the gathering of clouds in the sky. It won't be long, not long before the James Coven comes and tries to kill Bella. Alex clenched his fist that was holding the windowsill. It almost broke completely, but it held with only a part of it being crushed to dust. Is it right to let things progress? Is it right to let the others help? Do I just follow the path of the movies and books? A path that does lead to certain peace, or do I leave my own mark? Should I change something that doesn't need changing? Alex had pondered over these questions for a long time, and in Port Angels, he had even tried to change them. In the end, it had resulted in failure. He had changed nothing and had only shown the Cullens what he could do. What he would do if he set himself free. If he allowed himself free rein. Gritting his teeth, Alex shook the bird with his finger, making the bird run away frightened. It's so complicated. Why does it have to be like this? I would have been able to look at this logically and decide a move for someone else, but when I am part of the equation, everything just gets jumbled up into a huge mess that I can't seem to find the beginning or end of it. Turning around, Alex walked towards his door, heading downstairs. He had heard Charlie leave the house already and drive towards the police station. Arriving downstairs, Alex made a cup of coffee and went outside, grabbing a chair on his way. Sitting on the patio, Alex drank his cup of coffee as he watched the lush greenery around him. But if I remove all that and just don't think, Forks truly is nice, Alex thought as he smiled once more. And then a sudden thought emerged in his mind. Changing my mood so quickly, am I becoming bipolar? Alex thought as his smile twitched. Alex. Hearing Bella calling him from the second story, Alex sighed. What is it, Bells? Alex shouted as he turned his head to look inside the house. A few moments later, Alex heard thumps as Bella came downstairs. Bang! She fell flat on the ground, didn't she? Alex thought in disappointment, shaking his head. A few moments later, Bella appeared in front of him. Her forehead was reddening at a frightening pace and her hair looked like lightning had electrocuted her head. Alex stood there sipping his coffee as he looked at his sister, who looked like a beast at the moment. Barbarian Alex thought as he shook his head softly, imagining himself as some Shaolin monk. I want to beat you up for some reason, Bella said as she narrowed her eyes at her brother. Either way, what did you want from me that you ran all the way down here? Alex questioned, giving Bella a look over, seeing how she hadn't even changed from her pajamas. Edward messaged me and he's taking me out today, Bella said as she spluttered the words out through her excitement. Alex raised a brow and then asked, confused. Okay, and? Like, I can beat him up for you, but I can't really help you beyond that, Alex said as he took another sip. Bella felt like a pair of bricks fell on her head. Right, I guess I was just too excited and wanted to tell someone, she muttered as she turned to walk away. Sigh. Getting up on his feet, Alex threw the rest of his coffee onto the grass and said to Bella, when is he coming? Bella turned to look at him, her excitement once more rejuvenated. I don't know, but probably soon. All right, go upstairs and get yourself ready, and I can look at your clothes and tell you if I think they look good. Is that okay? Alex said as he passed her by and headed into the kitchen, putting the empty cup into the sink. Yes, thanks, Alex, Bella said as she almost sprinted up the stairs. It's kinda cute that they love each other so much, Alex thought as he stared at Bella's back. Bella tried on different outfits, but in the end, just chose a normal pair of clothes with blue jeans and a sweater. Alex nodded and then a thought popped up in his head. Am I hindering her love life? In the books, they were already sleeping in the same bed, Alex thought, but decided to quickly shake the thought out of his head. Doesn't matter what they were doing in the books. I don't want to hear that shit. Rumble. Hearing the sound of the Volvo, Alex turned his head towards the front door. He's here. The words seemed to have an effect similar to a pair of bricks falling on top of Bella's head. He can hear anything you say, so you should probably keep your thoughts to yourself, Alex said as he got up from the couch and headed towards the front porch. Once outside, Alex saw Edward getting out of his car. What surprised him, however, causing his jaw to lightly slack, was the fact that he wasn't alone. Coming together was a vixen, her smile both enthralling to Alex, but just as mischievous. I didn't know you were also coming, Alice, Alex said as he gave her a slight smile. Well, I thought we could also hang out. No one is really home today, so I thought we could keep each other company, Alice said as she arrived before Alex. Nodding his head, Alex showed a brighter smile. Seems like the only ones left still single are us two, huh? Alice's eyes seemed to shine as she gave a reply. Right, I wonder when we won't be single anymore. You got anyone in mind, Alex? Alice said as she came closer to Alex, their bodies almost touching. We aren't together, Bella almost shouted from the side as she looked at Alex. Her face was red as a tomato. Alex and Alice smiled at the same time. Bella didn't seem to like their smiles though as she took a step backwards. Alex, I don't want to hear it, Bella said as she turned and grabbed Edward by the hand. Let's go. Edward just gave a slight smile as he nodded and followed her to the Volvo. Whistle. Don't break too many bases, Bella, Alex said as he gave his sister a grin. I don't think it's possible considering it's Edward we are talking about. She might have to jump him, Alice, who was next to Alex, said with the same grin. Edward and Bella turned towards the two just as they were about to head into the Volvo. You two are insufferable. You should have never become friends, Edward said while Bella simply frowned at her brother. Can't even take a joke, huh? Alex said though his grin was still in place. I know, right? These days it feels like it's just us two, Alice said as she turned to look at Alex once more. She had a certain look in her eyes, but Alex couldn't figure it out for the life of him. Right. Anyway, what do you want to do? Alex said as he turned to offer Alice entry into the house. Alice didn't wait at all and headed into the house as if she owned the place. Well, there's a lot we can do, but let's just start with a movie, Alice said as she sat on the couch and grabbed the remote. Alex was left there staring at the vixen who had invaded his home. Sigh. You feel like a menace sometimes, you know that, Alice? Alex said as he went and sat next to her on the couch. Alice didn't even give his question an answer and simply scrolled through the channels on the TV. Well, what do you want to watch? I think I have some movies around here, Alex said. Well, bring them then. How am I supposed to know what I want when I don't know what you have? Alice said as she turned to Alex and made a motion as if telling him to get on with it. Of course, Your Highness. Do you want me to bring you a plate of humbleness as well? Alex said as he got up. No need, I'm here with you, aren't I? That's already humble enough, Alice said. She seemed to barely be holding back her laughter at her own jokes. Sigh. The others must have it hard, Alex muttered as he went to look at the drawers underneath the TV. What was that? I didn't quite catch it. Nothing, Alex said as he rummaged through the drawer. As if you couldn't hear it with your enhanced hearing, Alex thought to himself as he grabbed the movie CDs. In the end, Alex grabbed 3 movies that he knew. The others appeared to be old unknown movies that Charlie had gathered. So we have 3 choices, Alex said as he turned around to face Alice. We've got Saw 2, Batman Begins, and Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. Showing the movie covers to Alice, Alex waited for her to come to a decision. How about we watch both Saw and the Chocolate Factory? Alice said as she couldn't decide between the 2. Somehow you choosing those 2 makes so much sense, Alex thought as he remembered the paintings in her room and then her usual childish attitude. Sure, we can do that, Alex said as he put Saw 2 into the TV and headed back to the couch. Too bad we don't have any popcorn, Alex said once he sat down. I can't eat it, Alex said from his side. Right, I forgot about that, sorry, Alex said as he rubbed the back of his neck. It's fine, Alice said as she gave a light giggle. The movie soon started. It was about a detective and his team trying to rescue 8 people trapped in a factory by a man known as Jigsaw. Jigsaw put the 8 people through various trap rooms. Not many managed to survive, most of them dying. Alice, however, seemed focused on the movie as she stared at the torturous methods the people died from. Is it really that interesting? Alex asked as he turned toward her. It is. I don't know if you already know this, but I lost all memories of my life as a human, unlike the others. I don't really know how it feels to be a human, so they fascinate me quite a lot, Alice said as she stared at the movie. Maybe you'll find out about your human self someday then, Alex said as he turned to watch the movie once more. I think humanity is overrated either way. What's so good about being a human? That's easy for you to say. The vampire with no side effects, Alice said, giving a light chuckle. Right. Alex thus decided he had to shut up. The rest of the movie passed smoothly as Alex and Alice focused on watching the horrific scenes. It felt a bit fake, Alex said as he watched the ending credits rolling through the screen. Alice hummed as she nodded her head, showing her assent. That's true, especially the blood, Alice said as she turned to face Alex. The blood wasn't that bad, it was their emotions. I feel like the actors could have done a better job at portraying the horrific situation. Alice looked at him and then said with a slight smile, I'm sure you know all about how humans react in those situations, huh? Alice asked Alex, who felt his palms starting to get sweaty. Of course, I wouldn't know much, it was just my opinion. I could be wrong, Alex said, and then grabbed the other movie. How about we watch this one next? It's pretty good, Alex said, as he tried to swerve the direction the conversation was heading in. Alice gave him a knowing smile but didn't press further. However, instead of agreeing to the next movie, she stood up on her feet. Rather than that, how about we do something more exciting? Alice said as she bowed and put her face in front of Alex's. Something more exciting? Alex muttered as he slowly moved his head back. Yeah, how about it? Alice said as she gave him a smile. For some reason, Alex felt an emotion that he hadn't felt for a long time. Why does it feel like I'm the prey and she's the predator? Alex thought as he brought himself further into the couch, trying to slowly scoot away from the vampiress. What exactly do you have in mind? Alex asked Alice, who stood straight once more. Going in the forest, Alice said as if that was an obvious thing. Alex felt just like Bella had earlier in the morning, like his head had been slammed by a sudden surprise. Forest? Alex asked, his voice clearly showing his confusion. Yeah, I wanted to check out your abilities. I still haven't seen anything you can do, no? Alice said as she faced Alex. Right, Alex said, nodding his head. Then Alice came close to his face again. This time her lips were right next to his ear. Her whisper sent a shock through Alex's body. Or maybe we're expecting some different excitement? Her voice was slow and velvety. It caused shivers to go through Alex and made him take a sudden breath. Alice. Alex started, but was quickly taken aback as Alice stepped back and showed him a mischievous smile. "Shall we get going then?" Alice asked with that same smile on her face. Sigh. "Yeah, let's go," Alex said, already exhausted by her. "She's going to kill me someday," Alex thought jokingly to himself as he got up and headed to the front door. Grabbing a pair of shoes, Alex wore them and went to the porch. Turning around, Alex waited until Alice finished tying her shoes. Looking down at her, Alex tried his hardest not to let his eyes wander. Don't look, don't look. Think with your brain, Alex thought to himself as he turned around to look at the forest. His face showed a small grimace as he gazed at the forest. God damn, do I want to look, Alex thought as he imagined Alice bent down. Shaking his head, Alex once more tried clearing the thoughts out of his head. Bad Johnny, bad. Stay down, don't rise up, Alex's thoughts continued as he watched the forest. What are you looking at that has you making such a focused expression? Alice said as she put her hand on Alex's shoulder. Just the trees. Either way, let's go, Alex said as he started walking toward the forest on the other side of the street. Sure, Alice said as she walked behind him, her smile widening just a smidge. Heading into the forest, Alex and Alice walked in the direction of the Cullens rather than the reservation. This should be far enough. We're already in our territory, so the wolves can't say anything, Alice said as she stopped and turned toward Alex. So what do we try out? Alex asked as he looked at the pixie vampire. How about we test our speed? Alice asked. Nodding his head, Alex replied to Alice. Sure. Where do we put the finish line? How about we say whoever makes it to my house wins? Alice asked as she looked at Alex. Her eyes already shined from her competitive spirit. Humming, Alex thought for a moment and then nodded. Sure, but wait a moment, Alex said as he started taking his shoes off. Huh? What are you doing? Alice asked, confused as she stared at him. When you see why, you will understand what I'm doing, Alex said mysteriously, or at least he tried. You're not good at acting mysterious. Definitely need to upgrade your level, Alice said as she looked at him with a straight face. Right, Alex said, his mouth twitching at the criticism. And here I thought that I actually did a good job, Alex thought to himself. Finally, with the shoes and socks off, Alex holding them in his hands, he turned toward Alice. Ready whenever you are. His eyes turned red as he said the words. Alice simply smiled as she started counting. 5, 4, 3. And she ran forward, leaving Alex standing there looking at her disappearing back. Well damn, that's totally something I would do, Alex muttered, and then a grin quickly overtook his expression. Not fast enough, however, nowhere near enough. Clenching his claves, Alex didn't move for a second until... boom! With a large explosive sound and the ground beneath his feet flying up in the air, Alex ran forward. His speed, in contrast to Alice's, who could still somewhat be seen as a blur, was on a totally different level. It was like he had disappeared in an instant. I can't hold the speed in the forest though, Alex thought as the ground itself started to give way every time he stepped on it, making it harder and harder to go faster. Not to mention how he still couldn't control his speed that well and would most likely end up with his face in a random tree if he kept increasing the speed. Doesn't matter though, Alex thought as he saw Alice's back. Alice heard a loud voice behind her. It was as if a bomb had exploded. The smile on her face twitched as she ran forward. It didn't take long, merely seconds before she saw it. Alex had surpassed her and was going faster and faster. It looked like he had no limit. Fast was all Alice could think before Alex disappeared from her view. Forcing herself to push harder, Alice started increasing her speed. Alex, meanwhile, was running toward the Cullen mansion with a grin on his face. This is pretty fun, Alex thought to himself as he swerved around the trees in front of him. It feels like I'm playing a game in slow motion. Alex's crimson eyes were moving quickly as they took the quickly changing ambient around them, picking up every little detail and sending it to Alex's brain. If it was a human, they would have already fainted from a visual overload. Alex and Alice kept running, and it didn't take long before one of them saw the Cullen mansion. Leaving the forest behind him, Alex stopped in front of the large mansion. Turning around, he waited for Alice. The wait wasn't long. He waited at most a minute or two before a blur sped into the clearing. Giving her a smile, Alex said in a joking tone, "I almost slept waiting for you, at least try next time, will you?" Alice simply gave him a smile, though it looked like she wasn't that fond of losing either. "Really now? I almost put you to sleep? How about I actually try putting you to sleep, Alex?" Alice said as she walked toward him in slow steps. Alex simply gave a light, concerned chuckle as he rubbed the back of his neck. "There's no need to do that, Alice. I can't sleep either way. It would just be a waste of time," Alex said, and then turned to look at the mansion. Inside he could hear sounds that he wanted to erase from his memory right the next second. Turning back toward Alice, Alex said with a grimace, "How about we go somewhere else?" Alice hummed as she nodded and started walking toward the garage. "Sure, let me take the car though," Alice said as she went inside the garage, leaving Alex standing there. "Please go, just go faster, I don't want to hear that shit for another second," Alex thought as he tried to stop his mind from imagining things that it shouldn't. Rumble. Hearing the roar of the Porsche engine, Alex finally showed a smile. "At least I'm driving around in a Porsche, so I guess it's worth it?" Alex thought, but then he shook his head as he heard a particularly loud voice. No, it wasn't, Alex immediately thought as his face turned into a grimace. The yellow Porsche finally came out of the garage and headed to Alex. Alice, who was driving, lowered the window and gave a smile to Alex. "So you enjoying the sounds?" Alice said, her tone clearly teasing Alex. Alex just looked at her for a moment and then went to the other side and entered the car. "Drive now," Alex said as he looked forward. "But I thought we could go in and grab a glass to drink." "Should we?" Alice said as her eyes sparkled with mischief. "Alice, either you drive or I'm grabbing the car, lifting it up with you inside and running from here. And I'm not sure this car can handle my grip," Alex said as he turned to look at Alice. Alice raised her hands in reply as if saying to calm down, though her expression really didn't seem to match the apologetic tone she was going for. "Sorry, we'll get going." Sigh. The Porsche engine roared as it drove the car forward. "How do you even manage with super hearing?" and that, Alex asked, his expression showing his confusion. Alice simply smiled and then answered as she took a sharp turn with the car. "We're used to it. At one point it just becomes part of life, and you don't really care. They get motels or go somewhere else most of the time though," Alice said as she stepped even harder on the gas pedal. "Right," Alex said as he nodded his head as if he had understood the situation entirely. "How the fuck do you get used to that?" Alex thought as he remembered that one particularly loud moan. Alex shivered as his brain started imagining things that should never and will never be allowed to happen. "I don't care if they're used to it. If I hear Bella and Edward, I'm killing them. No questions allowed. That's why motels exist." Alex thought in despair at having even imagined the thing. "Sometimes you look insane, you know that, Alex?" Alice said as she drove toward downtown Forks. Turning to face her, Alex made a confused expression as he questioned her. "I look insane? Why?" Sigh. Sighing softly, Alice answered him. "You do know that shaking your head and making different expressions almost every second looks quite creepy and insane to others, right?" Alice said, and then turned to face him as she gave him a slightly bigger smile. "Not to me though. To me, you're just right," Alice said with that velvety voice of hers that kept sending shivers down Alex's spine. Sure. I'll try not to do the shaking and expression stuff," Alex said as he turned his head to look out of the window. His heart was beating a mile a minute as he tried to take his thoughts off of Alice's last words. Alice just stared at him for another moment and then turned her sight back on the road, her smile growing even larger. "It's good that your heart still beats, Alex. I can hear it clearly," Alice thought as she listened to the fast pace of its beating. "I've been wondering for a while now. But I'm still unsure if what I'm thinking is true," Alex thought as he stared at the forest passing by as the Porsche sped through the asphalt road. "It's muted, but it's there. Alice, are you my?" Alex thought for a moment, but removed the thought from his head the next second. "I can think about that after I make sure that James doesn't fuck around. If something changes, then Bella and even Renee could be in danger," Alex thought as he remembered the plot. "Oh right, Edward will be taking Bella to have dinner at us tonight. Do you want to join?" Alice said as she turned to face Alex. Turning around, Alex shook his head. No, I'm planning to go and check something out in Port Angels later tonight, Alex said. His words seemed to dampen Alice's mood a little, though she quickly recovered. All right, just be careful, okay? Alice said as she drove into Forks downtown. Downtown Forks, as always, was quiet, unlike other cities. There were restaurants that were open around and some coffee shops, but nothing else was really going on. Do you want to go into a restaurant? Alice asked as she drove slowly through the streets. Alex shook his head and said to Alice, "No, let's just drive around like this." "It's nice," Alex said as he turned to flash a soft smile at Alice. "All right," Alice replied with a matching soft smile. They put some music on and drove through the town slowly, enjoying the atmosphere between each other. An hour passed like that, staying in each other's company. Not many words were said, but it felt like a great time to Alex, something that he didn't think he would ever forget. "Do you want me to send you back home since you said you were going to Port Angels? Or I can send you there directly?" Alice asked Alex, who was fiddling with his phone. Making a humming sound, Alex nodded his head. "Just send me straight to Port Angels if you don't mind," Alex said as he closed his flip phone. "Sure." Driving out of town, Alice started speeding as she and Alex headed to Port Angels. "I think we should slow down. Don't really want the police to catch us and say to Charlie," Alex said to Alice. But I don't think they can catch us," Alice said in return. Sigh. "They just need the license plate, Alice. They don't need to catch you with their cars," Alex said as he released a soft sigh. "I don't think they can catch our license plate either, Alex," Alice said as she floored the gas pedal. Alex faced her as a bead of sweat rolled down his forehead. "I know we won't get hurt, but goddamn slow down. I don't want to be involved in a car crash," Alex said, but Alice simply giggled and kept her foot on the pedal. The Porsche didn't stop, its speed increasing until it reached 186 miles per hour, 300 kilometers per hour. Alex just stood seated in the car whilst he waited for the eventual crash. "Goddamn, I know I won't get hurt, but still." Alex thought inwardly, but the grin on his face didn't match his thoughts. He felt excited. Adrenaline was flowing through his veins as he heard the sound of the engine reaching close to its limits. Alice, whilst going at that speed, turned around and faced Alex with a smile. "You're telling me to slow down, but what with that grin on your face, Alex?" Alice said as she giggled. "What do you mean the grin on my face? Look at the road, damn it," Alex said as he saw the car getting dangerously close to going off-road. Sure, but I know you're enjoying it just as much as me, if not more," Alice said as she turned to face the road. The drive to Port Angels was quick. Thankfully, it seemed like no police patrols had been dispatched to this part of the road today. Slowing down, Alice started heading into Port Angels. "So, where do you want me to send you?" Alice asked as she moved through the city. "Just send me to the plaza, then you can go back. I'll come back on foot," Alex said to Alice, who maneuvered the Porsche through the roads, which were tightly packed with cars. Finally, a few minutes later, Alice stopped the car and opened the lock on the doors. "We're here," she said and turned to face Alex. "Thanks, Alice," Alex said as he turned to face her as well. "I'll get going now. See you later." "Sure, see you, Alex," Alice said as she watched Alex nod and get outside the car. Waving at her from the outside, Alex closed the door and turned around, heading into the plaza. Soon the rumble of the Porsche was heard again as it drove away. "All right, I saw that there was a mixed martial arts gym around here last time," Alex mumbled as he started walking towards his destination. As he walked, it finally appeared in his vision. An old gym that looked well-maintained from the outside, but it also clearly showed its old age. Even from afar, Alex could hear the students inside fighting and training against each other. "With my memorization and the fact that I'm basically way above normal human limits, I should be able to learn martial arts quite quickly," Alex thought as he walked. "At first, I thought of getting a katana or something similar, but it's simply unusable. It wouldn't be able to handle my full force and would just be a limiter on my power instead of making me more deadly," Alex thought as he remembered his dreams of being a katana-wielding vampire. Sigh. They were shattered so quickly, Alex thought as he thought back to the time he had used a kitchen knife and found its blade broken like glass when he hit a boulder. Either way, learning martial arts should increase my proficiency in battle by quite a lot. I'm already stronger than the cold ones. If I'm more skilled than them as well, then I'd be practically unbeatable, Alex thought as he looked at the old gym in front of him. Mixed martial arts gym, Alex mumbled as he read the sign. Couldn't they have come up with a name for it at least? Alex thought to himself as he opened the door and headed inside. Rattle. It made a rattling sound, most likely from its age as Alex entered the building. The noise seemed to have attracted the people inside the gym as they turned to look at Alex. A newbie? One of them said as he looked at Alex heading straight to the counter where an old man was reading a newspaper. Hello, I'd like to ask about joining the gym, Alex asked as he looked down at the old man. The old guy didn't even deign him a look for a few moments, still reading his newspaper. Hi, Alex said uncertainly again, unsure if the old man really hadn't heard him or if he was just being ignored. Finally, the old man raised his eyes to look at Alex. The man's eyes seemed to shift up and down as he looked Alex over. You already have a built body, huh? The old guy said with a raspy voice. It clearly carried a tone of interest, and the man got up on his feet. So you want to join the gym? Alex nodded his head, replying to the man while trying to be respectful, though he wasn't sure if he did it correctly. It's been quite a while since I've been respectful to anyone besides Charlie, and even then I still act almost like we are friends with him, Alex thought as he tried his best to get on the old guy's good side. Yes, sir, I'd like to learn how to fight. The old man's brows furrowed and he shook his head. Then I can't teach you anything. Alex stood there confused for a second as he was caught off guard. What do you mean you can't teach me anything? Alex asked whilst his thoughts went into turmoil. Is this guy really trying to reenact a movie or something? What does he mean by he can't teach me anything? Alex thought as he lamented at his own luck for ending up before this guy. The old man lifted his head and looked at Alex straight in the eyes. Because of the way you walk, the way you look at others, and the way that your body is built, the old man said as he pointed at Alex with his finger. What do you mean by that? I walk and look at people normally, Alex said in refutal, trying to understand the guy who to him seemed pretty insane at the moment. Sigh. The old man sighed softly and then looked at Alex once more. You look like a damned war machine is what I'm saying. What can I even teach you that you don't already know? You have muscles that should only be possible to be built by doing active combat. And you expect me to know more? The old man said finally as he looked at Alex. Alex was left there on the spot, speechless for a second. This damned vampire body makes me look like I was trained in combat? Doesn't a guy who can see that in a second and one look over make a great teacher? Alex thought to himself in annoyance, but quickly calmed himself down. Now he was even more sure that he wanted to train under the old guy. I still want to learn from you, old man. Will you accept or not? It's free money at this point, isn't it? Alex asked once more as he tried to get the guy to accept him as part of the gym. The man simply stood there and thought for a second before he nodded his head. Sure, I don't have a problem with you joining the gym or giving me money. I just wanted to warn you that there might be nothing worth learning in here for you. Alex nodded his head and said as a smile showed on his face. It doesn't matter if I learn anything or not. It's still better to train at a gym with others than to do it yourself, Alex said as he spewed bullshit while trying to rely on the misconception that the old man had. I don't know jack shit about martial arts. It'll be pretty awkward when he realizes that later, Alex thought, though his smile, which had turned into a grin, never left his face. Who cares? Either way, should be a nice prank, Alex thought, and then turned his attention back to the old guy. So how much do I have to pay? Alex asked as he rummaged through his pockets to find his wallet. The first week's free. If you decide to stay after that, then you can pay me. All right, name's Alex Swan, by the way, Alex said as he extended his hand toward the old guy. Taking his hand, he shook it and told Alex. Nice to meet you too, Alex. My name's John Wick. Alex's eyes widened slightly as he looked at the guy, but quickly shook the thoughts out of his head. The facial bone structure is too different, and while you can change that with surgery, it's still impossible to change it this much, Alex thought sadly as he almost got too excited. I wish he was the real John Wick, Alex thought as he imagined a teardrop going down his cheek. Well then, Alex, how about I introduce you to the other guys? I'm sure they will be happy to finally have another guy in the gym to train with. John said with a slight smile as he turned to the section of the gym where the other people were training. "Gather around," John yelled. At the order of John, Alex saw the guys who had been training either by doing footwork training, sparring, or simply punching practice with a sandbag stop and turned toward them. The first one to come was also the guy who had talked first when Alex had come inside the gym. "Whoa, you actually managed to get in so quickly?" "It took most of us days of begging for the old man to allow us to join the gym," the guy said. He was large in build with rippling muscles throughout his body and a buzz cut. Overall, with the neck tattoo that he had as well, he looked like the distinct stereotypical gangster that parents advise their children to avoid. "I can see why. You look like you're ready to go and fuck someone up," Alex thought as he stared at the monster of a man in front of him. "Isn't it ironic? He looks twice my size, but I could kill him with a single flick of my finger," Alex thought as he sized the man up. This had become a hobby of Alex even in his previous life. Every time he met someone, the first thought that ran through his head was the question if he could kick their ass. "It might have been because of the conditions that I was raised back then," Alex thought, but quickly stored the thoughts away, considering this wasn't the time to get lost in his own thoughts. "Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you all. I'm Alex. They'll be joining you guys starting today," Alex said as he turned to look at the other guys who had also arrived while the tattoo guy had talked. The large guy talked first again as he extended his hand for a handshake. "Nice to meet you too, Alex. I'm Jack," Jack said as he gave Alex a closed-eyed smile. Compared to before, the atmosphere around him had now changed to that of a teddy bear. "It's always the big guys," Alex thought to himself as the corner of his lips twitched. Shaking Jack's hand, Alex gave the man a smile of his own. "Yeah, nice to meet you, Jack." As soon as Jack and Alex finished introducing themselves, all the others also started talking with Alex and introducing themselves. It was as if a thin wall of ice had broken, and now the conversation just rolled freely. "Do you do any martial arts?" "Your body looks awesome, dude," one of the guys who was of a smaller build asked Alex. His name was Oreo. "I wonder if he would taste good," Alex thought jokingly as he answered Oreo. "I did some, but it's mainly just bodybuilding and exercises. I haven't really fought against anyone in my life," Alex said as he scratched the back of his head in embarrassment while John simply huffed. "John definitely doesn't believe me, does he?" Alex thought as he stared at the man who looked like he had heard a good joke. "Either way, you all introduced yourselves, now go back to training." "I'll show the newbie around," John said as he showed the guys back to their own training. "All right, coach," they said as they dispersed back to what they were doing before. "So, what should I do for the first day, coach?" Alex asked John as he followed the man. "Well, we would need to see your skill level first," John said as he turned his head to face Alex. Alex shook his head in response. "Just treat me as a complete newbie who doesn't even know how to throw a punch. Make me go through all the basics," Alex said as he tried to make the man teach him all the basics first. He had tried to tell him that he really knew nothing about martial arts, but the man seemed adamant that he couldn't be lied to. "Old geezer has one stubborn mindest. Thought it's good to be confident in your abilities, but we aren't fighting here, damn it. I'm just asking to be taught from the beginning," Alex thought as he waited for the man's response. Huff. Releasing a slow huff, John finally nodded and answered with his gruff, almost raspy voice. "All right, if that's what you want so much, then we can start from the very beginning. Let's start with footwork," John said as he called one of the guys with his hand. "Jamal, come here," John said as he called the guy over. Jamal came quickly and stood in front of Alex and the coach. "Yes, coach." "Show us your footwork," John said, and Jamal nodded quickly after. He started bobbing on his feet, keeping his body always in motion, never stopping, while also softly switching the position of his body, but always keeping one foot in front of the other, so he could release a counterattack or dodge more easily. He's putting one foot forward so that he can lower the area where he can be attacked, as well as making it so that he can gather more buildup with his arm that's at the back for a mean punch. The motion also makes it easier to jump out of the way or maneuver around strikes. Alex thought as his eyes and brains quickly analyzed what Jamal was doing. "That's what you will be learning," John said as he shooed Jamal back to whatever he had been doing. "I think I can do it," Alex said as he closed his eyes and remembered the movement and positioning once more. A second later, he opened his eyes. They seemed to flash crimson for a split, undetectable moment, and then Alex started jumping and keeping his body in motion just like Jamal had. It wasn't just the motion. The entire pose was exactly the same. It was almost perfect. John stood there as he looked at him, and then shook his head. "You're good. I can tell that you did actually copy him, however, that's not the correct way." Alex stopped as he looked at John, confused. "What do you mean?" "I'm pretty sure I did it quite well. As I said, you did it perfectly just like Jamal, but what you copied perfectly was the range of movement that's trained for Jamal's specific body. You don't have the same height or arm and leg length, so the thing looks perfect on the outside, but for your own body, it is full of mistakes and openings," John said as he shook his head and went to grab a couple of cone-like things that he had stored at the corner of the gym. "Seems like I won't be able to speedrun this as fast as I thought." "Seems like I won't be able to speedrun learning martial arts," Alex thought as he looked at John, who had brought some bright yellow cones that he put on the ground in a formation of sorts. The first order of business to learn movement is the side steps. They are the most fundamental part of dodging strikes, as well as creating an opening so you can counterattack or launch a preemptive strike of your own, John said as he finished putting the cones on the ground. Turning his head to Alex, John said, "I'll show you what you're going to be doing." John then started sidestepping in the middle of the cones, but he didn't touch even one. It truly looked like masterful work. Even though his speed wasn't high, even someone who didn't know anything about martial arts like Alex could see just how skilled John was. A slight grin enveloped Alex's face as he looked at John, who finally stopped the sidestepping. He had to get his breath for a few seconds until he spoke to Alex once more. "Age really ruins everything, huh?" Alex thought as he stared at the man. "That's what you will be practicing. Once you can do it for 15 minutes at a time without ever touching a single cone while maintaining a consistent speed, then come and talk to me again," John said as he patted Alex's shoulder and walked back to the counter, grabbing the newspaper he had left behind and starting to read once more. "Right, so he really just told me what to do and left me," Alex thought for a moment, and then the grin on his face grew bigger. "That's great. I'd rather go at my own pace than have someone to carry me through the entire way. If I get stuck somewhere or don't understand something, I can just ask on my own," Alex thought as he walked into the middle of the orange cones. Closing his eyes for a moment, Alex thought back to how John had moved. This time, however, he wasn't trying to copy John completely as he had done for Jamal. He was simply trying to understand his movement, why he had needed to put strength into his calves or upper legs when he had, and when he had started using strength for the next turn of the sidestep. Every single minute detail had been engraved into Alex's eyes, and he had been able to see it in almost slow motion. His almost photographic memory allowed him to study those visuals that had been stored in his brain and finally his body. The body of a progenitor vampire, or even just a normal vampire, was at a much higher level than a human. A normal human could never have not just the strength and speed, but the flexibility or reflexes of a vampire. When you combine all three of those, you arrive at this scenario. Snapping his eyes open, Alex started doing the side steps. At first, his speed was even slower than old John's, but it quickly increased. Arriving at a speed of sidestepping that only Olympic athletes would be able to accomplish, Alex had to stop himself. The real training for him wasn't learning the sidestep anymore, as he had already done that. It was to rein in and gain better control of his own strength, so he could appear human to the other people in the gym. The others who had been checking Alex sneakily had their jaws go slack as they looked at him. John merely raised his head from the newspaper and gave Alex a glance before shaking his head and starting to read the newspaper again. "And that bastard says he has never learned any martial arts." Alex, meanwhile, was trying to slow down his speed while keeping it at a fast enough pace. "This is harder than I thought." Alex had passed the days while using basically nothing from his physical abilities unless he was training or running somewhere. He had never tried to control his prowess, so he would appear at the level of a human athlete. This was much harder than simply limiting yourself to 0% or using your max efficiently. It took a few minutes, and while he was regulating his speed, Alex messed up a couple of times, but he wasn't bothered by it and simply continued. After about 20 minutes, however, Alex stopped and held his hands as if exhausted. "I can't just keep doing this without appearing exhausted at all. I have to at least do the bare minimum so I look human, Alex thought, but then grimaced inwardly. I'm huffing over here, but I have no sweat on my forehead or on my clothes. Finally, after about 5 minutes of a break, Alex started sidestepping once more. This time he was going for the 15-minute and no mistakes mark. I managed to somewhat regulate my speed and the technique is already down. Time to go to the next step. Alex thought as he concentrated fully on the task. To him, at the moment it felt like there was nothing besides this one task before him. Finally, 15 minutes passed and Alex hadn't hit a single cone or messed up his technique while sidestepping even once. Stopping in place, Alex pretended to huff and then started walking toward John. I'm done, coach. I did it for 15 minutes without any mistakes, Alex said as he waited for the man to respond. Lifting his head from the newspaper, John narrowed his eyes for a moment and then nodded. All right then, let's go to the next step. Also stop trying to act tired. There's no way that managed to even break a sweat out of you with that body of yours, John said as he shook his head. This guy really thinks he can fake being tired while having no sweat on his body at all. What is he even trying to accomplish by doing this, John thought. His mind had been intrigued. That was the only reason he had accepted Alex into the gym. What's the next step, coach? Alex asked as he followed John, who walked back to the orange cones. Now that you know how to do side steps, it's time you learn how to do them backward and forwards as well, and not just right and left, John said as he grabbed the cones and arranged them in a different structure. I'll show you once, then train it by yourself, John said as he finally put the last orange cone in place. Standing in the middle of the cones, John started bobbing on his feet and started doing quick steps once more. He stepped forward and just before his foot hit the ground, he forced his calves to strengthen so he could get ready to go back. Doing this allowed for faster movement. Huff. After a few rounds, John stopped and huffed, having to catch his breath from the exhaustion. That's all you have to learn. If you manage to do it like the last one in 15 minutes, then I'll train you on how to actually throw a punch, but that would be all for today, John said as he finally caught his breath and straightened. Alex nodded as a smile overtook his facial expression. Okay, thanks, coach, Alex said as he replaced John and stood in the middle of the orange cones. Meanwhile, John went back to the counter. All right, this should be much easier. I already know how to do it in one direction, now I just have to switch it up, Alex thought and concentrated. Moments later, he started stepping back and forth as he got into the swing of doing the vertical side steps. This time he didn't directly go at an outrageous speed and started slowly, ramping up the speed as time went on. The minutes passed quickly and Alex didn't make a single mistake this time around. It was pretty much just a repeat of what I did before. It would have been harder if I couldn't directly memorize how the stepping worked, but I could do that, and all that was left was for me to translate it so it would suit my own body, Alex thought as he stopped the side steps and headed toward John once more. That's crazy, and he said he didn't do any martial arts. One of the guys in the gym mumbled to another as they looked at Alex. He's lying. It can't be possible that he didn't learn any martial arts, because if he truly is telling the truth then. Oreo intercepted the two guys who were talking. Then what? One of them questioned him. Then that's beyond the level of a genius. That's just a monster in human skin, Oreo said as he looked at Alex's back. You could never imagine just how right you are, Oreo, Alex thought to himself as he arrived at the counter. Coach, I learned it, Alex said as he looked at the old man once again. Sigh. Sighing softly, John stood up from the chair and started walking towards a boxing sandbag. Alex heard the man mutter to himself as they were walking. Couldn't you have at least tried to hide it a bit more like the last time? You directly did it this time. I just started reading again. I'm telling you that I don't know martial arts, god damned it, old man, Alex thought to himself as he followed John. Arriving at the sandbag, John turned toward him. All right, this is the last thing that I can teach you today. I'm already getting too tired. I can't move these old bones as easily anymore, John said as he looked at Alex. Alex nodded quickly as he replied to the old coach. Of course, coach. Thank you for even teaching me this much, Alex said as he tried to be as respectful as possible to the old man. John nodded and then said as he turned to face the sandbag. Okay, watch closely, I won't do it twice. When you want to throw a punch, You don't just use the strength of your arm, but you use your entire body so you could create as much kinetic force as possible, John said as he took a stance and punched forward. His punch shook the entire sandbag, causing it to fly backward. I guess it is true when they say that technique matters a lot. His punching power is like that of a young man, but he is already old. He's compensating for it with his skills, Alex thought as he looked at John and the swinging sandbag. That's all. If you have any questions, just ask the guys around here. They will be happy to help you out, John said as he started walking back towards his chair at the counter. Not like you would need it, Alex heard John mumbled to himself as he walked away. A small grin overtook Alex's face as he nodded and then walked to stand in front of the sandbag. Closing his eyes, Alex thought back to John's stance a few seconds ago and started analyzing it, every single change in his pose, in what muscles he was using, and how he would be able to replicate it with his own body without actually copying it completely. This time it took Alex a minute or two before he opened his eyes again. When his eyes snapped open, they flashed with intent as he looked at the boxing sandbag. Let's do this, Alex thought as he took a stance, bringing his punch closer to his upper waist. Alex strengthened his calf muscles and his abs as he pushed forward. Using the power generated in his legs, he transported it through his body, through the abs, and into the arm, which also released its own strength. This resulted in the sandbag releasing a massive sound. Bang! It flew backward and soon toppled the entire thing as it fell on the ground. Alex stood there in shock as he stared at what he had just done. I'm sure I only use strength at the human level, Alex thought to himself. The entire gym had gone silent as they turned to look at Alex. The entire gym had gone silent as he looked at Alex, who stood in the same place whilst he looked at what he had done. Crazy, Alex thought as he looked at the toppled-over boxing sandbag. Is the difference in power really this big before and after you learn how to actually use your full force? I always thought that it was only minuscule and technique and skill in fighting only meant how you hit someone, like from which direction you hit them, and that would allow you to hit them more easily. Not that it would also increase the power output of your punches like this, Alex thought as he stood bewildered at his own power. A second later, a thought flew into his head. It was an intrusive one that wouldn't get out of his head once it had gone. Just how strong would I be now if I do this with my full strength while transformed? Alex thought as he imagined himself being able to shatter rocks the size of houses. The scary thing is that I can actually see myself being able to do that. It's not something unbelievable, Alex thought, and then turned around toward John, who had lifted his head and was now looking at him. No martial arts expertise, eh? John mumbled with a small smirk and then turned his head back to the newspaper. Is that all? He really doesn't care, huh? Alex thought as a twitching smile took over his face. Walking to the sandbag and its metal hinges that held it up, Alex started lifting them up as he brought them into the same position that they were before he had toppled the whole thing over. All right, this should be good enough, Alex thought as he took a few steps back and stared at the whole thing. Thankfully, nothing looked to be broken, so I don't have to pay for anything extra. I really don't have much money right now, and the only way I have been earning is that run I did to Port Angels at that gang's bar, Alex thought as he remembered what he had done. It wasn't a bad idea, but is it really worth it? Is the risk of me being found out worth the amount of money that I got? No, it's not, so I'm going to have to start my plan of capitalizing on my future knowledge soon, Alex thought as he turned and walked towards the counter where John was still sitting. Does he only read newspapers all day? That's his third newspaper, and they're all from today, so the news they show shouldn't be too different, or are they? Alex thought as he questioned himself whilst he looked at the newspapers that had been folded and placed next to John on a stool. He seemed to have about 4 more that he hadn't read through yet. Hey, coach, I think I'll be going for today then, Alex said as he arrived at the counter. John nodded and told him that he could go whenever, or at least that's how Alex interpreted the shooing motion that he did. Is there a set time when I should come to the gym? Alex asked again. No, there's no set time, but we usually come either at 7 a.m. or at 4 p.m. in the afternoon, Jack, who had crept up behind Alex, said whilst he put his arm over Alex's shoulder. Right, I guess I'll just come whenever I find the time, Alex said as he nodded in thanks towards Jack. Yeah, to be honest, I'd rather you not come at all. Damn, are you a strong man, Jack said as he started touching Alex's biceps. Oh, that's a good amount of muscle. Jack said as his eyes shined whilst looking at Alex. Sorry, I'm not into guys, Alex said as he tried to get away from the man. What do you mean? I'm not into them either. Jack almost screamed in response, his face clearly flustered as he looked at Alex with furrowed brows. If it was just the two of them, maybe he wouldn't have minded, but the entire gym had heard them talking. It's okay, we understand, Jack, Oreo said from the background as he raised both thumbs in his hands. What do you mean you understand? It's a misunderstanding, there's nothing to understand at all here, chocolate chip. Jack said as he turned to face the boys. They kept teasing him as he tried to get out of the scenario. It clearly looked like a joke though, and no one seemed to take it seriously. Alex looked at them for a minute and then turned towards John, nodded, and started heading outside silently. Alex got outside quickly. No one had noticed him, or at least he thought so. Inside the gym, the atmosphere quickly calmed down and Jack walked to John. He's even got good stealth skills. If I wasn't concentrating fully on him, then I would have missed him, Jack said as he looked at the old man who had put the newspaper aside and was now drinking a cup of hot coffee that he had left on the counter before. He's interesting, whilst his body looks like that of a monster that has been trained in martial arts his whole life. He still has some minor habits that indicate he hasn't trained a day in his life, John said as he took a sip whilst looking outside of the gym at Alex's back, which could still vaguely be seen in the distance. He's an interesting guy for sure. What do you plan on doing, Master? Oreo asked as he came to stand next to Jack. John shook his head whilst he showed a smile small on his face. Nothing. I'm going to train him in martial arts just like I am supposed to as the coach of this gym, John said as he got up on his feet with the empty mug in his hand. Pulling his hand back, John threw the mug across the room quickly. It was such a fast movement that it looked like his hand had never moved. Ting! The cup fell straight into a small trash can at the corner. It looked ugly, John said when the others looked at him confused.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.